In his palm sat a perfectly ripe, juice-bursting tomato, heavy and ready to explode with flavor. Mercia burst out from the bushes, beast woman made, basket brimming with fresh harvest. Isagi twisted the fruit with focused intent, already plotting how to grow an even sweeter version next time. He gave the girl a quick nod, then shot toward the exit. The court alchemist's destiny was about to slam into a whole new, brutal direction. It all kicked off that same day right in the capital. A dark, looming castle hung over the Remuris Empire like a threat no one could escape. Thick-plated guards prowled the corridors, patrolling every shadow like it might bite. The guard officer snapped his command at the boy, voice slicing through the air. Isagi went totally numb with disbelief. Just like that, they officially yanked him right out of his position. He stumbled through an argument, baffled that he'd nailed every single duty perfectly. Beside them sat stacked boxes, and every one of them held a sword pulled free and ready to strike. The scarred man sneered and yanked the scroll open, like he owned the order itself. He yelled that imperial alchemy was never forged for scraping around in the mud. The boy snatched up the seed bag with eager hands, determined to protect the hard-won progress he'd built for barren lands. The officer didn't even bother to lift his eyes. He dismissed the whole fascination with plants as pure nonsense. With ice-cold certainty, the man said, "If a state's starving, you don't negotiate. You snatch what you need from everyone else with force." Remuris lived for war. Every last drop of resources went straight into the army and the next conquest. Isagi kept running into hungry people on the streets, and every night his research lit up his dream. He was going to save them. The officer snapped at the boy for those unauthorized vegetable beds in the castle courtyard, then jabbed a finger toward the door. Isagi finally tasted the truth to them. He was nothing but an orphan they could use, and his gift was just a tool for killing. The commander's heavy cloak billowed wildly in the air. Sharp turn. The boy swallowed his pain in silence, refusing to budge from his belief that alchemy was meant to bring people happiness. The officer shot him one final cold look, like he was already freezing the moment in place. The door slammed shut behind him. The moment he was free, the alchemist clutched his bag with a vice-like grip. "The order's been accepted," he murmured into the empty air. Isagi strode over to his tiny workshop, ready to get to work. Right at the doorstep, Mercia stepped up to greet him. The maid leaned in, worry burning in her eyes, and asked how the whole day went. The boy blinked in shock. She was already here. Between every palace shift, the girl kept stepping in to help him non-stop. They burned through hours researching how to coax crops from depleted soil. Mercia instantly clocked the slump on his face and pressed him for the truth. Rage sparked in her the second she realized what was happening. The girl flung her hands up, stunned. How on earth could he stay that calm after they let him go? Isagi admitted her recognition was all he needed. Mercia couldn't believe what she was seeing. Pure shock hit her like a lightning strike. The boy beamed with warm joy, knowing that lone orphan finally found a friend who'd stay by his side. Her cheeks flared with a sudden, embarrassed blush. She leaned in and asked, in a soft voice, what he planned to do next. Isagi rubbed the back of his head, completely baffled. He had zero faith that his own old shelter would ever open its doors for him again. Mercia dropped her eyes and, in that instant, made up her mind. She clamped her fingers on his collar and urged him to head straight to her homeland. The boy froze, blinking over and over like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The girl went pale with panic, flailed her hands, and yanked open the map of the kingdom of beasts like, "Relax. This is nothing, just a change of scenery." Isagi couldn't shake the feeling he might be totally useless there. Mercia snapped forward, like something inside her just couldn't wait another second. She leaned in, eyes blazing, and insisted that this kind of talent is absolutely vital for them. Her village is sinking deeper into poverty, and the food shortage is getting worse every single year. Isagi stared at the pouch sitting on the table, like it was about to change everything. He just finished months of hard work. Now the brand new seeds are finally ready to go. The Mercia's ears twitched like they'd just caught a secret in the air. This culture could plant its roots anywhere. Yes, even in the most barren, hopeless land imaginable. The girl stopped breathing, frozen in place. Isagi's eyes sparked with a grin. This was the perfect moment to put every variation to the test. Mercia flinched at his sudden burst of enthusiasm. He burst out that their victory in the kingdom of beasts would be enough to feed the entire world. The maid burst into a grateful, warm smile. The boy narrowed his eyes, trying to read whether she was straight-up joking or dead serious. Mercia's face flared red as she realized what she'd done, and embarrassment hit her so hard she couldn't even look up. Mercia ducked her head, cheeks burning, and quickly mumbled an apology for blurting all that out in a burst of unstoppable excitement. Isagi pressed a hand to his chest and burst into a joyful grin, saying this was the perfect way to repay her, and even start reshaping the world beyond the empire. Isagi declared he'd grab his things and sprint to the Beast Kingdom, and an emotional Mercia, tears blazing in her eyes, swore she'd free herself too and run after him. The moment he moved, his clothes snapped and rustled like they were alive. He whistled, grinning to himself as he packed up his hiking backpack. Suddenly, Isagi slammed on the brakes right in the middle of the street. He couldn't believe it. Mercia just broke free from the palace for him, right then and there. The boy's chest tightened with panic when she got fired from that prestigious job with the massive salary. The girl beamed warmly, and now it was her turn to step in and take care of him. Isagi froze, then snapped into motion. The call was locked in. Now they're heading out together. In just a few days, the two of them will stand beside the hired carriage, ready for whatever's coming next. Isagi proudly slapped his magical backpack, where he'd alchemically stashed a stash of water and food supplies. Straight ahead stretched an entire month of brutal roads leading to the kingdom of beasts. The boy stole one final glance at the imperial castle's towering spires before moving on. It all kicked off on September 6th. They tore through foreign cities, loomed past towering gates, and chased the road across endless fields. We stayed up all night under the open sky, huddled by roaring bonfires, and welcomed October as the streetlights flickered to the rumble of wheels. Mercia's morning voice ripped him out of sleep at the worst possible time. They leaned in close and peeked out the window together. The road just slammed shut behind him. Isagi snapped his eyes open, stunned beyond belief. Out ahead sprawled the village of Plumeria, with a massive wooden windmill standing proudly in the middle of the rolling hills. The streets buzzed with local folks with ears and tails, strolling around calmly like nothing could possibly shake their day. The massive horned beast stayed stone calm as it carried buckets of water like it had all the time in the world. A startled chicken burst out from under Isagi's feet, and he jerked upward in a hilarious panic. The boy urged them to bow to the local elder immediately. Mercia said it plain and steady. Her biological father is the elder. She offered a sweet apology, confessing she'd kept the truth hidden just to make the surprise hit even harder. Isagi clutched his head. What if that elder's family pushes away some shady alchemist next? The girl flashed a joking scowl and lifted her fist like she was ready to land a punch, because those gloomy thoughts weren't getting a free pass. They came to a halt right before the biggest house in the whole village. Mercia ordered him to wait as she sprinted off to tell her parents everything. The second the door swung open, the mother bolted in and swept her daughter into a tight embrace, joy spilling over after their long separation. The burly father sat hunched at the table, and an icy hostility rolled out of him like a storm. Everyone piled into the living room, awkwardness hanging thick in the air. Isagi's voice cracked as he nervously blurted a greeting, then proudly introduced himself as an alchemist from the empire. The father bellowed so loud the boy nearly slipped right off the bench. Kelsey snapped, promising he'd never hand his daughter over to some shady scoundrel. Isagi's eyes went wide with pure disbelief. The foreman kept yelling, flat out turning his back on Mercia as if she didn't matter. She sealed it herself, eyes darting, voice shaking, then shyly blurting out that she really, genuinely liked him. Isagi fumed through frantic apologies, while his mother was already grinning and mapping out the wedding like it was inevitable. A brutal, bone-chilling silence clamped down on the room, and nobody dared to breathe. Mercia's cheeks flared red all the way to her ears, and she blurted out that she'd brought him here strictly because he was the village's newest resident. Kelsey blinked in confusion and asked the guy straight up if he really planned to move to their village, then threw in, "I'm the elder," just to make sure he didn't miss who she was. The young man swallowed hard, cleared his throat, and boldly asked them for permission to work for them as an alchemist. Kelsey blinked hard, totally lost, like none of it made sense. Mercia admitted, in a hushed voice, that her parents had absolutely no idea what that word even meant. In that backwater town, there just weren't any specialists like that around. Isagi shot his finger up, fired up to break down the whole story. He unloaded a full-blown scientific rant on their heads, magic flows, the structure of matter, the whole deal, until their minds felt totally crushed. Mercia dropped a quiet hint that magic hits hardest when you actually see it in action. The boy leaned in and begged the elder for his dagger. Kelsey flashed his weapon with pride, bragging that his most prized blade was forged from manatite. Isagi shot a single expert glance, then calmly called it out as a cheap fake. The foreman snapped with furious rage at that audacity. The boy leaned in and told him the truth. These materials aren't special at all. He'd been tricked and sold plain al-namatite. Kelsey's face went bloodless with shock, and despair swallowed her as she grieved the 20 lost silver coins. Isagi grabbed the handle with total confidence. He slowly slid the blade out of its sheath. The father and his daughter froze in place, holding their breath as they stared, waiting for it to happen. A jagged geometric circle ignited in the sky above the dagger, blazing like it had a mind of its own. Magic light blazed through the entire room, flooding it with pure, radiant power. The alchemist leaned in and studied the weapon's shape and weight like it was hiding a secret. Dark, cold steel, like doom forged in metal. With one brutal swipe, he smashed a real mineral and sealed it into a glowing, magical circle. Isagi snapped a magical strike straight into the blade, and the whole thing warped under the impact, like its shape couldn't hold. "Ready?" he cheered, thrusting the gleaming weapon toward me. Kelsey fixed him with a wary stare, eyeing the upgraded dagger like it might bite. The boy proposed, "We channel a little magic through him to test it." The blade barely caught the light, like it was waiting to strike. The instant the slightest impulse hit, the weapon erupted in a blinding flash of raw, unstoppable power. Old Age's hand tightened with a shockingly powerful grip. He took aim at the round training target tucked in the corner of the room. A brutal training swing that snaps your focus in half. Blinding flash. A monstrous burst of energy ripped into the target and blasted it into scattered pieces. A surge of force punched a hole straight through the house wall, and Mercia erupted into wild screams. Kelsey dropped her hand with a weak, shaky motion. He blurted out, all giddy over how awesome that weapon looked, while his daughter kept scolding him for the hole. The elder's eyes darted away, like guilt was burning straight through him. Isagi scrambled to patch the crumbling wall with wooden boards, muttering frantic apologies under his breath. Kelsey couldn't stop staring at that dagger, clearly blown away by the boy's talent. The wall looked like new, and now a fresh vase with a blooming flower sat there too, like it had been waiting for its moment. Isagi told them he can forge weapons, but deep down his real mission is growing food, agriculture, not war. In a split second, his face withered with age, and the land around him turned into a lifeless wasteland with nothing left. He demanded to know why the kid had come to the kingdom of beasts, when he could see the forests and mountains were shrinking in strength day after day. Isagi's eyes burned with pure, unbreakable determination. He swore he'd make something grow out of this stone, and rescue at least one life from hunger. A suffocating silence clung to the room like a weight. The foreman slumped in his chair, chin in hand, and stared into the distance as the words he'd heard kept echoing in his mind. Mercia closed the distance fast and told her father straight up, if they don't change things, their village will just slowly fade away. She shot the boy a worried look, like something was about to go terribly wrong. With hope shaking in her voice, she begged him to give her just one chance. Kelsey finally broke into a warm smile, because this quirky kid had already won him over completely. The foreman finally signed off, granting Isagi permission to live and work right here. He barked orders at his daughter to set the alchemist up with a separate house and a massive plot of land to match. Mercia snatched the scroll of real estate documents with a grin blazing across her face. She flashed a bright smile and beckoned Isagi to follow her. The boy burst outside, gulping in the sweet air of freedom that finally broke the chokehold of those suffocating imperial walls. Behind the trees, a shadowy figure lurked in silence, watching them like it owned the night. A strange girl sucked in a gasp and whispered in shock, staring at the brand-new alchemist like she'd just seen a miracle. Isagi and his loyal maid, Mercia, strolled through that breathtaking countryside, while he boldly vowed to turn this village into a paradise. The girl slammed the brakes on the path and pointed at their brand-new plot of land. She burst out with pure joy, declaring that their brand-new life would kick off right here. The young man froze in total shock. Instead of a mansion, a half-collapsed, rotten shack loomed over them like a nightmare. Isagi glared at his new home with steely nerves, while the maid stood there, completely frozen in terror. And that's how their brutal life on the harsh border kicked off. A lonely bird huddled alone on the rotten roof, staring into the gloom like it had nowhere else to go. Mercia was trembling with fury, because her master got shoved into that nightmare and had to live there. Isagi only managed a nervous smirk, replaying those shady words about the somewhat old house like they'd burned into his mind. The maid charged to confront the offenders, but the boy yanked her back at the last second. He clenched his fist like a vow and swore that, as a real alchemist, he'd rebuild it all from the ground up. The girl snapped her eyes wide in shock when she heard his dream of the perfect home. He suddenly pictured that cramped little room in the capital, where a lowly shelter kid like him got treated like trash. Now he could finally build his own perfect home, and Mercia meekly nodded along. The alchemist calmly pressed his palm onto the rotten doorframe. He tossed a look over his shoulder and swore it'd be easier to tear this ruin down completely. The young man locked in with wide-eyed focus, steering the magic like it was alive in his hands. The wooden walls burst into blinding light and bowed hard, as if some unseen force had clenched around them. The tiny hut just crumpled inward in an instant, blasting up a huge wall of dust. The girl snatched those heavy boards with zero effort, clearing out a whole space for the construction to begin. Meanwhile, Isagi dropped down by the weeds and yanked the one thing he needed out of his bag. A bottle of herbicide caught the light as he gripped it tight. Thanks to Alchemy, that boosted liquid blasted through the area and instantly wiped out every shrub in sight. Silence. The young man gave a satisfied nod, then declared loud and clear that construction was about to begin. He lunged forward and strained to hoist that heavy wooden beam. The heavy wood slammed down and pinned him to the ground as Mercia giggled and hauled in an entire bundle like it was nothing. Isagi pressed a magical seal onto the tree, and it surged with power, becoming way stronger in an instant. Then he slammed on levitation magic and lifted himself off the ground. Dozens of massive beams shot up into the sky, spinning into place one by one until the house's perfect skeleton locked together. The maid stared at this miracle, jaw dropped in pure disbelief. The young man dropped to one knee and slammed both palms against the gigantic magical circle etched into the ground. He confidently declared that the perfect building plan is already finished and waiting. A lavish two-story mansion sprang up behind him in an instant. The magic slowly faded away, like it was slipping out of the world. Mercia couldn't believe her eyes. The roof was laid to perfection, and the brand-new windows gleamed like they'd always been there. Isagi wiped the sweat off his forehead as his assistant cheered him on with non-stop applause. The girl clapped her hand over her mouth, staring at him in shock and blurting out whether he hadn't gone way too far with those sizes. They burst inside, and Mercia just froze in the middle of that massive living room, staring at the towering fireplace like she'd been hit. The new kitchen absolutely wowed everyone. The young man charged toward the stairs leading up to the second floor. In the bathroom, a brand-new snow-white bathtub gleamed, just waiting for them. But the rooms were totally empty, no furniture at all, because they hadn't brought a single thing with them. Isagi suddenly remembered. He ditched everything in the warehouse. Suddenly, Mercia's cat ears snapped upright at the exact sound she knew by heart. The girl froze in shock, peeking out into the hallway, and there was her mother. Mercia jolted in shock, and when the stranger stepped closer, her own mother stared back at her like a sudden miracle she never saw coming. The woman gripping the broom beamed with pure warmth, absolutely stunned that a place this luxurious could exist in their remote little village. The maid panicked in full panic mode, blurting out that the master had done it all with magic. Isagi scratched the back of his head awkwardly, stammering an apology for that unauthorized construction. The woman burst into laughter and confessed she'd come all the way to help clean up the ruins. The boy flashed her a grateful smile and thanked her for taking care of him. Mercia's mom beamed and begged for a chance to tour the house from the inside. That young guy nodded instantly, no hesitation at all. She stared in awe at the massive kitchen, like it was something out of a dream. Isagi clocked it instantly. Mercia can't reach the top shelf. It's way too high. The maid craned up on tiptoe, stretching with all her might, barely brushing the edge. The young man snapped the magic circle to life, and the shelf dropped like it was waiting for his command. The women erupted into delighted applause, hands clapping like thunder at the sheer wonder before them. The maid flashed a bright, cheerful smile that lit up the whole room. Suddenly, she jolted to a stop, terror flooding her as she hung on her mother's every word. The sun sank inch by inch behind the mountains. A warm, cozy vibe wrapped around the kitchen like it belonged there. Mercia awkwardly planted herself in the middle of the newly expanded, spacious kitchen, like she didn't know where to put her feet. A brand new dish shined like it was daring someone to take a bite. Isagi genuinely thanked her for turning the place into a real home, and Mercia quietly confessed that she was over the moon. Mercia quietly insisted they set a vase on the table and dress the bare walls with something that would finally make the place feel alive. Isagi snapped around in shock. Mercia flashed him a warm smile and pulled him in for dinner. She slammed a steaming hot pot onto the table, setting down her mother's beloved treat like it was pure treasure. The boy leaned in with bated breath and peeked under the lid. Right after that, a rich, creamy milk soup aroma swept in, luxury in every breath. With a grateful smile, he thanked the girl for that dish he'd been craving for what felt like forever. Thick, steaming broth streamed into the bowl, slow but unstoppable. It was a beloved hometown specialty, packed with mountain herbs and hearty mushrooms. Right beside it, fresh bread was stacked in neat slices, ready to be devoured. Mercia dipped into a deep bow and wished him a feast so good it might change his whole day. The boy snatched a spoon and leaned in, ready to dig in and eat. He froze in place, realizing the maid still stood right behind him, unwavering. Panic spun in her eyes as she realized one thing. No mere maid was allowed to sit at the same table as the gentleman. The young man calmly protested, reminding her they weren't in the castle anymore, and nobody was going to reprimand her. The girl stood there, completely frozen in shock, like her world had just gone silent. Isagi suggested they grab dinner together, and Mercia shot him a skeptical look, asking if she could honestly pull that off. He softly brushed the ribbon on her apron. Mercia's cheeks flared red all the way up to her ears. Silence. They sat face to face, and both of them felt that awkward little pinch in their chest, in the best, warm way. They finally clinked up and wished each other a killer meal. Isagi lifted the spoon and slammed it into his mouth. He raised the cup and took his first sip. Joy lit up his eyes as the milk's sweetness and the herbs' bold taste hit that perfect balance. Mercia proudly pointed it out and said it's a wild plant that grows right here locally. They dug into a steaming hot dinner together, savoring every bite. The boy grinned and sank his teeth into warm, pillowy bread drenched in rich, savory broth. Empty plate. The girl sprang up and started getting everything ready to wash the dishes. The young man caught up to her, told her he'd sort himself out, and softly urged her to head home for the night. The maid froze in total shock, dishes clutched tight in her hands. She gripped the plate so hard her knuckles went white. She leaned in with full force and told him straight up that she'd live right here, right beside him. Isagi kept waving his hands like crazy, reminding everyone he wasn't some fancy capital noble anymore. But Mercia's devotion didn't waver, no matter what. The boy stumbled through it and confessed he straight up didn't have a free bedroom for her right now. The girl grinned and jabbed her finger at the second floor, where she'd already dumped out all her stuff and staked her claim. The young man let out a defeated sigh, like he'd already given up. Mercia stared at him with tear-bright, pleading eyes, practically trembling in fear that he'd turn her away. The boy flashed a warm smile and admitted he'd be genuinely glad for her help. Isagi felt his worry spike and hesitated before telling her parents about the move, especially Kelsey, because he knew they'd blow up with concern. The girl's face lit up with pure joy as she happily bragged. Mom already said yes. Suddenly, a massive foot stomped onto the porch. A thunderous scream ripped through the mansion's silence like a bolt of lightning. On the doorstep, a furious mother snapped, demanding her daughter come home right now. With a terrifying glare, she snapped that she would never, ever let herself live together with Isagi. The tale of that freed alchemist smashing his way into freedom keeps going. Now he's building a massive farm right on the border. Morning light blazed over the brand-new house, nestled deep in the mountains. A low, quiet knock sliced through the silence. Isagi yanked the door open and welcomed Mercia in with a warm greeting. The girl stood there, drowning in gloom, and he leaned in asking if she finally managed to talk to her father the right way. Mercia let out a heavy sigh. No permission had come, so she'd still rush in every day from home to help. She swallowed her pride and begged for forgiveness, apologizing like her life depended on it. Isagi only managed a shaky smile, imagining Kelsey's fury now that someone had ripped his beloved daughter away. He leaned in and told her not to worry. Regular visits would be all they needed. But it didn't soothe her at all. She swore, no matter what, that she'd convince her dad to share the same house with her. The boy flung his hands up, stopping her cold from arguing with her relatives about their sudden new living situation. Suddenly, a familiar voice came roaring from behind the bushes. With a sharp little haircut and cat ears, Naya burst forward and leapt to greet them. She marched up to them with total confidence. Mercia jolted forward and grabbed her friend's hands, firing off. "So why'd you come back?" Isagi didn't understand. His brain was stuck in full-on confusion. She squinted. The boy's cheeks burned as that watchful stare bore into him. Naya smirked and said Mercia dragged her husband along. Then her face snapped red and her panic burst out instantly. Isagi barged in, declared, "I'm Isagi, an alchemist," and promised he'd help the village. After sizing him up, Naya flashed a warm smile and reached out her hand to him. With a proud grin, she claimed she was Mercia's best friend. Her handshake hit like a power punch. Isagi's hands actually started to tremble, and Mercia's expression darkened. The alchemist couldn't believe the way they treated a nobody, with that kind of heartfelt hospitality. She winked like she knew secrets, dangling the truth that this whole mess was really an invite from Mercia herself. She tried to play it cool, but that blazing red face totally betrayed her. Isagi's eyes dropped to the bed. He stared at that warm hustle, and a sharp little envy gnawed at him. With a hopeful grin, Naya waved at the farm and then bolted, racing away with all her dreams behind her. Mercia fumbled through an awkward apology, trying to drown out her friend's loud antics. Isagi flashed a warm, confident smile. After scanning the empty lot, the boy fired off the idea, "Let's get to work." Mercia was stunned by how rushed everything felt, but he pushed himself to the ground checks right away. During construction, he ripped out every weed. Then all that remained was a clean field ready to be plowed. Spotting a huge stone, Isagi slammed his hand down and activated the glowing magic circle. With a deafening rumble, that boulder crumbled and reshaped into a towering, monstrous golem. The boy cracked open his future when a magical stone landed in his hands, right into his core. The moment the crystal plunged into the giant's chest, his eyes blazed with sudden light. At the master's command, the giant surged forward. With hose in hand, he lunged into the fields and started plowing like his life depended on it. Isagi nodded with satisfaction and declared that he'd unleash the herbicide. Suddenly, the calm shattered as Kelsey's terrified scream tore through the air. The calm alchemist leaned in and told him it wasn't anything weird. It was just a magical helper meant to run the farm. The beastman folded his arms tight, eyeing everything like it was plotting against him. Kelsey eyed the land skeptically and asked if it could possibly produce a single harvest. Isagi stomped the lump of soil into the ground, and the quality hit his nose like it was straight from an imperial level. Mercia's father just smiled, bitter as poison, like she was hopelessly clueless. The girl threw her father aside without a glance and sprayed poison like a warning, loud, deliberate, and ruthless. Feeling the tension snap in the air, Isagi rushed to dodge it and steer the conversation toward future plans. He slapped the bag shut and promised a harvest, right now. Kelsey jerked back in pure shock as the alchemist casually rained that strange, shimmering mixture all around. The boy grinned and bragged that he personally boosted the Empire's fertilizer with extra nutrients. Mercia held her breath, silent as a knife about to strike. She gave a quick, punchy rundown of everything he just lectured on. It was used to pump life back into tired, depleted soil. Kelsey snapped her eyes open in pure shock. Mercia swallowed her pride and quietly apologized to the alchemist for what her father put him through. Isagi smiled from the heart, sure, they argued, but somehow it all worked, and in the end, family was everything. When she heard that, her cheeks flared red, and her father quickly turned his gaze away. The alchemist barked an order, and the golem began mixing the earth. A massive force slammed the shovel straight into the ground. The instant those level beds hit, they snapped into place. The boy leaned in and studied the ready-to-go plot he was about to sow. Kelsey couldn't shake the feeling that waiting for the soil to drink up the fertilizer was a total gamble. Isagi smirked like a villain. His mix kicks into overdrive, breaking things down faster and saving precious time. The beastman burst into laughter at the sheer skill, and Mercia, smug and satisfied, slowly closed her eyes. The alchemist hauled a heavy bag packed with seeds for an unflashy, no-nonsense crop. These were seed potatoes. They teamed up, dropped the tubers into the holes, and buried them under fresh soil. After he was done, the boy snapped his fingers and summoned a rushing stream, then soaked the garden beds like he meant it. Kelsey clutched his head like, even fast potatoes still need months. Green sprouts burst up out of the wet soil, totally out of nowhere. In just seconds, the whole field erupted into thick, lush bushes. Kelsey stood there with her mouth hanging open. Isagi's razor-sharp stare. The grand plantation rocked and swayed, like the whole place was breathing with the wind. The beastman stood there like he'd been nailed to the ground. When the leaves blazed yellow, Isagi calmly called everyone in, time to gather. He snatched hold of the brittle, dry stalks. The father and daughter froze, breathing locked in their chests as they waited for what came next. With a single yank, the boy ripped the roots right out of the ground. Suddenly, a massive pile of potatoes flooded into the world, like the universe dumped them out of nowhere. Kelsey screamed in pure shock, and she couldn't bring herself to accept that the harvest was on the day of sowing. Isagi just flashed a calm, satisfied smile like he'd expected it all along. The skies were perfect, so he grabbed the moment and pushed for an outdoor meal right now. They rushed in and set up a field kitchen right beside the house in a flash. Mercia sliced the potatoes with sharp, expert precision. Kelsey shot a wary glance, then poked the strange device on the table like it might bite. The boy leaned in and told him it was an alchemical generator plate. He slammed the button. A searing flame exploded out of the magic circle the moment it snapped into existence. The lever made it ridiculously easy to crank the firepower up or down whenever he needed. The beastman's jaw dropped at the sheer convenience of city life. The alchemist shot back with pride, insisting that crafting magical vessels was right up his alley. Fresh-cut potatoes splashed onto the scorching frying pan, sizzling the second they hit. Mercia sizzled the pieces in hot oil like a pro, frying them to perfection. She snapped a lid over the dish and told him, just wait a little longer. In the blink of an eye, a steaming plate of perfectly golden potatoes landed on the table. Isagi blew on the scorching bite, then went in for a quick, hungry crunch. Mercia shut her eyes and let the taste of it hit her like pure, wicked bliss. Kelsey tore into the food with greedy gusto, grinning as she admitted it was way better than anything they had back in the countryside. Suddenly, he stiffened, and a violent surge of raw power exploded through him. Isagi told them that this kind of variety brings the whole game to life. The beastmen froze in stunned silence, staring at the leftover food like it was impossible. The second it hit the table, the whole plate got wiped clean. Mercia gently rubbed her belly, like she was soothing some growing feeling under her skin. Kelsey leaned in and demanded to know if those miracle plants could actually grow strong and steady right here. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, like he was plotting the next move. Isagi boldly snuffed out the very thing that could have made them level up. Respect blazed in Kelsey's eyes. The boy spilled his plans to stretch the fields wide, so the farm could stay stocked with all kinds of crops. The beastman finally threw his doubts aside and admitted this young man was insanely strong. He burst into hearty, booming laughter, then handed the village's fate to the alchemist without a second thought. Fresh, thick beds started popping up all across the farm. The fields shot outward fast, racing right up to the mountain slopes. The men stood tall, soaking up the victory as they stared at their newly expanded lands. Juicy tomatoes burst with ripeness on the branches, turning every inch into sweet, sun-drenched temptation. Straight rows of chosen radishes pushed up through the soil, peeking out like they couldn't wait to be found. The dead, empty story has burst into life, and suddenly, bam, it's a massive farm blooming everywhere. Isagi erupted in joy, and even the drained Mercia couldn't help but beam, genuinely celebrating their shared win. The expelled alchemist, Isagi, wiped the slate clean and rebuilt his life, planting roots on the far edge of the world, where he raised a massive farm from nothing. In the palace days before this, he had to muscle his way in, threading himself between seedlings on those laughably tiny plots of land. The endless stretches of the new domain hit him like freedom on steroids, and suddenly he couldn't stop grinning. He was so fired up about the crops that he went way too far. There was no way they could pull off gathering a mountain of harvest by the end of the season. Isagi let out a heavy sigh. There weren't a single magical stone left, so he couldn't summon any new golems to back him up. Mercia, the maid, blurted out that they needed to get the parents to come running. Isagi snapped his eyes wide in shock. From behind the bushes, another cat girl crept in silence and peeked out, Ni, her sister. The boy beamed at his sister and called out, "Ah, Ni, good morning." The boy beamed as he told him, "I hit the field with alchemy yesterday." She was struck completely still. On land this dead, nothing was supposed to grow. Isagi broke into a warm, effortless smile. She snapped her mouth open in pure disbelief, staring like she couldn't possibly be seeing this with her own eyes. The girl's father, solid, sturdy Kelsey, rushed into the conversation like he owned the room. The man heaved the spade over his shoulder and locked eyes with the truth, confirming his daughter's words about an unprecedented miracle. She beamed so hard it felt like the whole room lit up with her joy. The alchemist fumbled through an apology, practically bursting with way too much enthusiasm. But Kelsey just steadied him, because for that starving village, this harvest was pure salvation. The boy let out a shaky breath of relief, then boldly suggested they kick off the collection. The real grind has officially kicked off. The sisters snatched the perfectly ripe fruits with sharp, expert hands. Kelsey clutched a knife and yanked up monstrous heads of cabbage one by one. Even the stone golem stepped in and started working too. Baskets snapped shut around freshly chosen vegetables, overflowing in seconds. Chopped vegetables kept piling higher and higher along the edge of the mountain. Isagi wiped the sweat off his forehead, like the whole fight was pressing down on him. She sprinted up to him, thrusting a huge tomato in his face, and demanded his permission to taste it. She snatched a bite like she couldn't get enough. Her eyes popped wide with amusement. Then the flavor hit him, pure, jaw-dropping sweetness. The girl couldn't help it. She beamed and shared her thoughts, thrilled from the start. With magic on their side, the vegetables shot up fast, and somehow tasted 100 times better too. Suddenly, a stern voice cut through the air, booming over them. Mercia shot her sister a glare, watching her sprawled in the middle of the field like she owned the place. Isagi calmly thrust another tomato into her hands. She hesitated for a split second, then gave in, unable to resist the pull. She grinned and slyly baited her sister, teasing her about that sudden mood swing. Mercia sank her teeth into the fruit and instantly went rigid, like the world had stopped. Mercia froze on the spot, failing miserably, to hide the pure joy bursting the second she tasted it. She narrowed her eyes and caught her sister in the act, right there, no denying it. Rage-fueled Mercia tore after the Joker, broom in hand, smashing straight through the beds. After 3 grueling days of non-stop work, they ripped through it all and hauled every last bit of the harvest in. Kelsey pressed the alchemist for what he planned to do with those supplies. Isagi only wanted to hand out food to the villagers. Then Mercia swooped in with a wild new plan. That communal banquet was set up to force the outsider to finally connect with the whole community. The boy pictured the capital's snooty aristocrats throwing a grand banquet, and then, right on cue, embarrassment hit him hard. He was terrified that all the prep work would drain him dry. But Mercia reassured him. Just grab the tables and haul them straight to the square. Kelsey practically exploded with excitement, announcing the big celebration happening tonight. Isagi blinked, completely stunned. Today, they scrambled to shove every last bag in before the sun dipped out of the sky. As he headed toward the village, those doubts came crawling back into his head, gnawing at him like they had teeth. He was a nobody with a pounding fear. What if not a single soul showed up to his banquet? Mercia strolled forward with pure confidence, right there beside you. Her gentle smile melted his worries in an instant. In their village, they hadn't seen food this generous in ages. The central square was already packed to the brim, buzzing with real life. Isagi snapped his eyes open in shock. Dozens of beastmen dragged in benches and barrels, setting everything up for the feast like they meant to go all out. Mercia nodded, and pure satisfaction lit up her face. The villagers couldn't wait. Once the ingredients showed up, they were ready to start cooking right away. The boy yanked open his magical bag. Fresh vegetables got dumped right onto the wooden decking. The beast people crowd erupted in an ecstatic roar the moment they laid eyes on all that abundance. The whole crowd stared in awe, soaking up every flash of that insane wealth. Right away, the women grabbed their knives and started chopping the ingredients like it was showtime. Isagi flicked his fingers, and it felt like the air itself obeyed. That massive cauldron filled up in an instant with crystal-clear water, thanks to a surge of alchemy. A blazing magical fire erupted under his feet, shooting up like it wanted to burn the world. Mercia grabbed a huge ladle and tossed the chopped vegetables straight into the boiling water. In just a few minutes, the table was swallowed by steaming bowls of hot stew. Kelsey scrambled onto the makeshift stage. He motioned Isagi over to his side, like the moment was already calling for him. The man blared his gratitude to the alchemist, thanking him for saving his life in those brutal times of ruthless austerity. The moment everyone's eyes snapped to him, the boy shrank back like he'd been caught doing something wrong. He flashed a quick introduction and begged the community to let him in. The villagers lit up with warm, grateful smiles the second they saw him. Kelsey shot his mug up like a toast was about to change everything. The square burst into joyful cheers, and the clatter of dishes rang out like music. The peasants erupted in joyful cheers, lifting their full mugs high like a toast to victory. The holiday finally kicked off. Kelsey beamed with pride as she took in her community. She slid up on the bewildered Isagi without a sound, like she'd been waiting for the perfect moment. She yanked him by the sleeve, dragging him into the first free spot she could find. She'd already lined his plate with steaming hot soup, like she'd planned every delicious scoop. That thick, veggie-packed broth was pouring out an insanely rich aroma, practically calling him to take a seat and dig in. Isagi carefully scooped up a steaming ladle of broth. He snapped his eyes shut on instinct, overwhelmed by pure pleasure. The flavor hit perfectly, like it was made just for me. The sweet carrot hits first, then the pepper kicks in with a fiery punch that somehow just works. She beamed and tore into her portion, chewing it with pure delight. Mercia let out a heavy sigh. Back then, Poverty forced them to turn scraps and peels into soup. Memories of hunger ripped the smile right off Kelsey's face. Isagi stared at the man, and worry punched straight through his chest. Years of crushing food shortages carved a permanent scar into these people's memories. No matter how fiercely they pushed, poverty kept closing in instead of backing off. The alchemist clamped his lips shut, like he was holding back a storm. He shot up from the table like someone had just pulled a fuse. His voice cut through the hush like a bold command, echoing loud over the crowd. The boy's eyes blazed with pure, unshakable determination. He shoved his hand hard against his chest, like something inside was about to explode. Isagi made Nia promise she'd grow the same vegetables too. If you take real care of those alchemical plants, they'll reward you with a harvest so good it feels unreal. The villagers stared at him in stunned silence, practically holding their breath. Kelsey couldn't wrap her head around why the stranger suddenly wanted to help her. The boy flashed a sad smile, like his heart already knew the ending. Long, long ago, this kid was ditched as a helpless infant on the doorstep of a city church. Isagi's childhood turned into a non-stop fight, where all he could chase were crumbs of bread. He knew exactly what real hunger and crushing despair felt like. The boy only wanted one thing: everyone to finally dig in and eat their fill. The beastmen stared at him, completely stunned by the raw truth in his words. Kelsey froze in shock, then rushed to apologize for doubting him. The timid man nervously asked the alchemist for a handful of seeds. The crowd shot up like a wave. Every single person was ready to jump into farming and give it a shot. Mercia beamed at the boy with a warmth that felt like it could melt the cold out of him. He finally found his real home. Isagi was fired up to teach these people advanced farming methods, no questions asked. Together, they'll crush hunger and make it go away for good. They swarmed their brand new hero, cheering like nothing else mattered. Kelsey let out a breath of pure relief, because from this moment on, their village was finally safe from danger. He shouted at the top of his lungs, demanding the celebration kick off again, right now. The feast crackled with laughter and energy, spilling right into the deep night. Meanwhile, inside the lavish halls of Ramirez's capital empire, the vibe was completely different, like night and day. Prince Weiss snapped while listening to the report on how everything stood. Clearly none of it pleased him. The old advisor spoke in a calm voice and said he just kicked out that commoner freeloader. The prince trembled, like fear had just struck him straight in the bones. The advisor beamed and said, "Don't get it twisted. Isagi didn't forge any weapons. He just dug holes in the backyard." Weiss shot up from his seat, rage flaring, and slammed his fist hard onto the table. He roared that Isagi was carrying the whole army's food security on his shoulders. The advisor's face went ghost white the moment he understood just how huge the disaster really was. The prince stared down his incompetent subordinate, dripping pure disdain. The advisor's body went rigid under the prince's deadly stare, and not a single word dared to escape his mouth. He collapsed onto the throne, clutching his head like it was splitting open. The old man broke out in cold sweat, like fear had grabbed him by the throat. Weiss barked a brutal command. "Find a new supply of products right now, mess it up, and you're losing your head." The advisor froze in pure horror, completely unable to move. With every silent tear, he begged for one thing: Isagi to race back to the palace, right now. Mercia, the cat girl in a maid outfit, strutted forward with unstoppable confidence. That old peasant woman beamed with pure joy, and thanked Isagi for that surprise harvest that was way more generous than anyone expected. The boy grinned with real warmth, and that carefully spread seed plan finally paid off. An agricultural boom has exploded in the village of Palmenia. On the road, Mercia couldn't stop smiling about their upcoming meeting, but Isagi kept his cool and answered in a guarded way. She clocked his anxiety the second it hit him. He leaned in and said, "Our fertilizers are just a boosted upgrade of the old imperial reserves." Mercia's smile vanished, and a heavy gloom settled over everything. Isagi realized they had to make their own fertilizer from raw local stuff. No delays, or everything would fall apart. Buying an imperial contract costs an arm and a leg. That's not a real solution. Mercia flat out agreed that non-stop out-of-pocket costs weren't going to fix anything. The boy clapped his hands and demanded they grab the fertilizers straight from the peasants. He picked up the courage and went straight to his farmer buddies, asking them. Later on, they scored 3 totally different samples. With the soil barely giving anything and farming not drawing a crowd, supplies dried up fast. Isagi inspected the flask, perfect for the base. But he knew he couldn't use it unless he got raw materials soaked in the local magical power. Mercia grinned and jabbed her finger toward the forest, like she had a secret plan. Isagi flicked his eyes to the window, and the moment he saw it, he knew. This was exactly what he needed. His eyes lit up like an alchemist about to uncover the next impossible breakthrough. He couldn't believe it. Even the maid threw her hat in the ring and volunteered too. The boy snapped his collar into place with total confidence. Isagi had his doubts about safety, but Mercia confidently promised she'd be a perfect guide. She clutched the mop handle like it was her only lifeline. The maid smirked and zeroed in her weapon straight ahead. She said the servants must be strong enough to fight and guard their master. The boy just blinked, completely baffled. He sighed, gave up fighting it, and stared out at the wooded hills ahead. Side by side, they pushed into the thick, shadowy forest. Mercia strode ahead, and the boy kept snapping his gaze around, wary of what might be lurking. Isagi couldn't miss it. Right there, the local plants looked totally different from the Empire's. Mercia laid it out like this: pure survival, brutal and unforgiving. The boy lunged for the strange star-shaped fruit. The moment the girl mentioned the poisonous acid, he jerked back in shock. Isagi flashed a shaky grin, nerves buzzing through him. He clenched his focus and triggered the alchemist's power. A dazzling flash of real mastery lit up his eyes. The system basically shouted, "Yep, that's a carambola. Squeeze it and it squirts out a corrosive substance." The boy's mind snapped to action, racing to figure out a way to make a killer, weed-killing solution from it. Back then, this plant was called the alternative apple. Isagi pulled out a pair of scissors, and Mercia jumped in to help right away. The tool sliced through the peduncle with surgical precision. They expertly jabbed the skin with a needle, siphoned the acid into a test tube, then quickly hid the fruit. Isagi wiped the sweat off his forehead, and you could tell he was honestly loving every second of it. Mercia stared at him, shocked, and blurted out, "Wait, are you actually allowed to do something like this in the Empire?" The boy couldn't forget that fieldwork was always shoved onto knights and adventurers, like it was their destiny. He was just stuffing his stuff when the girl's ears twitched like she was terrified of what was coming. Isagi snapped around instantly. From deep in the thickets, a gigantic, tusked boar monster burst out like a nightmare given legs. Mercia snapped up a shield the second the boy froze in shock. The beast erupted in a ferocious roar that shook everything around it. A wild boar let out a blood-curdling squeal that split the air. A massive hoof slammed into the ground, shaking everything like it meant business. Mercia calmly stepped forward and demanded they trust her with the whole thing. The monster bolted into motion. A colossal body barreled past the boy in a flash. The beast snapped open its blood-red eyes, and the room felt colder the instant it looked at you. The maid launched through the air and flipped over the boar in a mind-blowing somersault. The monster skidded to a stop, snapped around, and came back swinging with its next attack. The predator snapped its jaws wide, but Mercia was already floating in the air. Her fist slammed down with brutal, earth-shaking force. The punch slammed straight into the monster's face, landing with a brutal thud. The boar slammed into the earth with a brutal thud, dropping dead on the spot. The girl smoothly stood back up like she just brushed off a bit of dust and didn't even flinch. Mercia shot her a reproachful look and reminded her, "You asked me to be the one entrusted with this fight." The boy muttered, completely baffled, that it was all just too much for the maid. Mercia snapped back, dead serious. Inside the castle, beastmen didn't live by skill or strategy. They clawed their way through pure brute force. Isagi's heart sank as he finally faced the brutal truth of the Empire. She tossed it off like it was nothing, straight up saying they wanted to drag her into their shady deals too. The girl broke into a smile, soaking up that brand new peace like it was finally hers. Her gaze lit up, like warmth spreading through the room. Isagi shot her a heartfelt thank you for pulling him out of danger. Mercia's cheeks flared red, and she quickly looked off to the side, too shy to meet anyone's eyes. The boy snapped his eyes to the boar's carcass, and the magical stone came roaring back into his memory. He dropped into a crouch and started explaining how monsters pile up energy. Isagi dragged his hand across the rough fur, feeling every scratch like it meant something. He yanked a knife out in one sharp move. The blade slid in with chilling confidence, cutting straight into the body. The beast's flesh gave way as the blade slid in slow, ruthless and deep. Both of them just froze in total shock, like time itself stopped. When they cut into the meat, a massive magical stone, top-tier quality, flared to life, shining like pure treasure. Mercia shrugged and said this forest is nothing special, just another run-of-the-mill specimen. The boy gasped, stunned, asking if this place is usually full of them. The girl warned them, if they don't shoot, the entire herd will come crashing down and wipe the village out. Isagi's eyes flared. These stones are going to become the perfect raw ingredient for fertilizer. He lit up with excitement and urged them to rush out right now and hunt for fresh new monsters. But Mercia slammed on the brakes and stopped him dead in his tracks. She dropped beside the carcass, licking her lips, because the demon flesh turned out to taste like pure luxury. The boy cringed as he apologized, admitting all he'd cared about was his materials. While Mercia expertly handled the knife, Isagi gripped the barrel like it was his life on the line. She warned that survival demands one thing above all. If you can't go get your own food, you won't make it. Her bloody tools were scattered across the ground, like the aftermath of a brutal fight. Isagi quietly studied it all, and the contrast with his sheltered past hit him like a punch. He closed in fast and demanded, "Show me how to skin this carcass." The girl looked genuinely shocked, like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. But he meant it, no jokes, no games. For a split second, doubt flickered across Isagi's face, but his eyes stayed locked, cold, steady, and unshakably serious. She lit up and said yes without a second thought. With the bag stuffed to the brim, Mercia suddenly pushed the brakes and suggested they turn back. Suddenly, Isagi slammed on the brakes and stared hard at his own fingers, like something felt seriously off. He spotted glittering flecks of ore clinging to his skin, like the ground had left a secret behind. Fueled by pure curiosity, he begged for permission to push into the uncharted territory beyond. His hand shot toward the distant mountain ridge, like he was marking the target with pure certainty. The maid shot a worried look and asked if it would take way too long. The boy promised that alchemy would crack the mystery fast and expose the deposits. In his head, wild plans for forging new golems were already firing on all cylinders. They charged straight into the mountains, hunting for ore like their lives depended on it. Isagi and Mercia, the beast girl, set off for the mountains, chasing whatever danger waits up ahead. A jagged, steep rocky ridge rose up ahead, looming like a wall ready to crush the pack. The young man's heavy boots skidded across the stones, sparks snapping underfoot. He leaned in with a grin and swore to his companion, "I'm fine, really." Sweat poured down his face, and you could practically see the exhaustion weighing on him. Mercia bounded over the chasms with pure feline elegance, landing like a shadow that refused to fall. They tore down the deadly slope at breakneck speed. Isagi hauled her straight into a famous underground passage. The girl trailed behind him in eerie silence. Finally, they burst through and reached their destination. Right ahead, an abandoned mine jutted into view, its supports half-rotted and ready to collapse. A jagged, rocky trail funneled them straight toward a pitch-black hole carved into the stone. The young man leaned in, studying the old wooden beams like his life depended on it. He urged them to swap out the worn parts right away to keep everyone safe. The moment his palm kissed the tree, the alchemical circle erupted in a blinding flash. He let out a breath that finally felt like freedom. Now the path felt utterly trustworthy. There was no doubt it would lead him right. Hand in hand, they stepped straight into the unknown. A wall of pitch-black darkness slammed down over them the instant it happened. Mercia dropped her head in shame, because she totally forgot to grab a flashlight for her partner. Meanwhile, Isagi was already snagging something valuable from the expedition bag. A magical crystal blazed in his palm, lighting up everything around it. The artifact's light burst out like a wildfire, instantly scattering every last scrap of darkness. The girl snatched the lamp and freed his hands so he could get to work. They plunged deep into the cave, pushing further into the dark. Isagi came to a halt before a deafening stone wall. He snapped his eyes shut and probed the rock's inner structure like it was a secret map. His fingers pressed into the cold stone, like it was the only thing keeping him grounded. Mercia snatched the shovel, but the young man slammed on the brakes and stopped her right away. He told them, alchemy can crack the toughest materials open from the inside out. His hand slammed against the wall again. A brutal surge of power detonated through the rock, ripping it apart into flying shards. The stone snapped with a bone-crunching crack, then crumbled into dust. Isagi started attacking the ore's weakest spots with surgical precision, cracking it apart piece by piece. Rain hammered the ground, and precious minerals poured everywhere. Mercia barely managed to snatch them up before they were lost. Suddenly, a massive boulder slammed down beside the young man with a deafening roar. The girl ended up knee-deep in stones, and she asked, tired and breathless, if they could slow down. They dropped right where they stood and started sorting the loot piece by piece. Both of them dropped right onto the spread fabric. Right in front of them sprawled a bounty of iron, copper, lead, and a chunk of magical ore glinting like it had secrets. Isagi realized the rare mithril and adamantite weren't there, like the game had totally lied to his face. But Mercia couldn't look away. His speed was absolutely electrifying. She lit up and practically buzzed with certainty, saying this drilling tech would flip the mining world upside down. The young man let out a bitter sigh, remembering how the nobles shipped alchemists to the mines like they were just another pair of hands for hard labor. That brutal memory hit him like a punch, and his mood instantly crashed. To shake off the obsession, he dove straight into ore processing. A blast of raw power magic ripped the slag away in an instant, leaving only the pure metal behind. In Mercia's hands, a perfectly shiny ingot suddenly sparked into existence. The young man leaned in with a grin and begged them to speed things up. Magical flashes erupted with a whole new burst of power. Before long, every last scrap of loot got melted down into gleaming, perfect metal bars. Isagi said we should slowly start making our way back home. A whole army of golems surged forward and hauled those heavy metal bags with zero effort. The young man slammed his fist down like he'd just won the whole world. What thrilled him most was knowing he finally had the materials to chase his dream that he'd been guarding for years. A sneaky, confident grin stretched across her face like she already knew how this would end. As soon as he hit the farm, he burst out laughing and threw his head back to the clouds, yelling, "Workshop!" Mercia shot him a stunned look. He snapped on the gas mask and told her the same thing every experiment warns you about. One wrong move, and boom, explosions and choking acrid smoke. The girl immediately stepped in, ready to help, but he shot that down, then demanded she team up with the golems to collect the second harvest. Mercia walked into the field like she'd been given an order, obedient to the bone. Isagi rolled up his sleeves and sized up the future building's dimensions with nothing but a sharp glance. Isagi yanked out a rope, pacing the ground like a master architect, and pushed to cram the building into the smallest, tightest space he could. He yanked out the sketch and drew it right on the ground. I slammed in the first stake. The foundation was marked and ready to be built on. He grinned as he stared at the neatly stacked piles of bricks and wood, ready for whatever came next. They only had one job: mix the mortar and get that building standing. Dead ahead, an empty wooden trough sat there, waiting like it meant something. The alchemical method surged into action, snapping the dry mixture into perfect, uniform harmony in an instant. He brewed up the depression and poured in some water. The perfect cement was finally ready to be used. Bricks snapped into perfect rows, locked tight by magic like the world was being stitched together. The workshop walls were stretching and closing in right before my eyes. Isagi beamed with pride, savoring every last bit of what his hands had built. With the roof finally done, he pushed for one next move, getting the inside finished up. Meanwhile, Mercia peeked out from behind the house corner, all nerves and bravery at once. She fired off a question about how the construction was coming along. Her eyes shot wide with shock. Right in front of her loomed a spotless brick building, topped with a crisp, neat roof. The whole building practically hummed with pure coziness. Freshly built walls shot up like giants, towering over the open field. The girl couldn't tear her eyes away from what she was staring at. She blurted out that this is exactly what a real alchemist's workshop is supposed to look like. Suddenly, a hand slammed against the doorframe, like someone had come straight in hot. Isagi, trying to lighten the mood, told the girl he was just asking, and asked permission to step into his own building. Mercia had already slipped inside, and the moment he arrived, she practically dragged him in with a grin. She swept through every corner captivated, like her eyes were spellbound. The workshop's smooth walls shimmered softly under the light, like they were hiding something big. The walls were so smooth and spotless they looked unreal, like nothing could ever stain them. The young man barged into the room, hauling a heavy box packed with his whole life. The room was already decked out with towering shelves, and a huge desk dominating the space. He sheepishly admitted he was only just wrapping up his work on the interior. That kind of beauty didn't just steal hearts, it silenced her. She rained compliments on him nonstop, praising every last detail of his interior decoration. Isagi told him he'd tweaked the resin's properties on purpose, so those walls wouldn't blast the glare straight into everyone's eyes. So the lighting suddenly turned warm and inviting, like it was made just for the moment. And he left just one wall brick on purpose, like he was crafting an old-world antique vibe. Mercia flashed a warm, unforgettable smile. She lit up with a heartfelt congratulations, cheering him on for landing his dream job. The young man lit up with pure joy. Now nothing stood between him and his next adventure. He sweetly asked whether she had any problem with the furniture getting rearranged for free. And right away, they pushed a bed into the corner for sleeping. Mercia snapped, indignation blazing as she demanded, "Why is that?" The girl shut it down instantly and declared, "I refuse." She frowned, already seeing the truth. He wasn't just staying the night. He was choosing this place as his permanent home so he never had to go back. Isagi let out a defeated sigh. She clocked his every move in seconds. Even asking for a tiny sofa was met with an instant, brutal shutdown. The young man shot his hands up in surrender, admitting total defeat with one look. Mercia's icy stare finally cracked, and her stern gaze softened. She nodded and promised to help him set it all up, warm, snug, and without leaving them with a place to sleep. The young alchemist and his loyal maid-cat Mercia charged for the absolute edge of town to build a massive farm from scratch. They hunted through the forests and mines, scrounging every last material to forge the perfect fertilizer for these brutal lands. And finally, today is the day we've been waiting for. The boy grinned, scattered the ingredients across the table and blurted, "All right, let's get to work." Mercia, clutching the papers, snapped that they'd need 3 kinds of local fertilizer. But deep down, the girl still had doubts gnawing at her. She shoved the report into his hands, packed with every hard detail about how far they'd come. Staring hard at the graphs, the alchemist let out a heavy sigh. These mixtures had hit their breaking point. He suggested mixing them with another raw material, but the moment he thought it through, he realized it would chew up way too much time. The maid leaned in and said that in the Empire, even brand new developments, starting from zero, took whole years. Suddenly, the boy grinned with wicked confidence and pulled out a flawless, round, magical stone. Mercia snapped her eyes wide, because just moments ago, she and the others yanked that trophy straight from the slain forest monster's body. In the Empire, that would have set you back a brutal full 20 silver coins. Out here on the outskirts, they were handing off a treasure like this for pennies, just one single silver coin. The boy stared hard at the herbs scattered across the floor and called the maid in a serious, urgent voice. She swore that in these wild lands, crystals like that were basically scattered right under your feet. A wild spark of excitement ignited in the young man's eyes. He was dead set on turning that artifact into top-tier fertilizer. Once Mercia gave her consent, he wasted no time and ordered the pots to be prepared for the experiments right away. The alchemist thrust his hand forward and started taming the wild magical energy trapped inside the mineral. A storm of blinding light whipped around his palm, crackling with power. Once the magic finally steadied, he immediately went to work, stripping it clean of every last impurity. Meanwhile, Mercia rolled in with a whole mountain of empty pots. She froze in pure awe, locked on the flawlessly smooth sphere sitting in his hand. The processed stone burst with a clean, hypnotic purple light, like it was pulling you in with every pulse. The girl's cheeks flared red at all that beauty, and she hurriedly asked what else she could do with it. And then the guy, stone cold, began grinding that shining artifact in the mortar like it meant nothing. He flashed a sweet, harmless smile, then immediately apologized for ruining that beauty. The maid's ear sank with a heavy, crushed disappointment. In the end, she let out a heavy sigh, told herself it wasn't worth fretting over, because to him it was nothing but raw material. As he ground the fragments into a fine powder, Mercia bolted off to fetch the seedlings. The young man locked eyes with her, and a warm, tender glow burned in his gaze. Seeing the sadness in her eyes, he swore to himself that one day he'd hand her a real piece of jewelry, forged from that very stone. That thought hit me like a spark, and suddenly I had one more brutal reason to never quit. He painstakingly blended magical powder with protective herbs, building a shield against insects while forcing his growth to skyrocket. Wiping the sweat off his brow, the alchemist thrust the mortar up like a trophy. His experimental sample was finally ready. With a bold sweep of his brush, he stamped number 1 onto the pot. They painstakingly packed it full of fresh, new soil. Mercia planted top-notch arugula seeds, tucked them under fresh soil, then drenched them with water. Right then, a tiny green sprout burst up through the dirt like it had been waiting to escape. Leaves unfurled in front of our eyes, like the world was turning a page. In just a few seconds, the plant exploded outward and swallowed the entire pot. They flinched in pure shock, staring at this wild, impossible growth. The boy scribbled the mutation results like his life depended on it. A cracked plant blasted forward and chewed straight through the thick clay. Thick vines surged through the room, trapping them as they skidded and ducked every branch, because one wrong move and the ceiling would have caved in. The alchemist snapped his hand forward without a second to waste. A magical seal burst into light, and an invisible blade sliced clean through the mutated trunk in an instant. The young man dropped hard onto the pile of chopped branches, staring in horror as he realized his curiosity had almost wrecked his own workshop. Mercia stared in shock and blurted, "Wait, are you saying the fertilizer's effect is that insanely powerful?" Staring at the twisted root, the boy finally got it. Every bit of that magical stone's raw energy was the culprit. He rubbed his chin, weighing his next move, pulling the magic out more carefully next time and switching minerals entirely. That job looked like pure hell, but he refused to fold for a single second. His hand confidently sank onto a thick stack of records, like he owned the moment. Mercia flashed a warm smile and swore she'd throw every ounce of herself into helping. Cold rain hammered the window non-stop, as if the storm wanted in. A fresh brush dragged a bold new label onto the pot, number 2. Just like that, a massive vine exploded back out with pure rage. The maid shot a tired, horrified look at the massive mutant pepper, while flies already swarmed around it. The 73rd try ended with the sprouts completely withering into nothing. A deafening night slammed down over the entire estate. Mercia carefully lined up the endless parade of brand new pots, one by one. Hour by hour, that mountain of shattered hopes and ruined land only swelled higher and higher. The work kept roaring without mercy, not a single second to breathe. The alchemist's hands shook as he scraped out those ancient formulas, then slammed fresh equations onto the page, littering the table with crumpled paper like confetti from a desperate brainstorm. He lifted his eyes again, exhausted, yeah, but locked in and fully focused. When Mercia carried another tray of seedlings in, she quietly let her mind slip back to every past day she'd shared with them in the Empire. A wave of nostalgia slipped into the room unnoticed, drifting between the flasks like a ghost. With the old memories wiped clean, they threw themselves into planting fresh seeds. Mercia tiptoed over the ground and carefully moistened the soil. From pot number 252, this super-ordinary, perfectly tidy sprout shot out like nothing could possibly go wrong. They crowded over him, and in that tense silence everyone held their breath. The stem stretched out perfectly, then turned into a thriving green bush that burst with healthy, everyday peppers. The boy let out a breath of pure shock. No weird growth, not a single problem, and he'd nailed it perfectly. Mercia clutched the tablet so hard her knuckles went white, still staring like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. "Done," he rasped, barely louder than a breath. Tears streaming down his face, he hoisted the pot over his head. After 3 brutal weeks of hell, he'd finally nailed the perfect result. The maid radiated pure pride, basking in her master's greatness. The boy pumped his fists, grinning like he just won the whole world. But just when it felt like victory was locked in, paranoia crashed the party. He started fearing that if he vanished without warning, the whole production would grind to a stop. He mulled over handing the recipe to the city alchemists, but doubt gnawed at him. There was no way they'd pull it off. Then Mercia stammered and awkwardly pitched an easier recipe like it was their last shot at saving the meal. A heavy, bone-chilling silence clamped the air, so intense it felt unbearable. The young man shot his gaze away, dragging the weight of his gloom with him. In the end, he shoved those messy problems to tomorrow and kept staring at his masterpiece like it was the only thing that mattered. That fox girl with the giant backpack happily strode straight toward the village, grinning the whole way. Laughter and gratitude burst out from somewhere, filling the air with thanks for the meal. A peaceful calm hung over the village house roof, like the world was holding its breath. In the kitchen, Isagi clapped at how amazing the local veggies tasted, while he finished drying the dishes he'd just washed. Mercia gave him a soft thank you, and the boy eagerly jumped in to help even more. Their teamwork usually dragged them into awkward silence, like the moment stretched forever. But right now, Isagi only felt calm wash over him. He blurted out of nowhere, that when it comes to chores at home, they totally look like a real couple. Mercia's eyes snapped wide open, and a fierce flush of blush spread across her cheeks. Mercia stood there, totally frozen, one hand clutched to her chest, and not a single word could escape her mouth. She clapped a hand over her mouth, eyes darting as she fought to find the right words. A sharp knock at the door ripped right through the tension like thunder. Isagi reached for the door and walked off, leaving the dishes stacked for the maid. Mercia's face twisted with disgust, and she started scrubbing that plate like it had personally offended her. The boy trudged down the corridor, his mind racing as he tried to understand why her mood had flipped so suddenly. He slammed his hand on the door handle. No one was on the doorstep, until he dropped his eyes and spotted a kid with animal ears staring back at him. The guest stepped up and claimed she was Kanya, straight from the trading company Wonderful. That tiny fox eagerly volunteered to handle the business talks, and it left the boy completely baffled. He flashed a polite smile and waved the unexpected visitor into his home. But Kanya's giant backpack was jammed hard in the doorway, wedged so tight it wouldn't budge. The girl bolted her luggage outside and didn't look back. In the living room, the fox dropped its ears like it was ashamed and apologized for the trouble it caused. Mercia sized the guest up with a heavy, suspicious stare. Kanya grinned and jabbed her finger at the maid, demanding to know if she was Isagi's wife. Mercia shook with pure excitement as the boy rushed in and finally spilled the truth about her real status. Mercia beamed and declared she'd take care of everything right now, then darted straight off to the kitchen. The maid burst into the kitchen, humming a bright little tune, and just like that, her earlier rage was totally gone. Isagi couldn't help but study the businesswoman sitting across from him, like he was hunting for clues. Satisfied at last, Mercia swooped in with a tray of drinks. Kanya leaned in and took a slow, cautious sip from the mug. That piping hot drink totally caught her off guard, and absolutely blew her away with how amazing it tasted. She snatched her notebook in a flash and peppered him with questions about every single ingredient. Mercia smiled coolly and said she'd brewed the tea using plain leaves she'd picked from the nearest forest. Kania's pen ripped across the paper at a wild, breakneck speed. Isagi leaned in and whispered to Mercia, spilling the latest on the wonderful company's status. She told me it's this massive trading web for the Beast Kingdom. Only half humans do the work, and everyone else just watches the profits roll in. The boy stiffened with a jolt, feeling the guest's impact land like a punch. Kania narrowed his eyes, getting ready to dive straight into the real reason behind the visit. She snapped the pen down, then rushed out an apology for making him wait. The guest bragged that an absurdly high-quality harvest just came in and flooded the markets overnight. These crops shot up fast, didn't care what season was running, and the flavor. Nobody could top it. Her investigation snapped the trail tight, and the trade guild led her straight to Palmenia. Isagi and Mercia leaned in, eyes locked on the fox's final verdict. The boy finally realized the locals weren't doing anything shady. They just started dumping their extra food on the neighboring villages. Kaniya pumped his fist in joy and nodded hard, pointing at Isagi as the mastermind behind the harvest. She said every single try to plant that seed in other regions has ended in total failure. Isagi grinned with total confidence. He confessed that he cooked up those alchemy varieties just to match the local soil perfectly. The Kaniya's handle screeched again, jerking from side to side after alchemy and agronomy hit it hard. Her lightning-quick reflexes totally caught the hosts off guard, in the best way. The fox sucked in a breath, then charged straight into the main proposal. She pitched Isagi a sweet deal. She'd regularly bring in the harvest to Wonderful Wholesale. The boy's eyes shot wide open, as the terrifyingly huge possibilities hit him all at once. He was stuck with 0 trade links and no supply chain, and it basically killed any chance of doing large-scale alchemy. Isagi nodded, then he fired off one condition of his own. He demanded priority delivery for the reagents he needed, like he couldn't afford a second delay. The tiny fox flashed a confident grin like it already knew the whole world would come to it. She winked and swore she'd snag every material in the entire kingdom. Isagi instantly demanded answers about what was coming in from outside the empire. Kaniya's face instantly drained of color. She swallowed her helplessness, but these exact conditions just happened to play perfectly into Isagi's hands. The fox leaned in and asked what volumes of weekly deliveries they could possibly handle. Mercia yanked out a tablet packed with the latest yield data. Kaniya slipped on her glasses and locked her gaze on the numbers. She nailed down exactly which part of the list they were going to put up for sale. Mercia didn't just talk. They bragged that they'd deliver everything, even down to the last gram. Kaniya watched the growth explode at an insane speed, and pure shock hit like a punch. She cautiously asked if they could crank these volumes even higher. Isagi stared into the distance, realizing his body had real limits he couldn't bullet. While he worked in the field, he also bred livestock, developed fertilizers, and even crafted the tools people relied on. Every bit of that burden landed squarely on his back, and he didn't get a single break. He couldn't stay a full-time farmer. Life wouldn't let him. Kaniya snapped her eyes wide and blurted, "Why not just hire workers?" She casually tossed out the most obvious solution like it was nothing. Isagi just froze in shock, staring like his brain couldn't catch up. Mercia and they just stared at each other in stunned silence, because that idea had never once crossed their minds. The boy suddenly remembered his past life, trapped in brutal labor to the point of collapse, with no one to hand off the work to. The maid threw everything into supporting the fox, leaning in hard to tell Isagi to shut out the world and focus only on alchemy. He clamped his fist shut, gripping it like his life depended on it. His eyes lit up with pure excitement, and he decided to claim every free stretch of land by planting it. Kaniya couldn't wait. This was about to turn into a massive real farm. Before them, endless empty hills rolled on forever, stretching into nothingness. Isagi absolutely loved hearing those words spill out like music. He erupted in loud laughter, picturing his mega farm crushing the market and holding total monopoly. Mercia got hit in an instant, dragged into his greedy, unstoppable excitement. Kaniya shot out her hand with total confidence. She flashed a huge smile and blessed his mega farm with nothing but prosperity. Isagi clenched her hand firmly and shook back hard. Kaniya beamed and waved like their wildest future was right around the corner. As evening rolled in, the dusk clung to the house like a heavy shadow. Isagi slumped at the table, grinding his brain over the staff contracts like his life depended on it. He decided to kick things off by hunting for workers right among the local peasants. Mercia slipped into the room like a whisper, clutching a steaming cup of hot tea. The boy leaned in and asked if the residents would actually answer the usual recruitment announcement. Now the locals had food stacked high, so they didn't have to grind through those brutal side jobs anymore. Mercia shoved those feelings aside without a second thought. She promised the residents would be overflowing with gratitude, and that they'd throw their full effort behind him. But Isagi demanded fair work. He wanted everyone to fight for their own benefit, not some rigged game. The maid flashed a warm smile, like she couldn't help but appreciate how hard he was worrying about the peasants. She pitched a bold plan: grow rare, exclusive varieties on the farm, ones the village hasn't seen yet. Isagi nodded. If he got the green light to take a piece of that rare harvest, that would light a fire under him instantly. Mercia threw out the idea that maybe, just maybe, they should plant apples and bananas. With tears in her eyes and hope blazing bright, she leaned in and begged, "What about the grapes?" The boy shot a guilty glance aside and admitted the grapes were still in the works. The maid locked eyes with him, and that silent, scolding stare practically accused him of something. Isagi swore he'd spill the results the moment he's done running those experiments with the vine. He sprinted back to the notice board with the word: 5 workers would be plenty to get things moving. Mercia pushed the idea to ask the elder for permission to hire, and the guy nodded like there was no time to waste. The boy stared at the words, praying the whole thing would go off without a single snag. He flicked his eyes to the dark window and pictured his giant farm stretching out in the fields beyond it. Isagi sat in the living room, flipping pages with calm focus, waiting for the recruitment results to finally drop. It's been 5 long days since those flyers hit the streets. Suddenly, the corridor came alive with thunderous, rapid footsteps. The boy shot up, eyes wide, blurting out in a panic, "Did anyone answer? Did anyone respond?" Mercia burst into the room and dumped a mountain of applications. There were 10 times more submissions than they even needed. Isagi, with his faithful maid Mercia by his side, kept pushing their farm to new heights. The boy grinned as he confidently peeled open a brand new sheet. A loud wave of candidates was already swarming the estate's front door, buzzing like they couldn't wait to get in. The door creaked as if it was longing to be opened. The Isagi from Mercia froze at the doorway, staring at the tally of everyone who'd said they were willing. The crowd exploded in instant, roaring shouts of pure joy. The beast woman knee practically bounced on the spot, demanding, "Tell me, did you all come because the pay's good?" Isagi muttered, totally baffled. He wanted to bring everyone in, but first he'd have to run interviews himself. He cautiously approached Mercia and spoke to her in a careful, trembling voice. The maid's eyes seared Nee the moment she spoke, cutting through her insolence like fire. With one swift motion, Mercia yanked the cat girl back and barked, "Get in line." With one reckless motion, Mercia hauled her master up like he weighed absolutely nothing. A sly, slightly sinister smile curled on her lips like a secret just waiting to strike. Isagi's voice trembled as he begged them, "Leave me behind." He grinned warmly, totally blindsided by the sheer chaos erupting on his land. They kicked off the interviews outside, huddled around a wooden table. Isagi leaned in, soaking up every single detail from each candidate like it was life or death. She grinned and blurted out her story like it was pure treasure, while everyone else just sat there, waiting for their turn. Another resume hit the table with a dull thud. Next morning, heavy boots thudded into the fresh grass, crushing the ground as they came. 5 chosen employees lined up in front of the building, waiting like they were about to step into something huge. Isagi grinned, knowing they'd officially locked in the hire. With a blood-curdling scream, she lunged forward and wrapped her arms around the unyielding Mercia. The boy called everyone over and demanded they introduce themselves again. Nee was the first to shoot out. She'd already been helping her grandfather in the fields before all this went down. Isagi leaned in, eyes locked on her, hanging on every word. Next, the powerful Rhodes didn't hesitate. He cast his vote, confident as day, the beekeeper's son who trusted his own strength. Nara, who knew numbers and worked at a store, quietly trailed him out, keeping her cool. Ricardo boasted that, during the hunt, he'd already planted Isagi's seeds, and that he knew all about what really happened. Ragmun was the last one to talk, and he dropped the same hard-earned experience as the others. He shot the guy a skeptical look like, "Wait, do you really mean you want to hire me?" Ragmun still couldn't forget the nasty words he'd blurted out at that last banquet. Isagi calmly snapped back that it was exactly that raw honesty that made him pick him in the first place. He told the man, "Ask me anything, no fear, no shame." A subtle grin flickered across Ragmun's face. He vowed with iron resolve that he would carry out every last duty. Mercia braced herself on a pitchfork and barked a command. Everyone back to the fields now, to smash through the harvest. She fixed a hard, stern stare on her list. The moment they heard eggplants, cucumbers, and tomatoes, the whole team tensed like trouble was coming. She gulped down her nerves at the list, now loaded with pepper and cabbage. Mercia shut that down fast and said that's exactly why they got hired in the first place. The maidwoman promised him a huge salary and even let her take some fresh vegetables home. Her sweet smile hit the room like a lock click, tender on the surface, unbreakable underneath. The workers' faces drained of color as they finally clocked just how massive the work really was. Mercia shoved Isagi into the workshop and seized the spotlight on the field herself. Right in front of the newcomers stretched an endless wall of towering corn, like the world just kept going forever. They froze on the spot, tools still clutched in their hands, staring in stunned silence. Rhodos rasped out a heavy breath, yanking his hat into place. Ragmund and Mercia were already tearing through massive cabbage heads like pros, getting the whole heavy haul before anyone could blink. Seeing those ripe apples lit up her face like Christmas, she could barely hold back her joy. Then suddenly she could barely drag her basket, trailing behind that unstoppable maid like hope was slipping away. Rhodos breezed past the exhausted knee, effortlessly hauling an entire box with him. Meanwhile, an eerie silence swallowed the whole house. Isagi crouched down and studied his seedlings with sharp focus, knowing they still needed more time to grow. Strawberries, apples, and bananas nailed it, and now he was ready to crank out brand new fruit varieties. The boy finally decided it was time to blow the doors off the workshop and expand it. He suddenly stuttered, like his words got caught in his throat. His eyes snapped to the window, where work was raging behind the glass. Mercia hauled the house and the workshop on top of it all, plus that massive farm. The work didn't stop for a single second. Ricardo wiped the sweat off his brow, bracing himself as the newest instructions hit his ears. Isagi felt a warm surge of emotion, thinking about how hard that girl had been pushing herself for him. The maid was already locked in, staring hard at that massive pumpkin and plotting how she'd plant grapes there. The boy decided to build something fresh, something that would actually change lives. Right nearby, a young plant was bursting up from its pot like it had someplace to be. A stack of blank sheets sat on the table, staring back like a waiting challenge. Isagi let out a soft stretch in the chair, finally dropping his shoulders after a brutal day of grinding on those drawings. Sunlight burst into the room like a wave, flooding every corner. He realized that the team's first working day had been pure hell, and he was determined to find a way to repay them. A wild spark of an idea flashed in the boy's eyes like a bolt of lightning. He dug up memories of the magical instrument designs he used to sketch back when he lived in that castle. He couldn't resist the thrill of what was coming, so he threw himself headfirst into the new development. Then he kept getting shut down, because they never had the materials they needed to make it happen. And just like that, he finally had everything he needed. No missing pieces, No more delays, nothing stopping him now. Isagi snapped open the blueprint of the world's very first magical blender. She stretched with a sweet little sigh, rolling her shoulders to chase away the stiffness that work had left behind. By evening, Ragmunta and Ricardo were so wiped out they could barely keep standing. Rhodos let out a rough, booming laugh, thrilled to his bones by the massive pile of vegetables he'd just harvested. An exhausted worker crumpled to the ground with a heavy thud, barely scraping out a breath. He leaned in and asked Nora, voice warm, if she was really okay. The girl stood there with her arms hanging low, clinging to what was left of her willpower just to keep going. And the idea of doing that kind of work every single day absolutely terrified her. Right then, Isagi burst out of the house, clutching something hidden under a cloth. With a grin blazing on his face, he proudly declared that he'd cooked up a special gift just for his workers. Everyone craned their necks, desperate to see what was coming. The boy ripped the cover off like it owed him answers. A strange device sat on the table, all glass panels shining bright. Test mixer number 1. The whole team traded confused looks, because they'd never heard that word before. Isagi leaned in with pure inspiration and laid it out. Down at the bottom, that magical fragment kicks the blades into a frantic, rapid spin. Mercia sprinted in just in time, slapping a tray of sliced fruits on the table like a lifesaver. She stood there, wide-eyed, as the boy hurled the ingredients into the glass bowl and poured in water like it was no big deal. The mixer roared to life, smashing the fruits into liquid in seconds, making the beast woman nearly go pale with shock. Isagi had to wrestle control back from the terrified knee and calm him down. Fresh juice burst into the glass in a wild, splashing stream. Isagi shot his arm out with a grin and yelled, "Here, take a look." With a dramatic flourish, he lifted a glass of fresh apple juice like it was a sacred toast. The workers blinked, rubbed their eyes, and still couldn't believe what they were seeing. Nora went first, taking a careful sip like she was bracing for trouble. And in the blink of an eye, all three of them snapped their eyes wide at that unreal flavor. Isagi leaned in, eyes narrowing with calm satisfaction. Exhausted and starving for relief, the workers gulped down every last drop like it might vanish. The boy slammed to a stop and cut them off, promising he'd handle it all and do even more. He rinsed the mixer, then poured in the milk like he meant business. The milk mixture poured into the glass in a thick, unstoppable stream. Within a minute, the table was stacked with full glasses of strawberry and banana drinks. Nora and Ragmund leaned in, eyes narrowed, and suspiciously sniffed at the new thing. Her pupils snapped smaller with pure, electric delight. A blinding flash ripped through her, as pure, incredible pleasure surged through her whole body. She broke into a blissful grin, like pure happiness flooded her from head to toe, and a sweet fragrance drifted in her wake. Ragmund completely froze, utterly stunned. He admitted that this wild juice hit him instantly, snapping back every ounce of strength he'd drained on the field. Fatigue evaporated like it never existed. Suddenly, the whole team was fired up and ready to push even harder, chasing a record-breaking harvest. Isagi couldn't stop grinning. Seeing that effect hit exactly like that made him genuinely happy. She was already grinning and loudly demanding her banana milk like it was owed to her. Mercia watched it all unfold with a soft smile, like she knew exactly what was coming. She bowed and praised her master's brilliant plan, like it was pure genius. A blinding white flash ripped through his thoughts. The maid, dead serious, claimed that luring the workers in with mouth-watering fruits so they don't bolt is peak battle strategy. Isagi let out a nervous laugh, because he hadn't even meant to use the keratin stick play in the first place. A blinding white background swallowed every inch of space. The table felt warm and welcoming, and the exhaustion from day one vanished like it never even happened. Mercia let out a quiet breath and dropped her gaze. Right out of nowhere, a brand new cup popped into existence right in front of her. Isagi flashed her a warm smile, then slid the drink he saved just for her straight into her hands. He pushed for one drink together first, then said they'd handle the rest. Mercia stared at him in total shock. They clinked their mugs together, sealing off that exhausting farm day on a perfect note. Isagi and Mercia took a hard look at their place, and their farm kept growing, step by step. The girl stepped forward and demanded they check on the crop's condition. A month and a half have barely gone by since the start, and with 5 assistants throwing their weight behind him, everything finally started turning around. They skidded to a stop right before the map of the whole area. The land was carved into sharp zones, vegetables here, medicine there, wheat beyond, and a massive fruit orchard sat near the village like a prize waiting to be claimed. The scale of it was absolutely unreal. The fields vanished past the horizon like they were swallowed by the distance. Isagi leaned back and admired the plantations at last. Now they'd fully blossomed into a real, thriving farm. Out of nowhere, a wild idea sparked in his brain. Mercia snapped her eyes open in total shock. The young man hunched over the gleaming copper bars and kicked his alchemy into motion. Just moments later, a metal horse clanked into view, ready to carry them across the territories. The girl lit up with genuine joy at this incredible invention. But Isagi suddenly stopped cold, like his brain just hit a wall. The horse's back was just missing, because they never had the materials to build it. Unease hit like a wave, and the room fell dead silent. To make it all work, they had to swallow their pride and cut a few hard deals. I had to take whatever got spat out. The half-golem surged ahead, scraping metal scraps across the ground until the air filled with a brutal screech. Mercia rode in the back seat, bouncing violently with every nasty jolt. The young man spun around, and there it was, the servant girl's cheeks blazing red with a deep, unmistakable blush. He barked, "Hold on tighter." She slipped her arms around him from behind, clinging to him like she'd been told to. Right then, a calm, contented purr cut through the silence, and Isagi immediately snapped. What was that? Mercia snapped her gaze away, and in that awkward silence, she cut him off mid-sentence like she couldn't say another word. The young man just shrugged to himself and swallowed his protest. The mechanical horse clanked through another rough stretch, rattling past the fields like it couldn't stop. Soon, they roared past towering piles of wooden crates. Farmer Rhodos stepped out to meet them head-on. He stormed in and greeted the hosts with a loud, fearless welcome. Isagi shot back that he was only scouting the area and told everyone, "Don't come near me. Don't disturb me." Giant greenhouses towered ahead, their bright green frames looming like a wall you couldn't ignore. It was a full-on magical crop factory, an entire complex built to grow food like magic. The young man swore that the gear inside could control the climate with flawless precision. He measured the ripe tomatoes, and then decided to rein in the plant's growth a little. His eyes snapped into sharp focus. Mercia couldn't help but quietly admire her master's razor-sharp skill. The moment Isagi asked again, she snapped away and instantly dodged the topic. The girl leaned in and urged him to head straight for the orchard. Suddenly, a panicked knee burst toward them. Something was seriously wrong in the garden. The riders snapped around in shock, like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Nee didn't stop to explain. She grabbed them and dragged them forward. Isagi's face snapped dark the moment the words hit. They just stood there, staring. Every watermelon in that field had been absolutely wrecked. Mercia's hands flew to her mouth as horror hit her like a punch. The battered fruits looked like they'd survived a brutal storm's rage. But this disaster wasn't from nature at all. She fought back tears. By evening, the field was still perfectly unbroken. Isagi snapped and demanded to know what was happening to the other fruits. Turns out the damage hit only this one spot. The young man let out a breath of relief, and Mercy sprinted over to soothe the guilty knee. She shot her head down in guilt, mumbling a confused apology to the hosts. Isagi got slammed with an order. Go collect the spoiled remnants first. Flies were already swarming above the shattered mess piled in those boxes. The alchemist snatched one of the fragments, then leaned in and studied it like it was hiding a secret. Claws had slashed deep grooves into the skin, and the marks stood out for all to see. Thick, monstrous animal paws stamped hard on the ground nearby. Mercia caught that predator stench in the air, proof hit like lightning. These things aren't human. Isagi snatched a tuft of black wool off the ground with his own hands. In a blink, a pack of feral black wolves tore into my vision. She stared in disbelief, because one single touch was all it took for him to read everything perfectly. The young man said he could read the heart of any material. Then the beasts roared down from the mountains, drawn by that sweet smell. The girls stiffened the moment they clocked it. This attack was about to strike again, the very same night. Mercia snapped. Predators always come back, because easy prey is never left alone. Right in the middle of the farm, a brutal brawl with motor monsters raged so hard it could have wiped out every last crop. Isagi barked at Nagi to instantly call in the guards to protect the territory. The girl snapped her head in agreement, then bolted straight to carry out the order. The alchemist snapped around and jerked his working golems into action. He barked a hard command. From this moment on, guarding the farm comes first, no exceptions. Right then and there, every single agricultural job got shut down. Isagi grabbed the reins and swung the horse toward the forest, determined to chase those tracks straight in. His leg dropped into the stirrup with total confidence. Mercia lunged in behind, quick and silent, like she planned it all along. Isagi's face went ice cold, his eyes blazing with ruthless resolve as he set out to wipe the threat out, right where it lived. He clutched the handle with all his might and yelled, "Hold on." Ni watched as the mechanical horse blasted forward, vanishing and tearing a mile-wide gap between them. They tore across the hills, eyes locked on the wolf tracks the whole time. And deep in the thicket, a massive black predator was already tearing forward at full speed. A massive shadow wolf loomed over the forest, swallowing the path and cutting off every way through. Isagi and Mercia froze solid, as an entire pack of predators closed in on them. The moment the young man saw it, his instincts screamed. This monster was deadly. Wolves closed in from every side, and he snapped at himself in his head for missing the fact that reinforcements were coming. He leaned in and quietly asked his companion, "Can you take the leader?" The girl admitted, straight to your face, that she was only half sure. Isagi feverishly mapped the play in his head. His magic could save the day, but those beasts wouldn't give him even one breath to cast. He stealthily started weaving a magical circle right behind his back. The young man snapped his arm up and threw himself in front of the girl, shielding her with his own body. Mercia surged forward and barked, "Flee now." Isagi snapped his grip onto her elbow. He wasn't backing down for a second. He got the whole insane picture clear as day, but he still couldn't walk away and leave her to be torn apart by monsters. The young man blurted out his refusal with sheer, desperate panic. Mercia snapped her eyes open in shock. He grabbed her shoulders hard and stared into her eyes without blinking. Blush exploded across her cheeks. Suddenly, the leader erupted into laughter, mocking the whole argument as pure foolishness. And that laugh lit a spark of hope in Isagi, because the beast clearly understood them, human words and all. The young man wasted no time and shot a deal straight into the air. The wolf curled its lip in a vicious sneer and absolutely refused to believe anyone would dare sit down and negotiate with monsters. The beast stalked toward him with sharp curiosity, and in that moment it gave him a fleeting shot at a real conversation. The beast's jaws were inches from snapping shut. The leader snapped, "If that proposal drags, I'm just going to gobble you too, both of you." Isagi didn't blink once, just looked them in the eye and calmly asked if they'd eaten the watermelons last night. He warned that once those raids hit, the harvest would vanish for good. The beast snorted with pure contempt, then vowed it would hunt down its next victim. Then the young man pulled his final trump card. He said only they, of all people, know how to grow those exact fruits. The wolf barked a nasty growl, snapping for answers like it couldn't wait any longer. Isagi shook his head, refusing to believe it. He swore he'd keep them overflowing with fresh fruit, if they'd do him just one favor in return. A tiny flock swooped in and became the fierce guardians of his farm. The leader erupted in a deafening roar that shook the whole place. A brutal gust of wind slammed through the crowd and nearly sent everyone tumbling off their feet. Mercia flinched in pure terror. The wolf let out a deep, ominous growl, warning that everything hinges on how you see it. Isagi grinned wide and basically dared the monsters to treat humans like livestock, feeding them non-stop until they churn out endless delicacies. The leader stared, utterly baffled by how wild and fearless that logic was. The young man flashed a sly wink and leaned in, like the farm wasn't done feeding him yet. He stared down the predator, waiting for it to make its move. The wolf pinned him with a crushing, unblinking stare. A tense, breath-stopping silence clung to the night forest. Suddenly, torch-wielding villagers and angry pitchforks burst out of the bushes like a nightmare. Lantern light blazed across their silhouettes, turning them into sharp, moving shadows. Crowds burst forward, grinning and cheering as they surged toward Isagi and Mercia. The young man let out a huge sigh of relief, then told them, "We're late because the golem horse broke down." The whole village let out a relieved cheer because everyone stayed safe. From the back of the crowd, someone finally blurted out, shaking with nerves, "Did you really manage to tame those predators?" Isagi gulped hard, replaying the raw pressure of those negotiations like it was still burning in his chest. Panic exploded in him as he begged everyone to back off. No one was allowed to touch those animals. Next to it, a paw came crashing down with bone-jarring force. Right from behind the young man, the leader's giant face burst into view, and the villagers erupted into screams of pure terror. The beast signed the deal, then warned it would come for payback if hunger struck, and Isagi just grinned, promising the tastiest harvest and enough to fill everyone up. The villagers gawked at him in pure disbelief, because there was no way he just signed a contract with a monster. Isagi shot everyone a confident smile, telling them they could finally stop fearing the next attack. With a tired sigh, he shrugged off his cloak and finally let himself exhale in peace. A massive wolf shoved itself off the ground right beside him, ripping free with a thunderous shake. The young man pushed to revisit every single responsibility. Again, this time with real focus. The beast flat out repeated it, dead steady. "You're the farm's night guards, trade your sleep for food." Mercia swore the pack would feast in a real celebration, once every 5 days. The leader flashed a smug grin, totally blown away by how far the people had pushed their farms. Then Isagi laid down rock-solid rules, so everyone could coexist without chaos. The wolf narrowed its eyes, sizing him up like something was off. That young man blew the stop sign on attacking anyone, no wrecking crops, and even demanded they guard the workers from the other monsters. The leader shot back that they only cared about land, nothing else, not even the lives of other people. Isagi calmly explained it like this: "No workers, no harvest, and that means everyone is part of one giant, unstoppable farm machine." The wolf finally admitted he was right, but he still wouldn't promise he could protect you, no, not a full 100%. Isagi broke into a real heartfelt smile, and for him, that was all he needed. The beast snorted like it was trying to smooth things over. The leader barked the order, "Out now, men." From the shadows, the pack burst into existence, then froze, eyes locked on the leader's order to never shatter the pack. Mercia pushed for a comeback to the village, then ordered everyone to breathe, calm down, and let the panic die. But the impatient leader slammed the moment to a stop and barked, reminding everyone that the real priority was the watermelons. Isagi didn't hesitate. He immediately agreed to take them straight to the field. Beneath the full moon's glow, the young man hauled out the first ripe watermelon from the flock. With a cheerful grin, he suggested they slice him up, while the little wolves drooled with barely contained impatience. Still banished from the palace, Isagi kept hammering away at his dream farm right on the border, while his childhood assistants never left his side. Ever since the plantation got guarded by those crawlers, total silence and steady, unshakable calm settled over the place. Nearly 30 black wolves now prowled the territory, patrolling like a pack of fury to make up for every bite of damage those wild boars left behind. Within days, the locals stopped panicking, so the terrifying predators became just another thing they'd calmly reach out and pet. For the demon wolves, living in tune with nature was the whole deal, so people snapped out of their fear fast. With that help finally in his corner, Isagi was able to lock in and pour everything he had into his own research. Now, most of his days are buried underground. The young man leaned in and inspected his secret beds like they were hiding a clue. He painstakingly wrote down every result from those experiments. Isagi raced down the winding staircase, dropping even deeper into the depths. A blazing light poured out from that open door, like it was daring anyone to step closer. It was a hidden experimental farm, packed wall-to-wall with stacked shelves of fresh shoots. To crank up the yield, he had to grab precise data first, no guessing. They piled up special magical tools that drank in the sunlight, and softly bathed the seedlings in their pots in a warm glow. He remembered Mercia's warning. If those cultures weren't finished, they could explode into something totally unpredictable. That broccoli proved way too unstable. It sucked all the life out of the soil and left nothing but bland flavor in its wake. The citrus trees nearby looked way healthier and brighter than before. The young man let out a heavy sigh, wrestling with the terrifying thought of giving up mass production for good. He pressed his palm against an invisible magical barrier. The protection shattered away, and suddenly the path opened straight into lush, luxurious grapevines. Those heavy clusters burst with juicy goodness, and they looked absolutely flawless. Isagi popped a berry into his mouth and immediately sized up the flavor. Once again, fertility and flavor didn't match up at all. He dropped his head, crushed and disappointed. But he wouldn't quit, not even when Mercia just sat there, watching him in silence. He swore he'd grow the sweetest grapes on earth just for her, like a thank you for every bit of help she gave him. Then right behind him, there was a sudden, spine-tingling rustle. The young man snapped around in panic the second he heard his assistant's voice. Mercia's calm voice cut through the room, and he awkwardly ducked behind the shelf to hide. The girl calmly realized, right away, that he'd be in the basement and she went hunting for him. Mercia frowned hard, then snapped at him for pushing himself to work nonstop. For the past 2 weeks, Isagi never once left the workshop. She let out a deep, heavy sigh that felt like it carried the whole weight of the world. If he keeps burning himself out like this, he's going to get sick for sure. She simply smiled, warm and real, and you could feel her true concern in every wordless second. He scratched his head, wrestled with himself for a second, and then finally snapped. He'd take a real day off. Mercia gave a small, confident nod. Seriously, Isagi had zero clue what people normally do on weekends. Without wasting a second, the girl blurted out that they should set up a picnic right in that gorgeous flower garden nearby. She beamed and hoisted the huge woven basket, because the meal was already waiting, warm and ready. Mercia also pulled off the impossible, getting every other farm employee to come along too. Suddenly, a wet black nose pushed into the frame like it owned the whole scene. A massive crawler hovered right over them, silent as death, sniffing at their faces like it was hunting. The beast declared it wasn't just hanging around anymore. It wanted to earn its spot as a real, full-fledged employee and go on a picnic too. Isagi stared him down, shocked to realize he had no choice but to say yes. The sky blazed with sunlight, bright and crystal clear, like the world couldn't stop showing off. A happy bunch took off down the road. Isagi, Mercia, a crew of workers, and even a whole pack of wolves trailing right behind. They charged across a little stone bridge. The girl skidded to a stop on the hill and pointed straight at the destination. Isagi's eyes widened. Then he opened his mouth in sheer shock. The wind whipped through the air and launched hundreds of fragile petals into a wild, glittering swirl. Ahead of them yawned an endless glade, blanketed in bright flowers so thick they seemed to glow. The boy had no clue that breathtaking beauty was lurking right near his village. Mercia tiptoed through the tall grass and set the basket of food down with careful hands. She stared at the alchemist with soft eyes, while he stood frozen, completely hypnotized by the plants. Isagi leaned in, wondering out loud about the flowers he'd never seen before, and someone asked him to name them. He admitted he could identify their chemical makeup, but he couldn't name the usual ones. The young man dropped into a crouch and asked, right there, if he could grab a few. A tangled alchemical circle erupted to life on his palm, flaring bright like a warning fire. He deftly turned simple ingredients into magic, dyeing the Gankania blue with expert precision. With a bright, warm grin, Isagi shoved his creation into Mercia's hands, leaving her completely stunned. A long, painfully awkward silence stretched out in the air. The boy's panic hit like a wave, and he blurted out apologies in a daze, convinced he'd somehow messed up. A scorching blush flooded his cheeks as the truth of his own awkwardness hit him hard. Mercia's condition crumbled fast, and she swallowed the gift with a wary, trembling caution. She told me that this flower carries a secret message when you hand it to the opposite sex. When Asagi asked, the girl just winked playfully at him, like she was letting him in on a secret. Right when the tension peaked, a hungry wolf barged in out of nowhere, shattering the awkward moment. Mercia clutched the flower to her chest with white-knuckle stubbornness, refusing to hand it back to the poor, baffled young man. A massive, crawling shadow filled the air around them, and it finally snapped, demanding lunch right then. Isagi grabbed the moment with both hands, thrilled to finally shove the conversation in a new direction. He hurried and flung a huge, checkered blanket across the grass, under the shelter of a towering tree. Mercia cracked open the basket and declared the day's star: sandwiches. Inside sat a towering mountain of perfectly sliced sandwiches, stacked so neatly it looked unreal. The beast snapped its teeth with raging impatience, demanding its portion right now. Isagi shot his hand out, snatched a knife, and cut the meal in an instant. That filling looked so mouth-watering, it practically dared him to take a bite. The boy and the wolf lunged into their food at the exact same time. Thick ham crunched into your teeth, the crispy salad snapped, and those sweet tomatoes burst with flavor, like heaven just hit your mouth. The girl beamed and bragged that this flavor was born from the vegetables he personally grew. They chewed so fast it crackled in their ears like tiny explosions. Out of nowhere, the wolf leaned in and demanded, "Do you've got sandwiches with watermelon?" Isagi nearly got knocked off his feet, just from imagining that bizarre mix. But Mercia suddenly dropped the bombshell. Yep, it had those ready too. She pulled out a spread of sweet watermelon and yogurt sandwiches, then brought out the classic savory ones piled high with cheese salad. The crawler drooled, and Isagi, of all people, actually admitted it sounded shockingly delicious. The wolf snatched the treat right from the young man's hands and gulped it down like it couldn't wait another second. Isagi took a bite too, and that sharp little tang of yogurt hit his taste buds like a wind. The predator stretched out in the grass, purring with delight as it blared its thanks to the girl for her lunch. That sudden bite yanked Isagi straight back to his old memories, the royal palace chef included. Mercia sat quietly at the very edge of the blanket, holding herself small as if she didn't want to take up space. The beast finally admitted it. The alchemically enhanced watermelon was the real star of the whole ordeal. But Isagi shot that idea down. Only Mercia could have whipped up a culinary masterpiece like that. Joy and pride lit up her face like a roaring sunrise. They dug back into their lunch, warm and cozy as the whole world felt safe for a moment. It was finally their first real day off in ages. Out of nowhere, a joyful shout ripped through the distance like a burst of sunshine. Farmhands were sprinting for their lives all around him. Isagi couldn't believe it. Somehow they blasted through all the morning work in record time. Mercia grinned and suggested they spread the blanket wider, so there'd be room for absolutely everyone. Beneath the towering tree, a real family huddled together. This farm wasn't just a place anymore, it was home. Coney, the young beast girl, beams as she hugs her favorite hat tight. Covered carts roll into the yard, inching toward the wonderful trading chamber like they've got secrets to unload. Isagi and Kanya break out the warmest welcome, greeting every guest who's just rolled in for the fresh harvest. Isagi motions toward the boxed goods stacked and ready to be shipped. Kanya beams with pride, pouring her heart into every single thing she makes. Clad in crisp uniforms, the workers break into bright, happy cheers and rush to their jobs. The hustle kicks in fast. Loaders slam the carts full of goods in no time. Suddenly, Kanya's eyes go wide. His whole body locks up like he's been hit with a jolt. Isagi snaps his head over right away and blurts, voice shaking, "What happened?" The girl jabbed a finger out into the far distance, and the memory of the demons that guard these lands hit her like a jolt. With giant wolves looming on the horizon, Kanya can't hold back. He eagerly begs them to call. Isagi shoots his hand up and shouts for the guards. A majestic black wolf creeps in toward them, step by silent step. Kania locks eyes with Isagi, pleading hard, begging him to let her reach out and touch the beast. With her permission secured, she beams and sinks her hands deep into the thick fur. Suddenly, the wolf snaps sideways in a sharp burst of movement. Click, his jaws snapped shut on something flying through the air. Kania yelps in pure horror, clutching her head, because that's her precious favorite hat. She shrieks in rage and rockets after the thief, not letting them get away. The chase kicks off. One snarling wolf rockets off with the trophy, furious Kania blasts after it, and Isagi can only stare, completely shell-shocked. The beast is surging forward at breakneck speed, and it's only getting faster. But Kania refuses to lag. He rockets forward and nearly snatches the fugitive in that jump. Her fingers plunge into the black fur. She lunges forward and snatches the wolf with pure desperation. Out of nowhere, the beast slams on the brakes and boldly declares, "You won't catch me that easily." The pony drops to its knees, completely dumbstruck, because the wolf just talked. Isagi lunges into the line of fire, throwing his own body in front of her to protect her. The wolf lunges, bares razor fangs, and clamps down on a crumpled hat like it's the last thing it'll ever get. In the blink of an eye, Kania launches a wild leap straight at the beast. She clamps her arms around his neck and yells, "Got you. What the hell do you think you're doing? Let go." The shocked wolf yelps, twisting and yanking, but the girl refuses to let go. He lets out helpless moans, trapped by her dead grip, unable to move an inch. In the end, the wolf finally caves and hands over the trophy, just to shut her up before those screams drive him insane. Nair tipped her cap into place, grinning so wide it looked like she owned the whole moment. The fingers snapped, sharp, loud, and like a spark flying through the air. While the workers wrestled heavy boxes onto the truck, the girl suddenly shouted at Isagi. She tossed out the idea to jack the trade volume up to 1.5 times, and the guy just stared, stunned. He just let out a weary sigh. Right now, there's no way to do it because there aren't enough carts and there's simply no space left. "Tell me, do you've got extra harvest stacked up?" she demanded right to your face. Isagi slumped in despair and grabbed his head. He'd grown so many fruits for research that the warehouses were already overflowing. Then Nair hit on a wild plan. He'd head straight to the city and sell every last thing there. Seeing his face light up with shock, she grinned and clutched her fists. Good news. It was just a single day's journey to the nearest place. Meet Milan, this buzzing trading settlement where you can pay for a prime spot in the open market. A flicker of hope lit up the boy's eyes, because this is the exact moment to pitch the goods and cash in. Nair leaned in, practically vibrating with excitement. "Then watch this. If this is your harvest, it'll burst into the wind in a flash," she said, flashing a confident wink. "Glad I could help," Nair grinned, and Isagi shot back, vowing to sell every last thing as fast as humanly possible. A quiet rural street, so still it feels like the whole town is holding its breath. Isagi already told Mercia, his loyal maid, the brand new plan. That girl was genuinely thrilled for the trip, already picturing herself stocking up on more stuff for the home. Suddenly, Nair burst in and demanded you take her with you. Mercia narrowed her eyes and demanded, fast and furious, that they explain everything. Nair strutted like she owned the sky, and declared that only she had the power to elevate their incredible harvest. Nair grinned and casually said she just wants to hit the city for fun sometimes, and Mercia shot her a suspicious look, demanding the real reason. An awkward silence crashed down. She only flashed a confused little smile, stuck under the maid's intense, watchful stare. But Isagi caught her instantly. She gasped in total shock, realizing she'd walked straight into his trap. Mercia let out a deep, heavy sigh that felt like it weighed a ton. Nair puffed out her cheeks in offense, then blurted her defense. She just had to escape the village, because this wasn't playtime, it was business. The boy and the maid shot her a silent, skeptical look, like they didn't buy a word. In the end, Isagi caved and teamed up in a trio, and Nair erupted in a victory shout. She beamed and sprinted to grab her things, kicking up a storm of dust as she tore down the road. A little later, while everyone was waiting to leave, one of the workers leaned in and asked Isagi if he was choosing Nair just because they'd been childhood friends. Not at all, the boy flashed a warm, confident smile. He told her that him and Mercia would go all in on sales. No distractions, just results. Nair's getting full trust to take on client work, and the girl instantly shot her hand up, yelling she's ready. Right in front of them stood Nair, rocking a fresh, stylish urban look, and grinning like she knew a good time was about to hit. Isagi and Mercia just froze in shock, and the maid calmly dropped the bombshell. "You've changed." Nair winked and said, "Yep, this is totally my city outing outfit." "Look, I'm stuck at work," she snapped, eyes narrowing. "So, Mercier, why not wear something nice for once?" That bored cat girl muttered about the same old routine and started badgering Mercia to dress up in something that actually looked good. Isagi grinned and pitched the golem horses. No wasting time. So they'd roll in and back within 3 hours, with daylight still on their side. The second someone brought up those mechanical steeds, Mercia went deathly pale and clapped a hand over her mouth, horror stealing every breath. The cat girl was already gripping the iron horse's neck with pure joy. Thrilled everyone finally had their own ride. "3 of them, maybe even one for me too," she cheered, while Mercia stayed frozen in silence. Isagi beamed and said, "Good news, nobody's getting forced to team up anymore, because he just secured the materials." Isagi clocked the maid's mounting tension and shot a worried question, demanding to know what had happened. She dryly snapped, "Everything's fine," like that lie could silence the whole storm. Mercia slumped in the saddle with a look like she'd already lost, while Isagi, way too trusting, figured she just hated the golem's design. Iron horses tore across the steppe, smashing through the rough terrain at breakneck speed. Before long, towering spires from a colossal city clawed their way into the horizon. The hooves roared as the riders careened, no stopping them now, charging straight for the city gate. The 3 riders tore across the road and burst up to the towering walls in a blink. They poured through the towering stone gate non-stop, crowd after crowd sweeping forward like a living wave. The second they halted, Mercia launched off the back of that hated golem without wasting a beat. Life hit the streets like thunder, loud, non-stop and buzzing with energy. The cat girl spun around with pure delight, then jabbed her finger in shock at the bespectacled elf. Isagi stared in shock at the sheer magnitude of Milna. Before them, a massive street unfurled, lined with gorgeous stone buildings that screamed wealth. Tight alleys vanished into darkness beneath looming balconies. Right by the shop, the horned merchant calmly counted every coin like he had all the time in the world. The cat girl leaned in and asked Isagi if he'd stepped into this place for the very first time. The boy told me, "Last time I only swapped to a different carriage. I never actually got to see the city itself." Your friend lit up and happily suggested we take a slow, easy walk today. Isagi nodded. She dashed off for a little fun, but the guy snapped her back. "Nope. First we sell the supplies and rake in the money." While they were trading words, Mercia silently stared at the display trapped behind the glass. The cat girl froze, eyes wide and glowing, staring at the jewelry store window like it was calling her name. His eyes raked across the carved frame. Silence. Later, while she steadied a mountain of bowls, the boy spun a ball in his hand and relived that moment. He straight up asked if she liked it, and she totally freaked out, flailing her hands like crazy, denying it all at once. She kept twisting a strand of hair around her finger, and he could instantly tell she was awful at hiding what she really felt. Wooden wall. Gazing over the city rooftops, he swore to himself that as soon as work ended, he'd rush out and buy her the perfect gift. And there it was, a robot waiting in the middle of a packed, roaring marketplace. The boy tossed coins at the gray-bearded old man, securing the prime spot they needed to set up their shop. "All right, let's dig into the good stuff, because I'm finally ready to set up shop," Nair chirped, then dove straight into work. At last, he let out a breath of relief and swept his eyes over the fruit stalls, all perfectly set and ready. Suddenly, their short-haired cat girl snapped, clenched her fists, and hissed that the product looked downright disgusting. But our fruits are seriously the best, Isagi blurted, totally stunned. Exactly. And come on, isn't that obvious? She let out a heavy sigh, her disappointment hitting like a wave. She lifted a finger and cut through it all. People walking by have zero clue how top-tier those fruits really are. The boy practically jolted with that realization, while the maid just nodded, completely lost. But wait, how do you actually pull this off? Everyone stared at the plain boxes of apples like they were hiding something big. The girl suddenly leaned over the counter and pitched fresh juices too, and the boy lit up, remembering his blender like it was calling his name. Then she flashed a sly wink, teasing you with the promise of how good that packaging looks. The maid's eyes lit up. She had a whole mountain of woven village baskets, and they were stacked tight, ready for grapes. In a blink they were beaming over that flawless fruit display, already lining it up for sale. 3 silver coins total. The boy beamed and shouted that she was a genius, because now the fruits looked like the perfect souvenir. With the baskets and blender in hand, the whole trio stood tall behind the counter, grinning as they waited for the first customers to roll in. The alchemist Isagi and his loyal maid burst into the borderlands to open their very own shop. To cash in on their juicy fortune, they hauled up a tent right in the non-stop market of Manhwa. The boy stared at the stacked baskets, gulped hard, and held his breath, waiting for the first customers to finally arrive. A woman drifted up to the counter, then quietly asked, "How much is it?" The dark-haired maid smiled bright as she named the price, 3 silver coins, and the buyer snapped his head up and agreed on the spot. All three bowed hard in relief as she finally walked away. Isagi froze in pure, jaw-dropping shock. Nair, the short-haired assistant, flashed a cocky wink at their fast sale. Then, out of nowhere, a grim, mustached man stepped into their view. The man narrowed his eyes at the basket like something was off, because there was no way he could figure out how fresh strawberries ended up on that counter, this time of year. The boy puffed up with pride and swore their fruits were always flawless. Then, when they pressed him with why, he just smirked mysteriously. He pressed a finger to his lips, winked and teased, "It's a secret." His client's reply lit a fuse under him. He instantly sensed a lie, and that suspicion left the young man humiliated. Vusen frowned hard and demanded, without hesitation, to taste test the product himself. The maid beamed as she handed him a bowl of free berries, and the second he took a bite, he screamed at full volume. Those berries were so sweet they blew his mind. Nair didn't waste a second. He grabbed a glass of fresh juice and slid it over, promising to double the pleasure. Those thrilled screams pulled a crowd in instantly, and the orders started flooding in over the counter. Suddenly, it hit like a freight train. The hosts had to wrestle the crowd back, grabbing folks and lining them up fast. Right by the entrance, someone slapped up a menu board in a hurry. Nair only managed to roll in fresh baskets of fruit, smiling like it could cover everything. The maid calmly squeezed liters of juice, one steady bottle at a time. Isagi could barely stay upright, crushed beneath towering stacks of empty containers. The goods kept piling in like a flood, and the trail to their tent showed no sign of slowing down. At last, the final boxes are completely empty. Every last one is gone. The maid wiped the sweat off her forehead, stunned by the insane rush, while the worn-out boy let out a relieved laugh, savoring every last bit of what was left. Suddenly, he snapped his head up like something had just screamed his name. With the final stretch over, it's time to leave all that behind and head home. Nair grinned, winked, and told her friends to kick back and relax. Then Isagi shut it down cold, refusing to let her be alone. Ignoring every objection, the girl drove her hands into his back and violently shoved him out of the tent. The fiery Mercia snapped at Isagi, snarling, "Let me go alone, I'm shopping," and her anger crackled the whole time. She shoved the clueless boy in the back, impatient as hell, like, "Move." Isagi vowed to grab a souvenir for Nair as a thank you, and the maid's face went bright red with awkward embarrassment. A sly grin burst across Mercia's face. Stretching like sunshine, she beamed and promised she'd wait right there for the gift. As soon as they were finally alone, Nair leaned in and pushed for one move first. "Let's hit the spice shop." Over the entrance, a gigantic sign loomed, engraved with a fierce portrait of a chef. The moment they stepped over the threshold, a warm greeting boomed from deep inside the hall, like it had been waiting for them. Isagi leaned in, eyes wide, and started poking through the shelves, because most of the spices around town were finally revealing themselves to him. Nair demanded half a kilo of salt and sugar, and the horned shopkeeper just shrugged and threw out the price: 2 gold for the salt, 3 gold for the sugar. The boy's eyes went wide like they were about to pop from his skull, staring at those mind-blowing numbers. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, locking onto something he didn't like. His gaze snagged on the dirt in the bag, and instantly his mind lit up with worries. Filthy salt-field grime and the dusty mess from long, brutal transport. The maid shot a panicked look and asked if something terrible had happened. Isagi squinted at the product and realized something was seriously off. There were way too many impurities mixed in. Kramer pressed a trembling hand to his chest, swearing with guilty breath that trash always sneaks in on the way. The boy grinned and pushed to clear the goods, then yanked off his glove on the spot, leaving the seller utterly stunned and lost. A blinding magical sphere detonated above the torn-open bag. Black dirt blasted into the air, ripping away from the white crystals the second it struck. The seller nearly dropped dead, staring in pure shock at the salt so spotless it looked impossible. Isagi shrugged it off like it was no big deal. Just plain old alchemy, nothing special. Steadying himself, the merchant lunged forward and urgently told the boy to step aside, just for a moment. Within a minute, the ecstatic owner couldn't stop thanking him. Isagi had wiped out his entire stock. Heavy bags hit the ground with a heavy, dull thud. As the heroes stepped out onto the street, the shopkeeper bowed so deeply it felt like goodbye from a legend. Isagi grinned after their help. Boom. They got 30 kilograms of top-grade salt for free, and it saved them a ton of money. The boy thanked the grateful merchant and politely refused his invitation, saying he already had too much farm work to deal with. Nair was already rattling off the next shopping stops when that guy abruptly spun around. He froze dead in his tracks. 2 flawlessly dressed ladies stood shoulder to shoulder beside the sparkling display window, like they owned the whole street. Their dresses and hats practically blazed with pure wealth. Nair leaned in, following Isaga's stare like he was about to witness something huge. Chasing that promised souvenir for Mercia, she hesitated, then quietly suggested they come back here another time. But the boy grinned so wide it practically lit up his face. Seriously, isn't this the best part of shopping? The maid just stood there, utterly stunned, because the waste was pure, fearless determination. In the next heartbeat, they were already inside the elite jewelry salon, and Isaga's eyes practically sparked with pure excitement. Isagi stood there, jaw dropped, watching that enchanted ore turn into flowers and tiny animals in the blink of an eye through the window. He fired up Mercia with pure, contagious enthusiasm. The local masters poured their soul into it, snakes and griffins everywhere, and it looked nothing like the Empire's usual style. The boy beamed and called out to the maid, thrilled as can be. Her eyes locked onto the shining magical butterfly pin, like it was pulling her in. The girl snapped, completely lost touch with reality. Isagi flashed a warm smile and softly said, "This ornament will fit you perfectly." Mercia blushed, glanced aside, and quietly suggested they move on. She nudged him to try again, but Isagi kept reassuring her that the decoration would look absolutely amazing on her. The boy hurriedly apologized for keeping everyone waiting, but he didn't drop his secret plan for a second. He stepped outside and clenched his jaw, ready to buy it. No more waiting. Right near the market stall, a shocked gasp cut through the air. Their acquaintance, Nair, lay sprawled on the table, utterly helpless after the sale. A pack of beefy beastmen broke apart in roaring laughter after that huge feast, and it was so brutal it nearly sent the poor girl straight to her grave. Isagi genuinely thanked her for everything she'd been busting her tail for. Nair's ears snapped up right away, and she blurted out hopeful, "Did you bring my promised souvenir?" Mercia beamed and thrust a bottle of her favorite wine into her hands. The girl hugged her gift with pure joy, but right then Isaga's face went ghost-white. He'd completely forgotten all about his treat, but he snapped out of it instantly. The boy solemnly thrust a bag into Nair's hands, swearing it was packed with top-tier salt and sugar. The girl just stood there, staring at two plain bags like they held the answer to everything. A cold, smart decision. Zero romance, no softness, just pure practicality. The trio tore down a dusty dirt road, vanishing from the city behind them. With their hearts full of dread and hope, they finally waved goodbye and tore away from the village. Isagi waved goodbye to Mercia, replaying that mouth-watering dinner in his mind. After a day that wiped her out completely, she insisted there was only one cure, a big, hearty meal. And she stood her ground, warning the host not to mess up his part of the job. Isagi got stuck alone in his room, with nothing but the silence staring back. He ripped something out of his bag without hesitation, but there's still one case left hanging, unfinished and screaming for answers. A blazing magical circle snapped to life above his hand, flooding the air with fierce light. The boy shut his eyes tight, bracing himself for the moment he'd reshape the material. The spell obediently surged forward, melting the crystal until it finally released those delicate metal leaves. Isagi hunched over the sapphire, carving every tiny facet with fierce focus to forge a brand new piece of jewelry. Sunlight blazed off the mansion's roof like a flash of fire. A sudden knock ripped him away from his work, and Mercia, the maid, called out that dinner was ready. With permission granted, she swallowed her nerves and stepped into the room, shaking with hesitation. The boy snapped around, nerves blazing, and blurted that she'd shown up right on time. The girl's body locked up. She froze from sheer shock. Isagi slid over an elegant pin, studded with a dazzling, shining stone. Mercia's eyes popped open, and real awe lit up her face. She swallowed her nerves, asked if it was a gift, and the person answered with a confident nod. His face flushed hard. He rubbed the back of his neck, and finally confessed that he wanted to thank her for looking after him every single day. Isagi carefully held out the ornament on his open palm, like he was offering a secret to the world. Mercia dropped her eyes, like she couldn't face what was coming. Her fingers slid the pin free from his hands with careful, steady intent. With a warm blush and a bright smile, she softly told him there was nothing at all he needed to thank her for. Blushing hard, she couldn't wait. She slipped the gift on immediately. The girl snapped her eyes shut and lifted both hands up to her hair. A glowing flower drifted down softly onto the dark strand. Mercia swallowed her nerves and slowly lifted her eyes, praying he'd finally react. Isagi's face lit up, and he blurted out with total sincerity that the decoration fit her black hair perfectly. The girl almost yelped on the spot from how blunt and direct that compliment was. She clapped a hand over her flaming cheeks, utterly stunned. Fingers clamped down on the dress collar, gripping it like she needed to hold on tight. A warm, grateful smile burst across her face like the lights just turned on. Beneath a sky full of stars, her endlessly heartfelt "thank you" rang out like it would never fade. The tale of a freed alchemist and her border farm was exploding into motion, one thrilling step at a time. Meanwhile, storm clouds churned over the towers of the Rimulu's castle. Prince Weiss slammed his palm on the table and tore into the new production plans, because they were nowhere close to Isagi's research. One of his subordinates swallowed their pride and quietly apologized for the failure. Old Garia stood before the prince, bowing so low his head dipped in humble submission. Weiss snapped coldly for a more effective plan, and he flinched, then hurried to agree. Suddenly, the door blasted open, and a messenger barreled into the room with a report so urgent it felt like it was burning in his hands. "Later," Garius barked, pure rage burning at the nerve of it. The old man's face contorted in pure, blazing rage. The prince stayed perfectly calm as he waved the visitor inside. Weiss snapped his eyes to the messenger, because the moment they tried to barge into his chambers, he knew they made the biggest mistake of their life. The messenger burst in saying complaints were already flooding every department, and Garius stared in shock. Garius ground his teeth in frustration, completely baffled by how everything spiraled this far out of control. The messenger shot back that the repairs had ground to a halt, same as before, since Garius himself ordered it. So right now, they had no choice but to bet everything on Isagi. The prince and the old man strode down the corridor, step by step, like the walls were holding their breath. Weiss loomed over her subordinate and cut in with an ice-cold voice. Bringing Isagi back is way easier than finding someone to replace him. The old man squeezed his fist so hard it trembled, rage burning in his chest at some nobody commoner. The messenger jittered on the spot, shifting weight from one foot to the other, like he couldn't even trust his own nerves. Then what? Garius snarled at him again. The boy unrolled the scroll with shaking hands and warned, voice trembling, that another dangerous trouble was about to strike. A few days later, the farm felt like a whole different world. Nora burst into excitement, shouting that the traders for the harvest had finally rolled up to the farm. Isagi sat at the table, and the moment he heard footsteps he snapped, "Nora." With Mercia nowhere in sight, the boy snapped and decided to handle everything himself. News about Milna's insane winds tore through the air, and the guests came stampeding to the farm. First, a sharp, respectable merchant rolled in wearing a monocle. A herdsman stormed into view, hauling a heavy, fully loaded ox right behind him. Even those wandering elves couldn't ignore this place. Suddenly, the air got ripped open by the sharp whistle of someone's lightning-fast lunge. A brutal gust of wind slammed into me, and my straw hat almost flew right off my head. Mercia barreled past a stunned Isagi in a full-throttle blur, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. The girl snapped to a stop, wheezing from the rush, and blurted that she'd take the traders on herself, because she knew every secret of the farm better than anyone. Isagi kept scratching his head, because work was piling on Mercia by the second, and the pressure was getting unbearable. He fretted over a way to ease her load, and then went to Nora for advice. He asked Nora how to deal with the merchants better, but she stalled, eyes clouded with pure confusion. The trouble was brutal. Clients kept showing up for them, but the farm had zero way to take them in. Suddenly, Nora's realization hit like lightning, and she blurted out in pure joy. She pitched the idea of making a whole separate section, just for the harvest exhibition. A real store where everyone can spot the product all at once. Isagi's mind lit up instantly with a sudden, wild hunch. He grinned and said they had to talk about this with Mercia, right now. Nora pushed for a break room upgrade and a better area layout for the employees. She paused just for a heartbeat before deciding to move. Then she clenched her fists hard and demanded the controls, because she can count like a miracle. Isagi flashed a warm smile and vowed he'd propose her candidacy. The girl blossomed with pure, overflowing gratitude. The boy flashed a quick wave goodbye, then vanished back into his head, wrestling with thoughts of construction. As soon as Mercia crossed the threshold, he snapped, demanding to know how the negotiations turned out. The girl tensed up and anxiously fidgeted with her collar. Isagi suddenly felt awful and asked what on earth was going wrong. Mercia let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Across many regions, a nasty crop failure has erupted, and pests are the ones wreaking havoc on the fields. The boy snapped still, stunned to the core. He shot a grim question. Did the same madness hit the neighboring villages too? After all, their farm sat in eerie, perfect calm, like nothing could ever go wrong. Mercia nodded, and their fertilizers plus the fresh crops saved the entire harvest. She warned that as prices keep climbing, a massive wave of traders is about to flood in here. And the guy instantly snapped the whole puzzle into place. Isagi snapped her name like a command, cutting through the air. Mercia just stood there, totally stunned, like her whole world went silent. The moment she heard about the point of sale, her excitement shot through the roof. She instantly started freaking out about the weight on her master, but he snapped and told her, "Don't worry." He slowly slid a hand into his bosom. A bold, confident grin stretched across his face. The boy snapped open the blueprint he'd finally finished. He broke it all down in detail. Here, people won't just buy the harvest. They'll kick back, taste it right on the spot, and really enjoy the whole experience. Isaga's burning eyes stabbed the drawings as he eagerly mapped out the future warehouses. And the staff rooms, too. The maid clocked his intense fascination and beamed, like she could already tell he was fully hooked on the idea. The boy said, like it was his sweetest dream, that he wants every single person on the farm to live easy and happy. Once they grasped the plan, everyone nodded in total agreement and headed straight to their father to get permission. Later, they piled into the room and pored over the sketches for the future buildings, hunting every detail like it mattered. Those massive drawings sent the Beast People into a wild, stormy frenzy. While the assistants strained under the weight of massive wooden beams, Isagi stepped up and snapped open a magic circle like it was nothing. The boards ripped upward into the air in a sudden blast. The whole team went silent, staring in shock, totally frozen where they stood. Timbers thundered and locked together, each piece snapping into place on its own to build the frame. In the blink of an eye, a stunning two-story mansion sprouted right out of empty space. While Isagi calmly grabbed a snack from the maid, the others panicked and begged to be let inside. The guests stepped past the threshold, and they froze in total awe at the enormous hall packed wall-to-wall with barrels. The rabbit girl just froze, staring in spellbound silence at shelf after shelf stretching on forever. The massive ceiling above them towered like a monument, and it seriously blew everyone away. The cat girl sprang onto the platform with a grin and pitched the idea of turning this spot into a full-on relaxation area. The young man nodded, and right in that instant, a massive plush sofa popped out of thin air. She collapsed onto him on the spot and blurted without hesitation that this was it. She'd live here from now on, no questions asked. Meanwhile, the dark-haired maid leaned in, scanning every tiny detail with intense curiosity. She softly reached out and pressed her fingers to the long pole. Isagi told everyone he was about to open a brand new juice-tasting spot right here, turning the farm's products into a can't-miss crowd favorite. A sudden spark ignited in the maid's mind. Her eyes flew wide with shock, then it hit her instantly. His idea had massive business gold written all over it, and the young man couldn't slow down one bit. Fists clenched, joy burning in him as he mapped out his dream to turn that shop into a real restaurant one day. Mercia tightened her fists, grinning for real because her dreams were finally landing in her lap. Suddenly, her ear snapped with a sharp, twitchy twitch. Outside, a deep rumble of wheels kept crashing closer, louder and louder with every second. Isagi let out a tired sigh, and the maid jerked her chin at the door. Clients had shown up again. The trading company's carts screeched to a halt at the fence, covered tight like they were about to hide a secret. The second Mercia spotted Kanya and his partner, fear hit her like a punch. She clapped a hand over her mouth, trying to stop herself from reacting. A brutal boot slammed into the ground, shaking the whole scene. A towering stranger in a massive cloak with a fur collar strode up, stepping right into the spotlight. Everyone stared in stunned awe at the towering stranger, like they couldn't blink fast enough. Isagi gulped down his fear. This hulking beast blasted the air with an overwhelming surge of magical power. A sharp hush falls, like the world just stopped breathing. The guest beamed, slapped his hand up in the air, and yelled, "Hey, Kanya!" The boy leaned in and whispered to Mercia, the one they had hauled here. Before anyone could even speak, the girl dropped to her knees on the spot, leaving everyone in total shock. Isagi flailed her hands in total confusion, like she couldn't make sense of what just snapped in her. She dropped a hard truth. Lion's blood only courses through the royal family's veins. Meanwhile, the stranger stayed cool and calmly spoke to Isagi, then instantly labeled him the farm manager. He swallowed his pride, dropped to his knees, and humbly announced his name to the situation. The giant grinned warmly and told him to cut the pointless formalities. With a gentle push of courage, he reached out and clasped the bewildered young man's hand. "My name's Lionel, the 62nd king of the Beastmen," he said, like it was the start of a legend. Right at the farm's doorstep, Lionel, the Beastman king, showed up out of nowhere, rolling in with his whole entourage. The young alchemist hurriedly dropped to one knee before the ruler, but the ruler calmly told him to stand. The boy clocked it instantly. There weren't many carts left, and the security was cut down to the barest bones. He tiptoed to the question. What on earth dragged the monarch all the way to humble Plumenia? Lionel flashed a grin and admitted he'd die to see that legendary farm with his own eyes. So he hired a trading guild to make it happen. The alchemist snapped his eyes open in shock. Those crazy rumors about his domain had finally blown all the way to the capital. Kevin, the king's advisor, straight up confirmed it. He and the court had been watching the boy's wins for ages. The old man flashed a gentle smile and politely demanded a full, step-by-step tour. The royal maid beamed and nodded, and the still baffled master finally gave in and agreed. He shot his hand up, beckoning the guests to come after him. They rolled up to a massive wooden building and came to a screeching halt. Inside, perfectly lined rows of mechanical golem horses stood there, ready to move. The boy said strolling the whole area would wreck him before he even finished. Turns out the controls were insanely simple. The right handle pushed you forward, and the left one snapped you to a stop. Lionel's eyes blazed with pure excitement. He launched himself onto the metal saddle in one lightning-fast move. With a booming shout, the king launched forward, and from the very first second, he nailed every bit of control. The alchemist and the maid could only gape in disbelief at that blazing display of speed. While he was still recovering, the boy pushed the idea. He wanted to craft a golem that could be ordered to do the job. Lionel snatched the idea right away and demanded a tiny horse be made for his daughter's birthday. Proud of that first order, the alchemist snapped his fingers and rallied everyone to keep reviewing. The king exploded forward in a full-on sprint the moment it happened. The alchemist had to trudge along behind his golem, step by aching step. Lionel snapped his head back and demanded, impatient as hell, if they could push the pace just a little faster. The boy gave a helpless shrug and said, "Sorry, on these tight roads they enforce a strict speed limit because the workers' safety comes first." The ruler let out a heavy sigh, disappointed to the bone, aching for something they couldn't get. The master leaned in and reassured him, promising he'd lift the restrictions on the safe areas. As the monarch stared back, the boy couldn't help thinking, this guy's acting way too openly, too suspiciously, like he wants everyone to notice. The riders thundered toward those endless vegetable fields, where a hulking golem lumbered through the rows like it was hauling the whole world. They marched past a worn-out peasant and a grinning beast girl lugging a giant pumpkin. Lionel gazed at that peaceful countryside scene and flashed a warm, genuine smile. The alchemist spoke his name in a low, quiet voice, like a secret pulling him in. The king just stared at the stacks of grain and admitted the local land had always been judged hopelessly barren. So a harvest this luxurious was downright shocking. The boy proudly bragged that with alchemy, they turned those varieties into disease-proof fighters that even crummy soil couldn't stop. Lionel nodded with full seriousness, sure. It sounded simple on paper, but pulling it off in real life took a ridiculous, titanic grind. The Beast King didn't hold back. He praised the young man's talents with real sincerity. The praise hit him like a wave and he blushed hard, looking completely lost. Suddenly, the ruler caught a strange sight in the green bushes along the roadside. He froze in shock at those perfectly ripe tomatoes. Turns out the rumor about an off-season harvest wasn't just talk, it was real. The boy smiled and calmly dared the guest to taste one, just to see. The king took one bite, and just like that, delight hit him so hard he froze. He claimed it was the most delicious tomato he'd ever tasted in his whole life. The delegation finally eased up and came to a stop at the beds. Out of the thicket, a giant black maw lunged into view and snarled with pure discontent at the loud, unwanted guests. The guards burst forward at once, snapping their spears up to lock themselves between the ruler and danger. Panic detonated in their throats as they screamed, utterly baffled. Where on earth did that monster come from? The wolf crouched in its den and bared its fangs like a warning. The boy's face went white, like all the color vanished in one heartbeat. He sprinted straight between the guard and the beast, screaming at everyone to stop before it all went too far. The young man told Kokuro to stop poking people, but the wolf snarled, saying it wouldn't bite unless they struck first. The king studied the danger with razor-calm focus, because right in front of him, a bigger shadow wolf loomed. Fear vanished from the ruler's face as a predatory grin slid in, and he snapped his wrist forward. Kokuro roared with terrifying fury. The beast shot forward and launched its attack at lightning speed. Then boom, he just vanished into thin air right before the spear's tips could even reach him. A wolf burst out from the king's shadows, jaws wide, and with a smug laugh the ruler brushed the whole move off as some naive little trick. A massive fist slammed clean into the wolf's snout. Kokuro got blasted backward by that crushing hit, scraping across the ground on his back. The ruler threw down a fiery challenge. An honest fight, no tricks, and the beast shot back with a chilling threat. The king's booming laughter tore across the whole field. He stretched his neck with a satisfied grin, realizing he hadn't warmed up like this in ages. With a brutal impact, Kokuro got slammed to the ground, and the recoil sent his whole body trembling as he hit the dirt. The wolf snarled a fierce glare at its opponent, its rage bubbling as drool dripped from clenched fangs. The boy let out a tired sigh and demanded the beast quit the fake kindness, then stop grabbing him. Isagi couldn't deny the king's sheer power, while the maid stared at the battered Kokuro with her mouth hanging open. Lionel calmly told the beaten wolf, "You lean on shadow jumps too much, then you forget the basics." Kokuro burst out of the water like a storm, coughing out a brutal vow. Next time he'd kill the king. Lionel only let out a warm chuckle, as if that stubborn streak was just how the higher species were built. He admitted he'd fretted over the farm's security for nothing. These guards are the real deal. The king leaned back with a smug grin, arms crossed tight, and barked a reminder that his power ruled them all. When Isagi thanked him, the guests gushed about the local fruits, and the maid practically snapped into action, offering to grab a basket for him right away before his journey. Zidorovany awkwardly scratched his head, already picturing the blow-up with his wife and daughters if he dared to eat that delicacy all by himself. Isagi stared at him, eyes sharp with deep thought. This fierce monarch wasn't cold at all. He was an everyday, big-hearted dad and devoted husband. Right then, advisor Kevin strode up and snapped the ruler back to the real reason they'd come here. The second Lionel asked Isagi about this year's awful harvest. His face snapped into a grim, immediate frown. A savage famine slammed into the world of beastmen, hit region after region, until it swallowed the entire country. The boy just froze in shock. The ruler slammed his fist to his chest, vowing, no matter the cost, to save every last one of his people. He stared down the farmer like he was trying to read his soul. Suddenly, that towering king dropped into a deep bow before Isagi, pleading for permission to sell them their goods. The boy and the maid both jolted back, eyes wide, mouths dropping in pure shock. Kevin and the guard sprinted in, yanking the master away from the bow before it could go any further. They shrieked that the monarch must never, ever bow to a commoner. But Lionel shot it down fast. He refused to beg for food while smugly lounging on the throne. Isagi turned to the ruler and faced him head-on. A terrifying hush hit the world, like everything stopped breathing. The young man's chest tightened as he realized this ruler had tossed aside his own pride for the people, while the greedy empire clung to its greed. He softly tapped Lionel's shoulder and urged him to raise his head. The beastman snapped to a stop, stunned beyond words. Isagi grinned with all his heart and swore, loud and unbreakable, that he'd hand over his harvest to save the kingdom of beasts from disaster. Cast out of the capital, the alchemist Isagi clenched his jaw and vowed to carve out the grandest farm the wild frontier had ever seen. A thrilled resident snatched Isagi by the hands, peppered him with thanks and begged, "You'll really sell us food, right?" While the maid Mercia flashed a bright smile, she agreed to show the official Lionel their latest production numbers. She motioned the horned guest to fall in behind her. Seizing the opening, Isagi slipped aside and quietly snagged another beastman, old Kevin. The boy straight up asked what the local soil was like, right down to its traits. Kevin frowned hard, and said his role won't allow him to spill that info without a damn good reason. Isagi locked eyes with him, dark, sharp, and impossible to ignore. He nodded at the workers hauling the boxes and told them straight up, selling crops isn't enough to keep the country standing when an unexpected crisis hits. The alchemist pitched an unbelievable idea. Breed special kinds of creatures just for their kingdom's land, and give the whole realm exactly what it needed. Kevin froze in disbelief, shouting that if they went this route, the farm would lose its edge and start hemorrhaging into crazy money. Isagi slammed his hand to his chest, drowning in the painful memories of being orphaned, until that gnawing hunger for a stale piece of bread came crashing back. He fired up and swore he'd do everything he could to save as many lives as possible. That honest sincerity shattered the old man's distrust, and in complete silence, he pulled a hidden scroll straight from his chest. He shoved it into the boy's hands, itching to spill every one of his secrets for this exact purpose. Isagi ripped the parchment open in one sudden burst. Right in front of him, a super-detailed map sprawled out, packed with every detail about the kingdom's climate, soils, and crops. He flicked his eyes over the lines and clocked the pattern. Every land was drenched in rain, but Pluminia alone choked on drought and dead, useless soil. A sudden spark ignited in the boy's eyes. He snapped the map shut and handed it back, grinning with pure gratitude, leaving Kevin utterly baffled. Eyeballing the workshop, Isagi grinned and boldly swore he'd kick off the selection process right away. He marched straight toward the house, like there was no stopping him. Kevin could only stare in stunned silence, utterly shocked that something this complex could get pulled off so fast. The alchemist sprinted into his workshop. He slammed a heavy bag onto the table and geared up, like he was about to cast real magic. Inside, there it was, potatoes, the very first crop he managed to grow in those brutal, unforgiving lands. With one potato in hand, the boy couldn't help but marvel at how tough it was. He glanced at the guide and went hunting for a growth factor that would let the vegetable thrive in new regions. A blazing alchemical circle ignited above his hand, snapping light into the air. That past explosion's sting snapped straight back into his mind. One tiny tweak, and the whole plant instantly went up in flames. The beastman's land was nothing like the Empire's. Step wrong, and you get yourself killed fast. This time he didn't stumble. Years of hard-earned experience guided his every move. The magical burst hit, so the whole house shook like it was about to break apart. Meanwhile, Mercia charged up to the workshop doors, desperate to warn everyone. The ruler was about to come storming back any second. Suddenly, a burst of joy erupted from within. It worked. The girl inched toward the doorway and peeked inside, holding her breath as she checked for danger. She froze dead in her tracks, snapping a hand over her mouth in pure, stunned disbelief. With a grin on his face, Isagi plopped into the chair and cradled that heavy pot. Inside, a lush, perfectly grown bush sat thriving in his hands. He forced out an awkward smile and confessed, "The first stage worked, but the real test is coming. Soil, real ground, and everything on the line." Mercia flashed a soft smile and asked if he truly believed in himself and his own abilities. Isagi cradled the new seedling in his hands, staring at it like it might change everything. Meanwhile, a whole camp of beastmen had already swarmed into the area by the carts. The ruler and his old advisor snapped their heads around at that voice. They knew all too well. A young man came sprinting up with a heavy bag slung over his shoulder, blurting out apologies for the delay as he hurried along. He shoved the package into the other guy's hands and said it was potatoes, perfectly grown for the local soil. The king clenched the potato in rage. Suddenly everyone would be able to grow it, and hunger would be gone for good. But the real gut punch. There were just 3 days left, 3 days until the harvest. Isagi scowled and snapped that this would only be a temporary fix. That new variety eats the life out of the soil so fast it's an absolute no. Never plant it twice in the same spot. The king clocked every detail and vowed he'd slam down a ruthless order. But the alchemist threw out one last warning. Any weird potato has to be smashed immediately, no questions asked. The young man's eyes sharpened into steel. because that abnormal growth could unleash chaos nobody could predict. The monarch gave a heavy, no-nonsense nod. The advisor gently, but firmly reminded him that it was time to jump back into the carriage. When he finally caught up with the crew, the king snapped the truth. He owed Isagi and the farmers a debt he couldn't ever repay. He slammed his fist to his chest and swore on the Beast King's name that he'd come back for everything. No doubt about it. The young man shrugged and said he was just doing his civic duty. The ruler's hand shot toward the door. Then, out of nowhere, he froze mid-reach. He reminded everyone that those once barren western lands had transformed into lush, luxurious fields. Sooner or later, someone's going to eye that fortune with envy, and then try to snatch it for themselves. Isagi stiffened. When the Empire's crops started failing, he knew this attack was only a countdown away. The king let out a weary sigh, like all his strength had just drained out of him. He demanded they ask for help the second trouble hit, and the alchemist swore he'd beef up the village's defenses. In the end, the monarch finally broke into a real, heartfelt smile, right there at the farewell. The crews hauled off, and Isagi and Mercia kept waving them off until their hands started to ache. The girl stared at the bright, happy young man, silent as a secret, like she was thinking 100 things at once. As night rolled in, a heavy silence swallowed the huge house whole. Isagi finally exhaled at the table, admitting straight up that he'd been boiling with nerves before the talk with those big-time esteemed guests. Suddenly, Mercia leaned in and whispered, "Be honest. Are you truly satisfied with life out here in this remote village?" She nervously gripped the edge of the table like it might steady her. The girl was convinced that, with his insane talent, he was destined to pull off something truly legendary. Mercia dropped her gaze, guilt crashing in after she nearly dragged him into staying. Isagi shook his head and gently pushed back. Memories dragged him straight back to the day he got tossed out of the imperial castle in disgrace, back when that girl was the only one willing to lend him a shoulder. He flashed a warm smile. Ever since the move, Mercia had been right there, backing him up every step of the way. Her eyes widened as she blinked in pure shock. The young man leaned in and told her, with real emotion, that he was genuinely thankful for everything she'd done. He swore he's here by his own choice and begged everyone to stop punishing him. Mercia clutched her chest with both hands, relief crashing over her so hard it nearly pulled tears out of her eyes. As she skipped along to turn the kettle on, Isagi suddenly snapped to it. He hadn't even clocked her worries. He racked his brain for the perfect way to thank her for everything she'd done for him. The alchemist's eyes suddenly flared bright, like a brilliant idea just ignited inside his head. He snapped, calling out for her to follow him. Isagi yanked open the workshop's basement door, and Mercia slipped in right behind him, eyes wide with curiosity. The girl stared in pure confusion and blurted, "Wait, what's so special about it?" In the hidden greenhouse, a lavish vineyard waited for her. Isagi had painstakingly grown it with his own hands, just to surprise her. Isagi hauled Mercia to the vineyard and told everyone they'd have to ditch mass production, because only then could the flavor be perfect. The girl leaned in, eyes shining as she inspected the ripe clusters, convinced they were fresh new strains he'd bred himself. Isagi grinned warmly. He refused to grow anything less than perfection for someone who loved grapes that much. Mercia's eyes lit up, and she nervously asked for permission to take a taste. Fingers carefully picked a single berry, slow and precise. She popped a grape into her mouth in one quick, daring move. The moment that berry hit his lips, everything around him slammed to a stop. Her eyes went wide with pure shock, and in the next breath her cheeks burned red, tears spilling out like they couldn't hold back. Isagi went rigid, biting his lip as he nervously asked if it actually tasted good. Mercia ducked her head and tucked her face deep into the shadows. And just like that, she got hit with pure amazement, the tastiest grape of her entire life. The girl finally admitted that, before he showed up, she'd never tasted food this luxurious in her life. She looked him in the eye and thanked him from the bottom of her heart, praising his effort as the only reason it all worked out. Isagi immediately thought of the peasants and beastmen toiling in the fields every single day, and he realized their teamwork had already boosted the food supply. He fired Mercia up, telling her straight that without their hard work, that farm would have never stood at all. Isagi admitted, out loud and honestly, that he might stir up trouble later, and then he asked her straight up if she'd stand by him when it mattered. Mercia lit up with pure joy and swore she'd stay by his side, no matter what life throws at them. Meanwhile, a chilling moon crept up over the mountains, casting everything in eerie silver light. Far from here, in Romulu's empire, things were downright grim. Its throne heir snapped at his advisors that there was no debating the call to fund the army with money instead of feeding the people. With a hard frown, he snapped that the hunger problem had to be fixed fast. Crop failure slammed every region, and the empire's once fertile fields turned into a lifeless wasteland. An old official squinted, totally baffled, and demanded, "So, does anyone here have a real plan?" Realization hit the prince like a hammer. He'd already been calling them wasteful fools in his head, because he knew it wouldn't be long before he was stripped of his own crown too. He spun around, irritation blazing, and snapped at Garius to come here. Commander Garius first shrugged it off, straight up admitting he didn't have a fast fix. The prince narrowed his eyes with pure irritation. Just then, Garius shot up his finger and said he'd picked up on something truly fascinating. The advisor checked in and said, "Despite the massive crop collapse, there's zero scary news coming from the nearby Beastmen kingdom." The prince narrowed his eyes, still stunned. How on earth did they dodge the same fate? The hut's advisor grinned, and it hit like a reveal. Pluminia's village was growing monster-sized crops thanks to the great farm of Isagi. When he heard that familiar name, the prince fell silent and stared out at the rain drumming against the window, lost in thought. Garius added, "Once Isagi finishes his research, we'll grow food at an absurd breakneck speed." A sinister grin snapped onto the prince's face. Garius charged straight toward the wall. He jabbed the map and said the wealthy village sat just a stone's throw from the empire's borders. The prince praised the advisor like he'd just nailed the perfect move. His palm slammed the map down like it was a warning. He leaned over the table, weighing his options, then chose to go with the old, tried-and-true move. His eyes blazed with madness. If an empire wants something it doesn't have, it just grabs it by force. The entire team was freaking out as they frantically busted their tails to get the store ready for opening day. Right after the king rolled out of the village, caravans of hungry buyers flooded in, desperate to get their hands on the harvest. Beastmen hauled those crushing, heavy bags nonstop, scrambling to get everything set before the guests even stepped in. Isagi wiped the sweat from his forehead, because the day he'd been waiting for was finally here. He trudged toward the building, already sure nobody would crawl out in heat this brutal. The boy slipped to the edge of the corner, peeked, and then he froze solid. A massive crowd churned with excitement outside those still-locked doors. Isagi sprinted straight for the black entrance. He slowly cracked the door open and greeted Mercia with a warm hello. The cat girl grinned and nodded so fast, then yanked another box toward her. Together, they snatched up the final missing pieces and finished it all. Isagi scanned the shelves with a satisfied grin, already knowing their lineup could crush even the capital's market. A trembling voice suddenly cut in from the side. It was Nora, the rabbit girl, practically sparkling with joy as she thanked everyone for the new job. Isagi finally admitted he'd been tormenting her for nothing on the field, because the moment her real gift surfaced, it wasn't in fighting at all. It was in trade and accounting. The other female workers lit up and greeted the totally bewildered Nora with warm smiles. Mercia has flat-out declared that the hall's management is finally in trustworthy, reliable hands. She snapped, demanding it open right now. The boy shot a confident nod and owned the moment. The girl clamped her hand around the door handle like she meant business. Isagi lunged for the second one. Together, they threw the doors wide with flair, welcoming the very first customers like it was showtime. The moment the gate opened, the crowd surged forward like a tidal wave. Isagi's face burned with shame when he realized Mercia named the store after him, and she just smirked like she knew exactly how to get under his skin. In just a few minutes, The room exploded into a chaotic swarm of noise. The hosts froze, eyes wide, as they watched the chaos explode in front of them. Nora at the checkout barely squeezed the vegetables into bags before the endless queue swallowed her time. Suddenly, familiar faces popped up all around the shoppers, and the whole scene felt like déjà vu. Isagi grinned as he strode up to Kelsey and Sienna, totally at ease. The beastman let out a sharp whistle, stunned by how wild the excitement had gone. The boy honestly couldn't wrap his head around it. How on earth a normal shop sparked all that chaos? Kelsey jabbed a finger straight at him and said, "People only show up here because they trust Isagi. No doubts, no conditions." Mercia froze for a beat, her eyes racing down the hall like she was hunting for something. A little while later, she leaned in and pointed at the empty corner of the hall like it held a secret, curious as ever. Isagi grinned and said he'd be serving up ready-made meals, fresh dishes and pastries made from their own harvest. He flung his arms wide, picturing a brand-new, full-on cafe right there on the farm. The girls snapped with excitement, already picturing a lavish paradise hidden in the middle of nowhere. The boy jolted back, terror slamming through him. He berated himself for that long tongue. These were nothing but rough plans, and the beast people's sharp ears had already carried the rumor all over the area. Mercia lit up with pure excitement, yelling that they had to rush, because the cafe opening was seconds away. Mercia flinched hard, then hid her eyes like the moment might burn her. Isagi flashed an awkward grin and swore he'd open the cafe the second he could. Her expression snapped into pure joy the moment she saw it. The sun was blazing in a bright blue sky, and everything felt calm, like the world was holding its breath. With clenched fists, the girl blurted out that he's way too kind for his own good. The boy scratched the back of his head as she warned him not to push himself too hard. He thanked them warmly for the care, and Mercia jumped in, volunteering to help. But the moment it happened, she clocked the confusion on his face right away. Isagi shot his finger up and blurted the real problem to everyone. "We need a cook now." Mercia went completely still, stunned to the bone. The boy slumped, then gave a tired shrug like he'd already lost the fight. She flushed bright red and confessed that her own skills just weren't enough. Isagi's eyes snapped wide as the truth hit him all at once. Mercia leaned in and said, "Dead serious. If you've never tasted it firsthand, you'll never uncover the real flavor behind its special products." When he heard she just tossed every vegetable into one pot and let it all boil, nerves hit him, and he quickly nodded along. Isagi crossed his arms over his chest, pacing through thoughts as he searched for the one specialist who could change everything. The girl dropped her eyes to the floor, like the world just hit her in the chest. Then she said, cool as ice, that she knows someone who can help. The door slammed with a brutal, earth-shaking knock. Kanya from the trading company, wonderful, stood on the doorstep with a giant backpack strapped on, like he was ready to kick off something big. Mercia burst into joyful applause, because the guest had just shown up exactly on time. Silence clung to the rooftop, heavy as a threat. Kanya, grinning, took a sip and proposed the simplest play of all: send them two chefs, locked in under a guild contract. Isagi blinked, completely thrown off. The guy snapped forward and planted his hands on the table, shocked that the company would just hand them a chef like it was nothing. A jolt of fear hit him, cold sweat pouring down his face, as the truth clicked. No pro would get shipped to a remote hellhole for free. Kanya flashed a sly grin, yanked a magical mixer off her chain, and demanded they buy the rights to her invention. Isagi's jaw dropped in pure, stunned shock. The girl cupped her cheeks with her hands and daydreamed hard, already sensing the crazy demand was about to explode for that device. Kanya got lost in a dreamy fantasy of 50, maybe even 100 devices, while Isagi, biting his words, admitted it could be done. She clocked his hesitation instantly and narrowed her eyes. Isagi leaned in and seriously asked how the cooks would handle life out in the wilderness. He refused to disrespect the pros or mess up the trust of future clients. Kanya leaned in and listened with full focus. Then she decided to set the record straight and clear up one crucial detail. She asked if the chefs could freely use the farm products, and Isagi shot back a confident yes. He said the farm would churn out ingredients as much as it could, so the whole place, especially the kitchen, would stay in lockstep with it. The boy blurted out, voice shaking, "Is this really enough for us?" Kanya playfully winked and flashed an okay sign like she was saying, "Don't worry, everything's gonna be fine." Mercia practically beamed, declaring that a place where quality ingredients aren't held back is every master's dream. Isagi finally cracked the whole thing wide open. Kanya boldly declared that once the farm's fame takes off, the need for real cooking skills is going to skyrocket. As those farm products get more famous, people start craving real cooking magic, and trust me, it gets even wilder. The puzzle finally clicked into place, and it turned out to be a win for both the chefs and the company. The boy rose with a small smirk, then cut straight through all the pointless formal stuff. He thrust his hand forward, locking in the deal like a promise. Kanya's smile lit up his face, calm and satisfied. Isagi snapped his eyes up, like a decision just ignited inside him. The cat girl lit up and smacked her palm in approval, backing his idea with pure excitement. The pressure started to boil, and the young man immediately plopped down to mass-produce mixers. A windmill lazily churned overhead, spinning over the rooftops like it had all the time in the world. A brutal wave of heat pinned the whole village in place, like it had no mercy to spare. Isagi locked in, piecing together every detail of the new mechanism like it was his next move. The glass cup slammed onto the table with a dull, deadened clink. The next device was already primed and roaring to go. A young man let out a tired sigh, staring down his 50th mixer he'd just assembled. He wiped the scorching sweat from his brow, terrified the peasants would keel over from the heat right there in the fields. Suddenly his eyes snapped wide open. The moment it hit, the plan ignited. Something brand new had to be built right now and blasted out to everyone. Meanwhile, the girl in the field was getting cooked by brutal, unbearable heat. Spotting the rider, she called to Isagi, clinging to hope that he'd hear her. He hurriedly tore open his bag and pulled out those weird two-fan devices. The girl hesitated, then pressed the button like it might decide her fate. Her eyes popped wide in pure shock when a brutal blast of cold air slammed into her face. Everyone in the room froze, staring at the invention like it just broke the rules of reality. Isagi told him he just slipped a magical ice and wind stone right into himself. A warm, satisfied smile spread across his face. Kokuro's enormous wolf form narrowed its eyes, suspicion blazing across its face. The beast snarled with pure rage, flat out refusing to put on that weird collar-looking thing. Isagi flailed his hands like, "Relax, I'm just being cooler." Mercia the maid cut into the conversation on the spot, insisting they should test the device first. The wolf huffed with doubt, then finally caved in. She clutched the fan and fastened it to Kokuro's thick, fluffy fur with total care. The predator snapped into instant calm at the shock of that cool, unexpected air. Then Isagi grinned and shoved the next device right into Mercia's hands. The maid abruptly froze in place, like time itself had just caught her. Blushing like crazy, she leaned in and asked the host to slip the fan around her neck himself. Isagi snapped his eyes open, stunned and totally confused. In dead silence, he tightened the device around her neck with careful, trembling hands. He stared at her face, soaking up every detail with pure curiosity. Mercia shut her eyes with a big, happy sigh, soaking up every second of pure pleasure. Kokuro flashed a sly grin and told the young man he was the real definition of brave. Isagi still couldn't figure out why his own moves looked so confusing. The sun kept pounding the plain, heat blasting down like it wanted everyone to crumble. A massive cart rumbled toward the edge of the village. The backpack stranger couldn't stop grinning as he soaked in the wild, bustling streets of Pluminia. His companion grinned from ear to ear, timed to head straight to Isagi. The stranger clenched his fist with total, unshakable determination. The travelers charged toward the village, fearless and full of confidence. That cozy farm cafe was gearing up for something massive. Big changes were about to hit. Isagi sprinted toward the house with everything he had, like the world depended on it. He yanked the door open and blurted out breathless apologies for showing up late. Inside, familiar faces smiled at him, and two brand-new cooks in crisp white coats were already standing by, ready to work. Kanya couldn't wait. She practically dragged the guests forward so they'd introduce themselves right there. The towering boss, Dario, bellowed his name so loud it nearly knocked the sound out of his colleagues' ears. The boy blinked, totally dumbfounded, like his brain just glitched. But he steadied himself fast, then reassured them with a soft, "Don't worry." The other cook, Shire, slipped in with a quiet, reserved greeting, like he didn't want to draw a single eye. But the moment Isagi claimed he was an alchemist, Mercia the maid froze, totally speechless. She spotted them the second they stepped in. Two chefs from the most elite restaurant in the capital, the kind people can't even book unless they plan a full year ahead. Kanya grinned and proudly announced, "We're cooking right here now." Dario leaned in, hopeful, and asked the guy straight up if he truly meant it and agreed. The boss swore he had no problem with it, and Isagi shot back, still suspicious. "So you're really on board with this?" With his fist raised high, the chef blurted out, breathless with passion, that his dream is to showcase the real flavor of local ingredients through every one of his dishes. She flat out told them that this would be a priceless professional experience for her team. Their determination hit the boy like a spark, shaking him to his core. He shot his hand out, reaching for something, like the next beat of fate depended on it. Isagi's face lit up with real joy as he welcomed the new masters onto the team. Dario clamped down on his palm and started shaking him so viciously that it felt like he was trying to rattle the soul right out of the kid. Still catching his breath, the alchemist broke into a grin and thanked Kanya. She brushed it off with a shy little wave, like it wasn't a big deal at all. She blushed, tightened her fists, and nervously asked about the mixers they'd ordered. The boy slipped into the bag in total silence. Kanya couldn't believe it. When he calmly said the order was ready, 2 weeks was all it took, and that shocked him to the core. A brand new device has just landed in the world, and it changes everything. The girl fixed her eyes on the brand logo like it was a magical artifact that might suddenly unlock a whole new world. She grinned and hugged the device to her chest, and Isagi told her that this special service always comes through for her. Then the alchemist swept the guests in and led them on a tour of his grand estate. The horse riders kicked off across endless fields, riding straight toward the looming mountains ahead. Dario blinked in disbelief and shook his head like he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. His eyes snapped wide as he stared at the giant cucumbers hanging heavy from the bushes. Mercia proudly said that Isagi's alchemy supercharges the harvest like nothing else. Suddenly, a voice cracked through the thick foliage behind him. A girl popped up from the garden beds, her portable fan strapped to her shoulders like gear for a coming storm. The fox spotted her master, lit up with a warm grin, and chirped a cheerful greeting straight to him. She asked if he was checking the fields again, and Isagi told her, "Nah, I'm giving the new cafe chefs a tour." Both chefs stepped forward, smiled, and introduced themselves, Shire and Dario. Nee burst into a bright smile and shot her hand up, announcing, "Hi, I'm Nee." Those stern capital masters were so moved by the heartfelt hospitality that they let their guard down and swapped warm, genuine pleasantries. She winked at him like a dare and told him to whip up something delicious the moment they got a free second at the cafe. The darkness shattered and scattered like it never stood a chance. The little girl let out a tired sigh and said she couldn't make it to the cafe because the farm chores kept dragging on nonstop. She cringed and confessed she can't cook a lick, and the idea of waking up early for bento, yeah, that's not her thing at all. The boy practically got zapped. He totally forgot about lunch. He dipped into a deep bow, thanking the flustered girl like she just saved him with that one hint. She nodded, totally lost, and the boy snapped back to his work without missing a beat. Staring out at those endless fields, the young man couldn't wrap his head around how a farm that huge could run on just 4 people. His companion grinned and snapped, "No, no, there are a few more of those too." Suddenly, a monstrous, terrifying shadow towered up over the bushes like it owned the night. The little girl calmly plopped a giant cucumber into his hands. The young man froze in shock. This vegetable looked flawless, perfectly shaped with not a single blemish or weird distortion. He bit. He crunched into the vegetable with a loud crunch that snapped through the silence. Their cheeks flared red with pure, instant bliss. The second the flavor hit, the chef's knees buckled. He crumpled to the floor like the taste just wrecked him. The girl beamed and told him she was thrilled to see him this happy. He shoved the basket against his chest and shut his eyes, savoring that insanely juicy taste like it was a dream come true. The young man snapped that it would be smarter to add nothing at all to ingredients this luxurious. But right after that, he nervously flailed his hands like, "Whoa, whoa, easy," because it was all just a terrible joke. Puffed out his chest, he declared with pride, "As chefs, our job is to crank this flavor to the absolute max." His confident grin lit up the moment, and the girls instantly felt at ease. With a fierce squeeze of the vegetables, he snapped, eyes blazing, saying he already had a whole stack of ideas. They blasted out a proposal right on the spot. Everyone was to head back to the trading point immediately. The whole crew burst through the thick, giant foliage like a wrecking ball through a jungle. Already inside the room, the cat girl burst with excitement, practically vibrating with anticipation to dig into the new dishes. The boy quickly apologized to his exhausted friend, right over all that brutal noise. Glancing around the room, he realized with a sharp nod that this cafe would have to expand. There were way too many people for it to hold them all. The young man slammed the paper flat on the table right in front of the girl. The menu option finally got the green light. The chef leaned in, eyes locked on the work surface, ready to start something incredible. A row of razor-sharp professional knives sits perfectly lined up on the table, ready to strike. He yanked the apron knot tight at his back. The girls gasped as his aura snapped instantly into that cold, polished calm of a true professional. A massive slab of meat slammed onto the board, and a grin lit up the young man's face in an instant. He snatched two massive cleavers in one brutal grab. His hands blurred, snapping like lightning through the air. The girl stared in awe as the expertly prepared ingredient was set before her. Perfect little slices slid right beside a fresh sprig of greenery. Flames ripped through the oven with a violent roar. The cook whipped the massive frying pan straight over the fire like it was nothing, tossing it with deadly precision. The room was bursting with a mouth-watering, rich aroma that made your stomach growl. The dark-haired maid finally understood, right here. This was the real level of the restaurant. The little girl squinted, savoring the smells with pure delight, while the cook's eyes snapped wide in stunned shock. He almost bolted straight up in shock. Another girl had crept in without a sound, lured by the smell of food. Everyone in the room snapped to stillness, eyes glued to those metal lids as if one blink might change everything. The chef made it official, then fired up the tasting and demanded everyone give his food a real, no-holding-back honest verdict. He reached for the handle, and boom, 4 fresh dishes were already waiting for them. Steaming hot on the tables sat pure luxury, stuffed cabbage rolls, a golden gratin, fluffy omelet, and a hearty vegetable pasta that smelled like comfort and trouble. The guests and the tavern workers gaped in awe at the banquet like they couldn't blink. Even the kids outside were stuck at the window, staring wide-eyed and drooling over those mouth-watering smells. A booming "enjoy your meal" tore through the air, and everyone lunged straight for the food. Happy visitors cheered and clinked their mugs together like they'd just won the night. The girls shoveled food into their mouths, then squinted like pure bliss hit them. Isagi sat there, chewing thoughtfully, and the sweet veggies and tangy tomatoes blended into this perfect, mouth-watering hit. That flavor hit him like a punch. His eyes went wide in shock. The smiling maid glided up and slid him a steaming plate of hot gratin. The cat girl smiled and nodded, flipping open her notebook like a winner. Everything was sautéed to perfection. One of the guests let out a dreamy sigh and swore he could eat here every single day. But the moment he smiled, it vanished. Because that kind of delicacy doesn't come cheap, it costs a fortune. The girl crushed his worries by casually offering shockingly low prices. Then she fixed Isagi with a hard stare. Are you really about to push the club into the red with this kind of generosity? Then, like a pro walking into the spotlight, he slammed down the entire stack of already prepared financial reports on the table. Isagi and the whole crew stared in shock, because that speed was unreal. The girl calmly laid it out. The prices are clearly built off the income of the local residents. Isagi froze in his tracks, blown away by her sharp, professional confidence. She leaned in with a shy little smile and asked, like it was no big deal, whether they were enjoying the food. Without saying a word, the boys' faces split into huge, grateful grins. Isagi and the cat girl locked eyes and beamed at each other, riding that huge compliment like warm sunshine. The chef dipped so low it was practically a bowing storm, pounding out heartfelt thanks to the company for their support and help. The tasting's over. Now it's time to hit the goodbye button. The girl leaned in and whispered, begging Isagi to stay. Just one more minute. She slapped down a crisp, detailed sketch of the future cafe interior right in front of him. Isagi stared at every single line of that drawing, like he was hunting for hidden truth. Then he gleefully jabbed his finger at the sheet. There it was, the exact thing he'd been hunting for. That rush of joy snapped into worry the moment they realized this plan would mean smashing walls. And even then, the place would still be too dark. Suddenly, Isagi's mind snapped into clarity. He snapped his finger toward that empty wall and demanded they just carve out new windows there. She let out a shaky breath of relief and flashed a warm, heartfelt smile. Isagi clenched his fist tight. Finally, he could confidently map out exactly how those tables would be arranged. The girl lit up with a huge smile and nodded, looking genuinely grateful. The three of them dove into their work, hunching over the drawings in a dim, shadowy hall. The renovated tavern outside was dozing peacefully in the warm glow of the evening light, and the moon was already blazing overhead, casting bright light across the roof. The girl beast lit up and stared at the new cafe sign, smiling like she'd just found treasure. The employees already had their branded uniforms on, and they were standing by, hyped and ready to welcome the guests. A full week after the tasting, a downright insane crowd surged to the door, and it felt like chaos was about to spill in. The guests squirmed and yanked at Isagi, demanding, "When do we get in?" He didn't see that coming. Luckily, they rushed to expand the hall and even fitted magical air conditioners to keep everything cool. The boy wrestled his racing thoughts into one focused moment. Mercia leaned in from behind the door, eyes wide, and peeked out like the next move could blow everything up. She snapped her hand up, signaling, "I'm ready." She beamed so hard it lit up her face as she smiled through the window. Isagi flung the door wide and bellowed, "Get in, everyone." The crowd let out a shaky sigh of relief, because their patience had finally run out. The very first guest stepped over the threshold, staring in awe like they'd just witnessed something incredible. They wasted no time, snapping their eyes to the room and clocking just how much bigger it had got. Isagi told everyone the renovation started purely so they could feel comfortable. People in the hall stared in shock at the lush green plants, like the whole place had turned into a living garden. Their eyes locked onto the freshly updated chalkboard menu. Suddenly, someone in the crowd jerked their arm upward, and pure shock hit their face as they pointed. Bright sunlight blasted through the clear roof, flooding the whole room with gold. The guests practically blossomed out of that pure luxury, like the whole room had turned into a magnet for smiles. Isagi broke into a huge grin because those ceiling windows, they worked exactly like he hoped. He really wanted to show off to Dario and Shira, but he held back and stayed out of their way while they were working. The moment they stepped in, the hall erupted with murmurs and clattering dishes everywhere. Chef's treasures hit the table, and everyone erupted with satisfied cheers for that insanely delicious food. Mercia, the new maid, had the clients staring. She juggled trays like a pro with her hands and even used her tail to carry them too. Locking eyes with Isagi, the girl's cheeks flared red. She blurted that his stare was making her feel uneasy. The boy jerked back, eyes wide, like he couldn't believe what he just heard. He quickly threw out an apology, admitting he couldn't help it. Her weird tale had him completely hooked. Mercia spun away in disgust, and Isaga's stomach dropped as he realized, horror-struck, that staring at tails among beastmen was straight-up unforgivable rudeness. The girl marched up to the table, set down a plate of tomato-sauce stuffed cabbage, and slid it in front of the guests. Sienna leaned in and whispered a gentle warning, "Serve the dishes a little more carefully." Mercia nodded right away and promptly jumped in to whisk the empty dishes off the table. Isagi shoots Sienna an apologetic look and begs for forgiveness, swallowing his pride the second he realizes he messed up. But she only smiled softly, yet jealousy lit a whole new kind of charm in Mercia. Meanwhile, the guests fidgeted and couldn't wait, rushing to get ready for the meal. The first bite hit, and I shut my eyes, grinning like pure bliss. The girls bombarded the chef with compliments, and they couldn't stop gushing about the local gratin. Isagi let out a breath of pure relief. Everything about the cafe launch went off without a hitch. Suddenly, he snapped around, locking eyes with one of the visitors as their wild gaze crashed into his. The girl shot her thumb up without a word. Her face lit up like she just hit the jackpot with the most mouth-watering meal imaginable. Then she bowed her head low, showing the head chef the kind of respect that feels almost sacred. In the packed hall, one guest erupted in anger and shouted, demanding their lunch right now. Isagi fired up the kitchen crew, ordering them to stop standing around and whip the dishes out faster. Isagi leaned into the kitchen doorway and saw the workers rushing like mad, zipping between the tables and the sink. A catastrophic dish shortage hit so hard that every meal suddenly became a disaster. Nothing could replace the branded plates, so the whole staff hustled through the hall, serving guests non-stop. Suddenly, a wooden golem slid up to the sink without a sound. The wooden golem, with that rattling grin, suddenly came alive, and the girl studied every twitch like it was about to betray her. A heavy blob of detergent plopped onto the grimy surface, splashing like it meant business. The robot started frantically scrubbing the dishes, and the girl shot it a skeptical look. Then, right in that instant, they froze in stunned silence, staring at that shiny, spotless faience like it didn't belong in the world. The alchemist leaned in and told him he'd crafted the magical sponge, and the solution too, by hand. The golem snatched control of the dishes, and just like that, the kitchen chaos snapped into silence. Plumeria flashed a warm smile as she watched the work come together in perfect harmony. Ever since then, that cafe has run like clockwork. The cafe's grand opening wrapped up perfectly, no hiccups, just a flawless first day. After the change, the whole team collapsed in the cool shade of a huge tree, right beside a towering wolf. The girl slowly lifted her heavy eyes, like she'd been carrying the weight of the world. Isagi strode up to them and barked, "Relax, everybody, breathe." They soaked up the cool magic from the humidifier, because without it, fatigue would have knocked them out for good. Kokuro the wolf locked eyes with the inventor, staring him down so hard it felt like interrogation. Even this terrifying beast couldn't help it. It took a shine to the device. Isagi shot up with a grin and lifted the package like it was pure treasure. 3 curious little faces shot out from behind his back in a snap. Inside, fresh sandwiches hit the air, mouth-watering, right when you walked in. The whole team lunged at the food, like they couldn't believe their luck. From far away, a desperate scream tore through the air. Then horsemen thundered across the field, galloping like nothing could stop them. The boy snapped his head toward Kelsey's voice, and in that instant, he realized he was actually pumped about all the new guests rolling in. But exhaustion drained the man's face until it turned gray. He latched onto the guy and pleaded, "Build me a hotel like right now." Tears streamed down Kelsey's face as she shouted that the tourists were left with zero place to sleep. Plumeria shot back a cold apology, and her father brushed off her demands to kick off construction early. Isagi just gave a warm little chuckle, like he's the perfect missing piece for moments like these. They snapped into action and started laying out the ground for the foundation right there. The moment the decision hit, it landed straight on a huge, open plot right in the center. The ground stretched out smooth and open, and right around the corner, right there, sat a bustling town square. And the crazy part, the well was just a few steps away. Kelsey took a leap of faith and handed all the work over to Isagi. The man sagged, shut his eyes tight, and let out a shaky breath like he'd finally run out of fight. Then the alchemist barked out a booming order, demanding he go grab workers at once. With everyone gone, Isagi and Plumeria refused to waste a single second. The boy clamped his grip on the toolbox with unshakable force. They rolled in a mountain of supplies, and decided that starting with 30 rooms would be the perfect way to kick things off. Isagi cracked his arms wide as Plumeria slammed the boards down, and just like that, a huge new construction project kicked off. Isagi thrust his hand out toward them. With a spark, the alchemy magic yanked the wooden frame straight off the ground and into the sky. Mercia blinked, totally hooked by what she just saw. Within minutes, a gigantic 3-story hotel exploded into view right in front of them. The boy wiped the sweat off his brow, then begged the maid to help him with the inside. She didn't hesitate. She agreed with a bright, eager smile. They burst through the door and stepped inside. On the first floor, Isagi mapped out a grand reception area, a huge dining room, and a full-on kitchen. The second and third floors have been totally transformed into guest rooms. In the cafeteria, he stood up and proudly blurted that he was inspired by the imperial style. Mercia suddenly went deathly quiet. She eyed the chairs and said, "Spread them out wider apart," like it was the only move that made sense. As the beast people guests file in, they're just swinging their tails, and Isagi totally misses it. They charged up the stairs, one heartbeat at a time. On the second floor, big groups were packed into plain bunk beds. Up on the third floor, everything suddenly felt way more comfortable. At the far end of the corridor, Mercia tiptoed up and cautiously peeked into the last room. The door swung wide open, like it couldn't hold back any longer. Ahead of them, towering bright apartments stretched out like a glowing ocean of buildings. The girl clenched her breath like she was standing on the edge of something deluxe. She lit up and called the hotel nothing short of amazing. Isagi rang up his father to lock in the final assessment. The man couldn't stop marveling at how massive the alchemy really was. Even though he felt crushed, that kind of luxury looked downright weird sitting in their humble village. Then he grinned. Those tourists were about to love it. He clapped the boy on the shoulder and vowed to have his back no matter what. Right then, with that innocent smile, Mercia slid the construction bill straight into her father's hands. The beastman shot a sharp look at the papers, and he erupted into a wild scream, completely stunned. The beastman staggered forward, grumbling that his daughter had grown too harsh. Isagi snapped his head toward the street in a split second. Right there, standing tall like a ghost from the past, was the familiar face I knew all too well. Kanya the courier sprinted up to them, wheezing like crazy, and shoved an envelope into the boy's hands. A bold lion emblem blazed on the wax seal, impossible to miss. Mercia's father snapped to it at once. The seal of King Lionel was instantly unmistakable to him. He barked at them to open the message right now, like it couldn't wait another second. Isagi snapped the seal open and dove straight into the reading. The beastman let out a booming laugh of pride, looking over his shoulder at the boy behind him. Mercia couldn't stop grinning as she watched the reaction explode. The letter boasted that, with his crops finally thriving, countless people were spared from starvation. Isagi carefully read the first lines, and the king finally made his gratitude official. The boy's eyes kept searching, and then his face went stone cold as he froze. Mercia blurted in pure shock, because it wasn't just news, it was an invitation to the royal capital. Isagi just froze, mouth hanging open like his brain hit a sudden wall. Kanya flashed a satisfied nod. Isagi planted himself in the middle of his estate, staring at the official letter like it had just blown his world apart. "Mr. Isagi, listen up. The king himself just invited you," the guest burst out, practically vibrating with excitement inside that gorgeous carriage. Mercia shot nervous glances at her master, and he just awkwardly scratched the back of his head. He dropped his gaze to the parchment. Just a normal sheet would have been way more than enough for him. That Lionel exchange popped into my head. He didn't choose to help, he just had to, period. A razor-sharp voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Mercia snapped his finger up with authority. making it clear he had to accept the royal gratitude. Right from behind her, a spirited girl messenger in a cap popped out and blurted out that the king had to publicly admit those merits. A stranger's hand tightened in panic, trembling like it couldn't catch its breath. The girl went deathly pale, her whole body shook, and she choked out a heartbreaking plea. "Please, if you don't leave, I can't stand it." Isagi let out a heavy sigh, remembering Lionel's towering status, and realizing this trip was the smart move. The boy clutched his fist tight, grinned with confidence, and promised he'd head straight to the capital. The envoy and Mercia lit up with joy, beaming at him and thanking him again for agreeing. Isagi's face set in grim certainty. Turning down the king's invitation in the empire wasn't just a problem, it was a death sentence, execution and all. The messenger lit up with pure joy and waved at the carriage. "We're leaving right now." She shot straight onto the carriage step, totally ignoring the alchemist's stunned stare. In front of him stretched a brutal, never-ending road. No one knew when, or even if he'd ever make it back. Isagi shut all that drama down on the spot. No way was he going anywhere right then. "It's going to take longer, so we've got to save that harvest and pass the duties along, because we need 2 full days just to get everything ready." The girl halted at the barrel, arms crossed tight, clearly not happy. Then the alchemist shot up a finger and pitched a deal. He swore that in just these 2 days, he'd cut their trip to the capital down dramatically. The envoy froze, eyes widening as the promise of sweeter trade ahead landed like thunder. The moment it hit, she snapped a salute, flashed a grin, and promised she'd wait. Isagi finally let out a breath of relief and told Mercia, "Get the guests to the village inn now." The maid beamed and guided them along. The alchemist knitted his brows tight, locked in pure concentration. He was laser-focused on the harvest, so he hurried to transplant his prized crops into little pots. After he sealed the full boxes, Isagi teamed up with the golem and got ready to vanish for a long stretch. The boy swung open a magical bag where time froze solid, then started stuffing it full of plants. Out in the fields, he cast growth-slowing magic, then handed the rest of the job to the golem. 2 days vanished in the blink of an eye, and then, without warning, the moment to leave was finally here. The beastmen villagers closed in around him, trembling with hope and tears streaming down their faces as they begged, "Promise us you'll come back for sure." Isagi flashed a warm, steady smile and handed the farm over to them with full trust. The workers nodded with iron certainty. Mrs. Mercia had already laid out every detail for when he'd be gone. The boy finally let out a breath, relieved that his maid had never once let him down. The boy's eyes widened in shock. Mercia somehow even polished this into something more. He froze on the spot. Right over the entrance hung a sign that already read Mercia's Farm, and the girl behind it smirked like she knew exactly what was coming. Someone shouted at Isagi, and he snapped his head around instantly. 2 beast people practically beamed as they swore they'd give it everything, because someone even built a golem dishwasher just for them. Isagi broke into a sincere smile and told them they could count on it, no doubt. He beamed as he shouted to Mersi, telling her everything was ready to go. The company hit the road, and the girl stormed out with a massive hiking backpack strapped on. Your friend blurts in shock, "Wait, why is Mercia wearing the official maid uniform again?" Mercia calmly told them this is her official work uniform. Kelsey stared at Isagi, worry written all over her face, and demanded to know if he'd completely forgotten to grab his weapon. The boy awkwardly shrugged his shoulders and basically admitted, "I don't know a thing about martial arts." Kelsey let out a heavy sigh. Heading to the beastmen's capital unarmed felt like a death trap, but the king's order left her no choice. Mercia lowered her eyes in silence. The wolfman leaned in and begged her to protect Isagi and look after him all the way down the road. The girl clutched her chest and swore she'd protect him with her last breath, no matter what it cost her. Isagi dashed over to calm his friends down. He may not be a warrior, but he absolutely dominates with magic and alchemy. To Kelsey's doubts, he nonchalantly shrugged, said for example, and stepped right up. The air crackled as the alchemical circle blazed up right in front of his face. He hit the ground, and with a thunderous roar, jagged stone spikes burst up from it, making Kelsey jolt back on instinct. Isagi tightened his fist, rattling off the air compression principle. Then the spikes blasted upward even higher. A brutal shockwave tore through everything in its path, blasting dust up to the very horizon. Just like that, the boy beamed with a sweet, innocent smile, leaving his companion totally stunned. Mercia watched Isagi and figured, he can fight too, and that settled everything, no more reason to worry. A wooden wheel clattered and rattled down the road like it was fighting the asphalt. A massive carriage rumbled into the village, shaking the ground as it rolled up. From there, Kanya practically burst out with joy, grinning as she asked, "So, what do you think of the hotel?" She flashed a thumbs up and burst into excited memories about her vacation. The girl leaned on her hands, staring off dreamily, and the luxurious hotel in Plumenia absolutely blew past every expectation she had. Then she pressed Isagi on one thing: how in the world he planned to cut their route short. The boy grabbed the horse's harness in both hands. "Ah, you mean this," the boy said like it was no big deal. He shot a finger up and declared, "This time we ride a special golem horse." The horse figured, "As long as I've got my magical stones, I'll never run out of steam, so I'll save a ton of time." Her eyes snapped wide with pure shock. Ahead of them, a colossal mechanical stallion towered into view, and to her, it felt like the real deal, like a giant had been forged from metal. Isagi calmly told him that regular farm golems are only pony-sized, but he'd upgraded this one to full military standards, built to survive the long haul. Because it's so huge, that horse can haul a whole cart without breaking a sweat. In Kanya's eyes, dollar signs exploded, and she instantly knew this kind of speed would skyrocket their sales. She burst into joy, shouting that they needed to lock this gorgeous guy in right away. The crew hauled their company together, all geared up and ready to launch into a brutal, long road ahead. The cat girl asked sweetly for good behavior, and the beast man by the wagon grinned and promised he'd handle everything for himself. She flashed a warm smile, like she was saying goodbye from the heart. Isagi snapped his eyes open in shock inside the carriage. He swung the window open. Outside, a whole crowd of beast people had swarmed in, grinning and waving their hands at him like they couldn't wait to cheer. The cat girl beamed and chirped his name at him, like she couldn't wait another second. Isagi leaned out the window, grinned wide, and waved back at them like he was excited to see them. The entire village poured out into the streets to send off their savior in person. The train roared to life, tearing away from the cozy town and its windmill as the wind chased us off into the unknown. Isagi leaned to the window, flashing a light, carefree grin like nothing in the world could touch him. "All right, let's go," he snapped, no hesitation. Up ahead, the capital of the Beastman Kingdom loomed, roaring with danger just waiting to be faced. Meanwhile, inside the Empire, the war machine kicked into overdrive, prepping for a full-blown military offensive. Inside the court alchemist's workshop, the work was roaring non-stop, like the whole place was in overdrive. The craftsmen hauled those heavy metal grates like they weighed 1,000 tons. Deadly bombs got stamped out by the dozens right there on the tables. The workshop manager, a skinny guy with glasses, shot a nervous look at the creaking door. Gray-haired Garius crossed the threshold and snapped his subordinate's greeting right out of the air, like he couldn't stand another second of pleasantries. The head of the alchemist's department dove straight into his work, totally obsessed with crafting magical bags. The bespectacled man nervously jabbed a finger at the cart heaped with finished products. Garius's face contorted with fury as he snapped, "And what is this?" He blared that he'd ordered 200 pieces, yet right here on the floor, there isn't even half of them. The leader stammered through a trembling voice, trying to justify it, because when they started making combat gear, they'd run out of time on a catastrophic level. "Are you kidding me?" Garius erupted again, yanking the memory of that last war into the air, reminding him he'd met that quota back then. The alchemist's face drained of color as he murmured, "So that's it, everything was handled by one Isagi." Garius went speechless. How can one person do all of this? The bespectacled guy said the young man chugged the potion and spent the whole week sleepless, and Garius just waved it off. Forget it. Let everyone drink these potions, ditch sleep and work non-stop, day and night. One of the masters slumped in despair and whispered that it was utterly impossible to forge those magical bags. They had to pour in an absurd ocean of raw magical power. The leader's voice dropped with dark certainty. They'll need an absurdly massive stash of mana to pull off production. Even if the alchemists refuse to sleep, they still run out of mana. And that's the one thing Asagi never lacked, because he bounced back fast enough to feel unfair. Right in front of the leader's eyes, the pale, bone-tired Asagi staggered into view, one they'd once exploited without mercy. He leaned in and asked, with careful nerves, if lowering the quota just a bit could be worth it. Garius's eye twitched like rage was about to explode. He yanked the subordinate by the collar and snarled that it was a direct order from Prince Weiss. Garius shoved the alchemist aside and snapped, steaming that this prince always barged in where he didn't belong, then somehow managed to wreck everything. Right before he headed out, he tossed a glance over his shoulder and warned, "You've got a brand new inspection coming in 3 days. Keep cranking up production, or else you'll find your own heads won't be yours anymore," he thundered, then stormed out. The bespectacled man stood planted right in the middle of the workshop, letting out a crushing, heavy sigh. Panicked subordinates surged toward him, all begging the same question. What do we do if we can't pull off the order? The leader's entire body went still for a split second. He headed back to the masters and snapped, cold as ice. You told them to churn out a set number of bags, but you never said anything about how big those bags had to be. One alchemist froze in shock, eyes bulging wide like he'd just seen the impossible. The bespectacled man fumbled with his glasses, panic flooding his face. "Yeah," he insisted, "it'll shrink the volume of these magical bags." Meanwhile, Garius marched with grim fury toward the imperial castle's ominous towers. Lionel the Beastman King sank into a towering pile of paperwork, his mood going dark with every page. Meanwhile, Isagi's carriage tore through the snow-packed pass, blasting past Plumenia until it was swallowed by the distance. The mare pressed her face to the glass, her eyes wide as that lone horse tore past at insane speed. Isagi smoothly started laying out the whole explanation. He boasted that the mechanical steed could handle anything the world throws at it, but the carriage, that part was the one you should actually fear. The young man flicked his fingers, and just like that, the restrictions crumbled away. A mechanical horse burst forward like a runaway cannon, charging with pure, feral power. Konyu got yanked backward hard as the acceleration hit like a punch. Isagi barely managed to snag the girl before she slipped out of reach. She flushed bright red, stammering out words of thanks like her heart couldn't keep up. As the guy let out a sigh of relief, Mercia kept her eyes locked on him, radiating pure, deadly menace. Isagi awkwardly blurted out that they'd need seatbelts just to survive speed like that. He cautiously shot a glance at Mercia, like any wrong look could set everything off. She nodded, but the way she stared said, "You're walking into a slow, cruel death." Isagi asked her with a shaky voice like, "Are you mad at me?" A terrifying, tortured grin stretched across Mercia's face, like something evil was forcing a smile through pain. She snapped that she wasn't angry, even as the carriage rattled along in a frantic sprint. 4 days slipped by, and only 20 miles stood between him and the capital. Kania pleaded for that miracle horse, and the young man finally gave in and agreed. She couldn't stop drooling as she pictured a future windfall stuffed with profits. Suddenly, Mercia snapped her finger toward the window, showing the jagged outline of the capital rising in the distance. Isagi took one look, and his body just locked up in pure shock. Algario sprawled ahead of them, an awe-inspiring city that grew up around the towering tree of beginning. The young man leaned in, voice shaking with awe, and whispered that this was the legendary Yggdrasil. Mercia pointed out that the very first Beastman King raised their capital right around that massive giant. Isagi kicked back in his seat, already grinning, Finding Lionel in here was going to be a total piece of cake. Then a hulking guard slammed into their path at the gate, blocking the way completely. The guard slammed the rule down hard. No visits are on the schedule, and guests only get in after 10 days. Isagi snapped to it. This horse was so blindingly fast that they slid into town way before their cue. The mare burst into loud fury at the guard, demanding he take her straight to the king. Then the guard snatched for his weapon. Then boom, an earth-shaking, authority-filled shout cracked through the air. Lionel himself stepped onto the stairs, stunned in the best way, totally thrilled that his friends showed up this early. He grinned and called for them to follow. Then, boom, he stopped cold, staring upward like he'd just seen something impossible. From the window blasted old Kevin's furious shout, shaking the whole room. The king jolted back, like fear yanked the strings inside him. Kevin snapped at Lionel, told him to stay put in the audience hall, and promised he'd personally step out and greet the guests himself. Loud footsteps thundered up the stairs. Isagi gave a crooked grin as Mercia stayed stone calm and said, "Old Kevin hasn't changed one bit. All right, let's go. The journey starts now." Isagi said goodbye to Kanya, and poor Lionel dragged his shoulders low as he trudged toward his castle. Kevin swept the guests up the lavish spiral staircase, guiding them into pure luxury. The young man stood in awe, staring at the halls carved straight into the living tree like it was a miracle with a heartbeat. He snapped his gaze upward. His eyes snapped wide with pure, shaking horror. The audience hall sat at the absolute top of those endless stairs, like it was daring anyone to reach it. Kevin looked at the kid and felt bad for him, so he suggested they start on the balcony where the view is perfect. And Isagi practically exhaled with relief and agreed right away. Isagi and Mercia froze by the window, staring in pure disbelief at the brand new city laid out before them. Sunlight blazed over noisy streets stretched out as far as the eye could see. The kids giggled and blasted the ball across the green grass, while the adults sprawled on the benches, finally letting themselves rest. Mercia stared at that peaceful scene, but a soft, warm ache curled in her chest. Isagi murmured, "This place feels nothing like the Empire." He couldn't forget his homeland. Past the shiny central streets, the slums started fast, and the rich never even bothered to care about the poor. Right here, adults and kids alike lined the streets, smiling like life couldn't get any better. Kevin stood there, cool as ice, and the young man leaned in, asking if this was really what he wanted them to see. The old beastman rubbed his beard with a sly grin, and he made it clear, even if their king is stubborn, his heart truly belongs to the people. Isagi went stone still, and those words hit him like lightning. He dropped his gaze, and a bitter smile flashed across his face like a warning. The young man admitted in a soft voice that he wanted to spark the empire with the light of alchemy, and yeah, he could have stayed and worked, but in the end he tore himself away and chose to leave his people. He gripped the stone railing until it splintered, guilt swallowing him whole, because when it came down to it, his own life mattered more than everyone else's. Suddenly, a warm hand slammed over his fingers. Mercia leaned in, her voice soft but certain, telling him that whatever came next would forge salvation for their homeland. The girl locked eyes with him and begged him to stop tearing himself apart. "Truth," Kevin shot back from behind them. The elder leaned in and reminded Isagi, everything he wanted is already here, crafted by his own hands, heavy with generous harvests and enough to pull people out of hunger. The young man glanced over the blooming fields, and in his head he nodded hard. Yep, he'd really built everything with his own hands. The doubt vanished off the young man's face. He shut the past out for good, trusted himself, and charged ahead. He burst into hearty laughter and thanked his friends. Then, out of nowhere, a tiny leaf drifted down and landed on his head. Isagi suddenly ripped the thing off his hair like it had caught him off guard. Kevin nodded, because it wasn't just any letter, it came from the great tree, and it urged him to accept it as a gift, leaving the alchemist reeling, since it was made from an insanely rare material. The elder just smiled and brushed it off like it was no big deal at all. Towering high above them, the great tree's giant trunk loomed, and right beside it, Colossal stone towers rose like a proud throne in the sky. The royal castle's massive gates loomed with jaw-dropping grandeur, and they instantly made everyone stare. Mercia leaned in and murmured the tree's name, while Asagi stared at it, stunned by its sheer size. Kevin made a beeline for the palace, because the audience hall was calling and it was showtime. Asagi gripped that precious leaf so tight in his fist that he finally mastered himself. In that colossal hall, the young man from Mercia dropped to one knee before the rulers, and the king wasted no time. He thanked him on the spot for saving them from the famine. Isagi's harvest news exploded across the kingdom, saving lives in a flash, and now the monarch was openly bowing in heartfelt gratitude. The young man dipped low in a deep bow, and said he was absolutely blown away by that kind of compliment. The Queen of Crane flashed a soft smile, because her husband had already bragged about all his greatness to her. Asagi had barely finished thanking her when the king blared out that the reward for saving the people would be given right then. The servants yanked the chests open, and the boy froze. Inside, there were mountains of blinding gold coins, stacks of weapons, and mind-blowingly rare minerals piled up like treasure from another world. The alchemist's eyes flared to life. Those materials meant one thing: he could finally forge what was once totally out of reach. Out of nowhere, Isagi clocked Mercia covering her face, barely stopping the tears, and he snapped to attention and demanded what happened. With tears streaming down her face, the girl blurted out, "In the Empire, nobody even sees how amazing he really is, and I feel awful for him. But now that I finally see you recognized, I can't help it. I'm breathing out with hope," she sighed. Mercia wiped away her tears and smiled from the heart, like pure joy had finally flooded her soul. His eyes softened and he spoke in a calm whisper, "Thanks, it was you who brought me here, Mercier." And the king snapped, "Enough now," shifting everyone's eyes straight to the throne. The Beastman King let out a breath of pure relief and declared that the time for formalities was finally over. He let Asagi and Mercia finally chill, and it nearly made the guard's heart stop cold. The stunned kid suddenly remembered he'd actually brought gifts with him. The ruler's eyes lit up with raw, instant curiosity. A massive lion-shaped stone cart roared into the hall, dragging its weight behind it with a thunderous rumble. It was packed wall-to-wall with giant watermelons and fresh, juicy apples. Isagi stayed stone silent while Mercia basked, grinning like she owned the chaos around them. First, the king snapped his fingers to have every bite tested for poison, but the next second, he changed his mind and bolted straight for the food. The whole company practically pounced on those juicy fruits the moment they hit the table. Out of nowhere, the ruler turned to the boy and demanded to know what he did in his free time. He shot out his hand. Now it was time for a no-nonsense talk and a brand new assignment. Isagi snapped into alert mode, listening like every second could change everything. The king thundered down the stairs and dropped a brutal truth right from the start. Beast people multiply fast, and they swallow enough food to drain a kingdom. For centuries, the royal family propped up the economy on endless power, but now their reserves are finally bone dry. So yeah, saving the whole country fell squarely on Asagi's shoulders. The ruler stomped toward the massive map nailed to the wall, every heavy step thudding like a drumbeat. With a sudden flick of his hand, he flat-out demanded they build a farm right in the Laotian desert. The boy froze in disbelief, recalling that it was nothing but dry sand and scattered stones, so little rain that it barely counted. The king narrowed his eyes with a sly, calculating glare. Isagi nodded, unsure, like he didn't trust his own instincts. My mind was already sprinting through schemes. This one's way tougher than the past lands, but I knew it was still totally doable. Picking that dead location wasn't random. It was the perfect stage for the brutal feud between the bird tribes and the bulls, and the bloodshed was raging there. With water and food running out, they turned on each other and slaughtered ruthlessly. The word senseless slammed into Asagi's mind like a gut punch. Right before his eyes, brutal memories of savage fights over a single piece of bread slammed into him in an instant. He squeezed his fist so hard it cracked with a sharp snap. He just couldn't wrap his head around that arrangement. The king leaned in and begged him to at least try, easing the crushing weight of mandatory success off his shoulders. Mercia shot a quick, guilty glance at her master. The girl flashed a warm smile, already sure she knew exactly what he'd say. Isagi slammed his answer down with total certainty. His eyes blazed with resolve. He vowed to raise crops that could thrive even in the brutal sands of Laos. The overjoyed ruler nearly crushed the rescuer to death with a relentless, suffocating hug. The queen thanked him from the heart, her voice soft with real gratitude for the mercy he showed. Before they could even blink, the king stepped in and promised them a guide to survive the brutal desert lands. Isagi nodded calmly and agreed without hesitation. Mercia flat-out shut him out, coldly deciding that if the conductor turns into dead weight in the battle, she'll throw him away. The boy swallowed hard, heart pounding as he pictured the monsters ahead, and how terrifying they were about to be. The king leaned back and crossed his arms over his chest, wearing pure confidence like armor. He swore the satellite would stay out of the way, then barked orders, loud and clear, to get it inside. Massive doors to the hall exploded open with a thunderous bang. A sharp female silhouette flickered into view right at the threshold. Isagi and Mercia shot each other a shocked look, because there, a red-haired girl had appeared. The stranger flashed a sly grin like he already knew your next move. With a fearless stance, she planted her hands on her hips and declared herself Regina, the very first princess and the king's own daughter. Princess Regina slammed her hand down and vowed she'd lead them straight into the desert herself. Isagi and Mercia froze, because the princess herself was about to step in as their guide. She just crossed her arms over her chest with zero hesitation, like she owned the moment and there wasn't a single thing wrong with it. Right when Isagi wouldn't let her go to the deadly Laos, Lionel cut into their conversation. He and the queen made the call. Now it was time for the girl in the golden cage to finally see what the country was truly like. Mercia swallowed hard, replaying the moment that girl tore through the guard like they were nothing. Regina cracked her knuckles, fire blazing in her eyes, ready to smash whatever came next. Isagi threw his worries aside and fully trusted her skills, no doubts left. Lionel's face suddenly twisted into a sly, secretive grin. To make sure the mission hit its mark, he vowed to the boy, name any wish and he'd make it happen. Isagi shot a question right away. Leaves or branches from the mystical great tree, and he wanted them fast. Seeing the minister's doubt, the boy snapped and couldn't take it anymore. He was practically floating there above Lionel, like gravity had given up. He screamed at the top of his lungs, insisting this material was absolutely, insanely important. The man froze in shock, then jerked back and blurted out, "Okay, I agree," voice shaking. After sealing the promise, a grinning Isagi blew the whistle and shouted that the gathering was officially starting. In a blink, they were already gone through the gate with Mercia, waiting for the princess. The boy let out a heavy sigh. Planting a crop in a dead desert is going to be brutally, brutally hard. The maid shot him a worried look, asking if all that trouble he took on was for nothing. But Isagi refused to back down. Farming in the wastelands was his biggest research mission, and he wasn't about to quit. Mercia snapped her eyes open in pure shock. The boy said that non-stop wars have turned a full third of the world's land into wasteland. No one can live there anymore. If he manages to grow crops that can survive even the toughest conditions, hunger will finally vanish for good. He dropped his gaze, knowing there wasn't a single promise of success. Mercia beamed with real conviction, certain her master was about to spark a full-blown agricultural revolution. Her support crushed every last doubt. Isagi lit up again with pure, bursting joy. A brutal shout snapped them out of their thoughts like lightning. Regina burst in with a massive backpack and a heavy sword hanging at her waist. Isagi pulled out a magical bag and promised to stash all her cargo inside it. The shocked princess exhaled in relief and thrust her belongings into his hands. The boy tiptoed up and asked, super quietly, if she knew how to ride a golem. Regina launched into the saddle with total control. Then, right before the race kicked off, she slammed the brakes without warning. Isagi's body went rigid, tension snapping tight like a drawn bowstring. The princess jabbed his chest with her finger and fumed at how painfully formal he sounded. The boy slumped with tired, defeated shoulders. Regina snapped that all this pomp isn't impressive. It only grinds her nerves down and leaves her worn out. They tossed the formalities aside and sprinted straight into the desert, grinning like they'd already won. Regina grinned and whipped the handle of her magical bike around like it was about to ignite the whole world. They shot into the forest, and the girl barked for full-throttle speed. Isagi nodded hard, vowing he'd never let the others get ahead of him. Wind came in like a whip, slamming straight into his face. But in a flash, the boy's excitement got crushed under a wave of exhaustion. He blurted to Regina that maybe it was time to ease up a little. The road kept crumbling beneath him, and the darkness slammed in fast. Regina blinked hard, like her mind was scrambling to drag a memory back to the surface. She straight up wiped that whole night from her memory. The girl let out a frustrated sigh, like she couldn't stand any of this. Then, out of nowhere, she shot her finger straight ahead, jump-scaring Isagi to his core. The maid nearby snapped tense, like she could feel the danger in the air. Then from the tangled thickets, an earth-shaking roar exploded through the air. The maid snapped into action and slammed herself right in front of him, blocking his path instantly. She blared at Isagi, warning him to be careful. Regina smirked like a hunter, then yanked her sword free with deadly intent. He lunged like lightning, and the blade tore through the monster with a brutal, hair-raising strike. The massive owlbear hit the ground dead with a brutal thud, and Isagi's whole body locked up, because Regina just ended him with one savage blow. With the blade tucked away, she spoke in a cool voice and told us the forest is crawling with monsters. We've got to race through it before anything finds us. The boy was in full panic as he jabbed at the massive carcass. He never imagined monsters this huge could be here. A jolt of cold sweat erupted on Isagi's skin when Regina grinned and casually said this bear still wasn't heavy enough. He flat out admitted he'd barely survive driving once the sun goes down. Regina wasted no time. She motioned him to jump up and sit right behind her. The maid's cheeks flared red, and before she could stop herself, she blurted out the idea that he should sit with her. Awkward silence crashed in, and the girl stumbled over her words, apologizing for the outburst that just blew up. Isagi flailed his hands in pure confusion, trying to talk the chaos down before it spiraled. The maid clutched her face, burning with shame. Regina shot a sly, knowing look at her. From this angle, the maid was fully spiraling. Pure panic had her twisted. Isagi shot a shy glance away. Before they charged ahead, they couldn't stop picturing the monster's carcass. Regina winced at the Wolverine meat stench, but Isagi grinned and said they'd fix it with alchemy. A savage black storm of energy exploded from his hands. The magic painstakingly yanked every ounce of bad blood from the beast and sealed it up in glass vials. The boy grinned as he reported with pure satisfaction that the meat would finally stop reeking. Regina couldn't stop smiling about the dinner coming up, though she admitted the whole process looked downright terrifying. Isagi nervously asked if he could take the seat right behind Mercia. His leg got jammed in the stirrup. He awkwardly climbed onto the horse, and the girl's cheeks flushed so hard it was impossible to miss. The boy felt painfully out of place, like he didn't belong in his own skin. He shakily extended his hand, like he was bracing for something terrifying. "Father Isagi," Mercia blurted out right out of nowhere. He froze. She pulled him in close and clung to him tight, gripping him like she'd never let go. Isagi panicked, flailing his hands like crazy, terrified he'd crossed those boundaries. But Mercia wouldn't budge. There was a rough road ahead, and if anything went wrong for him, it was going to spell disaster. The boy finally got her logic, like it clicked into place and made everything snap together. He shut his eyes tight and gave in. Isagi clamped his arms around her waist so tight that both of them practically combusted with embarrassment. Regina stared at the chaos, letting out a sharp, skeptical sigh like she didn't buy a single moment of it. Regina just snorted, shooting the couple a skeptical side-eye like she didn't buy a word of it. For hours, they tore through the forest in brutal silence, sprinting like the trees were closing in. The trees tore open like a doorway. A blazing light ripped across the front of him like it was hunting him down. Before them, a plain finally opened up, stretching out as far as the eye could see. Regina erupted in laughter, praising the insane speed. Thanks to that massive horse, they ripped through the forest and reached their destination in just half a day. Isagi shot Mercia a thank you, and she immediately blushed and looked away, all shy and flustered. The boy slammed his hand down and declared, "That's it, we're stopping for the night." Regina's mind snapped to a tent, a crackling campfire, and a sky blazing with stars. She spun toward Isagi, begging him to hunt up dinner. Then her blood went cold, because behind her loomed a full-sized wooden house. The girl snapped her eyes wide open in pure, jaw-dropping shock. What kind of wild hideout is this? Luxury so insane I can't even believe it, she blurted out. Isagi lifted the lantern, voice steady, and told them straight up. Building a house was way faster for him than putting up a tent. And no, he didn't need a fire here because the magical devices had it covered. The fox's excitement instantly crumpled into nothing. She quickly realized that trying to explain what regular camping is all about would get her nowhere with him. Not long after, the dinner bell tore through the air, calling everyone to the table. That whole trio crowded around the table, eyes blazing with pure hunger. They sat on the edge of their seats, craving a steaming bowl of hearty soup and a mountain of shashlik to tear into. Isagi's flawless prep and Mercia's insane culinary skill turned the moose meat into a melt-in-your-mouth masterpiece, so clean that not a hint of that gamey smell ever stuck around. Regina practically shouted for a refill, while the bright moonlight bathed the house in silver. For the next 3 days, they tore across the wasteland toward the west, riding on Regina's hints like a lifeline. The hoof slammed into the earth. All three snapped to a stop, eyes locked forward, and pure shock hit them like a punch. The whole air quivered like something was about to break through. Ahead stretched a brutal desert with no end in sight. Regina was wilting under the brutal heat, barely holding on. Ahead stretched a brutal, sun-baked desert that felt like it would never end. Isagi panted hard, drenched in sweat like he just survived a death match. His golem horse plunged into the loose sand and instantly bled speed. They finally crashed into the Laotian desert at last. Regina leaned in and calmed him down, telling him there was no rush, because once you're here, you can't go any faster no matter how hard you try. Local monsters were brutally dangerous, and those bare dunes offered zero cover. There was nowhere to hide. That's why the whole unit snapped into a tight combat formation, staying locked in perfect order. Regina charged at the front, Mercia locked down the middle, and Isagi kept everyone safe in the rear. Mercia's eyes burned with fanatic fire as she swore she'd guard them, no matter what it cost her life. Regina flashed a gentle smile and told Mercia to look after her own life first and foremost. Suddenly, Regina snapped around, whipped her head toward the danger, and screamed that the attack was happening. The sand detonated in a roaring blast behind them. A colossal monster tore up the earth and blasted straight through, sending their horses tumbling to the ground. A giant desert scorpion zeroed in on defenseless Isagi, like it had only one thing on its mind. Regina exploded forward, because a whole pack of predators had already started closing in around her. She barely managed to block the claw's crushing strike with her blade. After telling Mercia to watch the rear, she surged forward like a storm and launched her attack immediately. With one blazing slash, she chopped off the monster's limb. She wiped out the enemy and then sprinted on, no breath to waste, straight for the next target. Her blade carved through armored shells like they were nothing, tearing them apart in ruthless silence. Isagi and Mercia stared, wide-eyed, as she tore into battle like pure lightning. The girl barely managed to snap her guard up in time, as the giant claws barreled toward her. Right then, a razor-sharp stone spike erupted from the sand and drove straight into the monster. Right as Isagi's alchemy kicked in, he leaned in toward his stunned partner and blurted, "I didn't cheat. I just used magic to pack the sand tight." The boy himself didn't even see it coming. He still stared at the wound after that one smash crushed the beast. His fingers brushed against something that instantly grabbed his curiosity. But under that giant back armor, these monsters weren't all hard. They had a soft belly hiding underneath. Now Regina finally got it. Her attacks tore those predators apart so easily. Regina beamed and patted Isagi on the shoulder, declaring him a bona fide combat unit. Mercia strode ahead in tense silence, and the boy finally gave a shaky, hesitant nod. A colossal dead scorpion sprawled across the sand, like a nightmare that refused to move. Isagi stared into the blinding sun and snapped a warning. Any sudden moves would only make everything spiral out of control. The scorching heat was so brutal that all three could barely drag their legs forward. The sun kept climbing, and the desert began cooking like a blazing furnace. Isagi leaned in, eyes full of worry, and grilled Mercia about what was going on with her. The maid panted like she'd been running, but she still insisted, head high, that everything was totally fine. She could barely keep herself upright, like her legs were about to give out any second. Suddenly, Isagi's brain lit up. He dove into his bag and grabbed the water. The boy thrust a huge flask into the girl's hands. Regina blinked in shock. She still had her own supplies. Isagi told everyone that those magical embedded stones keep spitting out endless ice-cold water on their own. Regina snapped her decision on the spot, eyes blazing, and snatched the vessel out of reach. She greedily sank her lips to his neck, and with every sip, her thirst finally started to fade. Mercia clutched the flask to her chest with grateful relief, knowing they'd finally make it through, together. Isagi wanted a drink so bad, but the second the cold hit, he shivered hard. Regina grabbed the leftover ice water and dumped it straight over her head. She spun around in a panic, blurting out that she just needed to cool down. Isagi's face flushed, and he jerked his gaze away. Those wet clothes on the girl clung so tightly they turned almost see-through. Regina dismissed it with a careless flick, while Mercia watched with a grim glare as the boy got burned. The maid hovered right over him, and Isagi's nerves snapped tight as he froze. With shaky lungs, the crew finally caught their breath, and then pushed onward faster than before. When night swallowed the world, they dove into a tiny wooden cabin and vanished from sight. Isagi slipped inside, hunched tight against the brutal night cold. Regina lit up as she propped her cheeks in her hands and demanded dinner, one juicy steak made from a honey bear. Mercia let out a disappointed sigh and admitted the meat was finally all gone. Instead, she slammed a massive scorpion claw, one she'd killed in daylight, down onto the table. Isagi snapped the girls out of their shock. Scorpion venom is a neurotoxin, but once it's processed, the meat turns totally safe. Regina recoiled in disgust as she stared down a monstrous giant insect. Isagi just shrugged, because for him, an orphan, this was everyday food, not some rare delicacy meant for a princess. He suggested they look for something else, but the girl snapped, clenched her fist, and swore she'd eat it. She refused to budge, swearing to herself that chances like this don't come around often at all. Mercia nodded with calm confidence and told him to tell her the second anything felt off. Later, she slammed the prepared dinner onto the table. On the table, steaming fried scorpion and a hearty soup sat waiting, and even those crazy-looking dishes somehow looked downright delicious. Isagi grinned and dared him to try the fried scorpion, right while it was still piping hot. Regina went pale and slowly, nervously, opened her mouth like she was about to speak, and might regret it. She took a careful bite, like she was testing fate with every crunch. Isagi grinned and swore this dish hit even harder than the scorpions he'd tried in the Empire. Her expression snapped instantly into pure, jaw-dropping disgust. The princess trembled as she choked on that horrendous dish, tears pouring down her face, while her friends stared in stunned silence. Regina's eyes snapped wide with pure delight, as she barely got a taste of that first spoonful. That scorpion meat soup shocked everyone. It was weirdly tender, rich, and absolutely heart-stopping. Isagi couldn't shake it. Those hunting and cooking skills didn't match a princess's life at all. He straight up demanded to know why some royal nobody would ditch the throne and work as a regular guy. The girl flashed a soft smile. She told me how, ever since childhood, her father lit the fire in her, and she trained relentlessly until she forged herself into an outstanding warrior. But then, one day, a terrifying enemy showed up, one your sword couldn't cut down no matter what you did. Hunger gnawed at everything he had. Not even a hard-won military triumph could keep her people fed, once exhaustion crushed them. Regina dropped her eyes, remembering that this crushing disaster wasn't beaten by some invincible knight at all. It was clawed back through by a weak alchemist. She locked eyes with Isagi and blurted out the truth. She was crushed back then, and it still burned deep inside her. Then Dad clenched his fist so hard his knuckles went white, and told her the one thing she had to remember. Real power isn't just beefy muscles. It's the smooth talk of diplomacy, the sharp mind of knowledge, and the raw fire of magic. So Regina tracked down the guides and demanded Isagi's powers, because she was ready to protect her kingdom for real. The boy suddenly saw, plain as day, just how iron-hard the princess's determination really was as she pushed into this journey. He flashed a calm smile, and right then he made up his mind. Isagi slammed his point down. They'd roll out at dawn, no time wasted trying to solve the problem. In the morning, the girls dragged themselves toward the hut, moving at a glacial pace. For the next 3 brutal days, the squad tore across the scorched desert, riding like they were chasing something they couldn't outrun. Heat battered him and Isagi slumped in the saddle, utterly wiped out. Then the maid snapped her finger ahead. The boy snapped his head up out of nowhere. In front of them stretched a huge oasis, shimmering with water as far as the eye could see. On the shore, animals munched calmly, fresh greenery breaking through the endless sea of sand and prickly cacti. Isagi fought to plant himself on the ground, panting in relief that he'd actually made it out alive. He crumpled to the ground, letting out a shaky breath. Relief hit him hard, because for the first time he could finally live. By the water, the maid gently pressed a towel into his hands, like she'd been waiting for him to need it. Regina realized that thanks to the alchemist's magical bag, they didn't have to worry about a single drop of drink in this wilderness. Only a little more than half a day stood between them and the bird tribe's settlement. The Red Bulls village sat just a bit farther southwest, like it was waiting around the next corner. They snapped to a plan: first stop the birds. Suddenly, Regina screamed at the top of her lungs and shoved Isagi hard backward. Sharp arrows slammed into the earth just a step ahead of him. Feathered warriors with blazing weapons hovered in the sky, and a rainbow tribe of birds slammed into them with an all-out attack. Before the enclosure, a tribe of colorful bird people stood poised with weapons in hand, ready to strike. That brutal, endless road finally spat them out in a brand new place. Suddenly, hawk-fast beastmen with wings tore out of the sky, raining down on the oasis and menacing everyone with weapons as they crashed the invasion. Isagi blurted out right away, "We're not enemies." That young man snapped, "No hesitation. We're here on the Beast King's direct orders, plain and simple." The bird leader stopped cold, stunned by what he just saw. His winged partner only snorted, furious. Who in their right mind would even buy those outrageous lies? Then Isagi shot his finger at Regina, calling her the living proof, and the very first princess. The girl nervously dragged her fingers through her hair. She flicked her ears and swished her tail with pride, proving that her lion blood runs deep. But the attackers froze mid-strike, blinking in total disbelief. The bird people traded sharp looks and finally confessed they'd never, ever laid eyes on a single lion in their whole lives. An awkward silence slammed into the room, and they had zero clue what a real lion even looked like. Isagi froze in shock. These two straight up knew nothing about the real world. Regina erupted in rage, because it was obvious they were trying to play her for a fool. The birdman flashed a wicked grin and snapped back, calling them brazen impostors. He lashed out with a fury-filled swing of the sickle, but Mercia burst into action and blocked it just in time. Out of nowhere, a thunderous voice ripped out of the sky, commanding everyone to stop. The tribe's chief herself dropped right into the fight, instantly snapping her people into order, and locking eyes with the king's daughter as if she'd been waiting for this moment. Isagi snapped his eyes shut in pure shock. The woman flashed a soft, gentle smile and snapped her attention to Regina. The chief beamed and praised the princess, saying how much she'd grown. Regina broke into a joyful smile at Ties, because it had been a full 5 years since they last saw each other. Isaga's eyes widened when he realized these two had been tied to each other for ages. The bird people bowed in shame, and Regina, seeing their guilt, softened, letting them lift their heads again. Ties snapped that her people were only defending the oasis that kept the tribe alive, and that's what caused the whole deadly mix-up. The chief leaned in and asked the guests, please, while her fiery warriors stood ready, begging them to forgive her. Regina pinned her tormentors with a ferocious stare, so intense the air itself felt like it turned to stone. The terrified bird people were so desperate they nearly pecked the ground with their beaks, pleading for mercy. With their wings dropping, they bowed again and apologized for the mix-up, promising they never meant any harm. Later, the leader shot an intrigued look at the princess's companions. Mercia and Asagi locked eyes and greeted each other by name like they'd been waiting for this moment. Ties snapped with energy as he pumped the young alchemist's hand in a fierce shake. Her smile vanished in an instant, replaced by deadly seriousness. This princess's visit could only mean one thing: an absolutely massive mission was coming. A woman stepped in and offered to guide the guests to a safe village, and just like that, everyone hit the road. Regina grinned through the glare and begged Ties to run that old trick again. The boy felt completely lost as the girl snapped into action, setting up a breakneck escape to the next settlement over. He hefted the rope in his hands, fully convinced those fragile bird girls couldn't possibly carry the load. His knee snapped up and intercepted the rope's end with unstoppable confidence. The harpies beat their wings furiously, then thrust those rough makeshift loops right into the passenger's hands like, "Grab on, don't let go." The young man blurted out, voice shaking, asking if they could actually take that kind of weight. That knee grinned. Sure, it looked fragile, but the colorful bird tribe had legs built like steel, shockingly strong. The boy clamped his hands hard around the loop. With a violent lurch, they shot into the sky as his terrified scream tore out of him. He grabbed the rope like his life depended on it. Regina was just soaking up that sweet, steady headwind like it was made for her. The moment the young man opened his eyes, he snapped still. Pure awe hit him like lightning. They blasted across endless canyons, riding the wind like they were born to soar. Before long, a settlement burst into view below, carved straight into the rocks like it had been there forever. The tiny harpy trotted off with a bucket so heavy it looked like it might crush her. The boy's body went tight as he stared at the architecture, bracing for whatever it hit. Sharp stakes and looming palisades turned the place into a military fortress, not a peaceful village. Inside, the guests got a steamy cup of desert flower tea, sweet and fragrant enough to make everyone pause and breathe it in. Regina flashed a quick, respectful smile and thanked them. Then she dove straight into it and handed over a letter from King Lionel of the Beastmen, demanding answers on the food crisis. The settlement's chief Tor opened the message and let the news hit the room. A heavy silence slammed into the air, stretching out way too long. She stared at the paper in total silence, like it was screaming answers she wasn't ready for. Her face kept paling with confusion as she just sat there, staring at the letter in total silence, utterly clueless about what it said. Then she leaned in and straight up demanded to know what, exactly, they were expected to do. Regina's eyes snapped open, and surprise hit her like a punch. The whole company erupted in cries, because the king didn't write a single clear order. He just handed the entire mess straight to Regina herself. The boy forced a nervous smile, remembering how Lionel used to float through life like nothing ever bothered him. While she was still recovering, Regina laid it all out. Her big plan was clear: teach the tribe how to grow crops on their own. She honestly couldn't believe what she was hearing. Regina promised that a hot, home-cooked meal would finally choke off the bloody feud with the Red Bulls over resources. A harpy let out a bone-deep, heavy sigh that felt like the air itself was crushing her. She bowed deeply and thanked the king from the bottom of her heart for everything he'd done for her. But she snapped bitterly, that trying to grow anything on this dead land is nearly impossible. The winged elf jabbed a finger at the sun-baked wasteland outside the window and grumbled that there hadn't been a drop of rain, just brutal heat swings that never let up. Time and time again, the locals tried planting crops, but the desert crushed every single seed the moment it sprouted, and nothing survived that brutality. Isagi drank water in silence, and as he did, memories of Plumeria flooded back, nearly the same words of despair haunting him again. This time the challenge didn't mess around. It got deadly serious. Suddenly, his beast woman companion slammed her palm on the table, nearly making the boy choke, and shouted that this was exactly why she dragged the skilled alchemist in here. Isagi flailed his hands and begged, "Don't get your hopes up." She bragged, glowing with pride, about how he personally turned barren Plumeria into the kingdom's richest farmland. The elf girl went utterly still, frozen in pure shock. Still in disbelief, she held her breath and demanded it all over again. Was it really true? Mercia the maid smiled and nodded, reminding everyone how Isagi's magic banished the terror of hunger from their settlement for good. The boy fumbled for words and murmured to the maid, telling her she was blowing it way out of proportion. Lady Ties suddenly stood up from the table like it was the last thing anyone expected. She snapped away from the window and started begging for help, fighting panic with every word. She finally confessed that her people are sick to death of these endless fights. Isagi strode forward with pure confidence and shot his hand out like he owned the moment. He didn't beat around the bush. He said they came here for one reason, and it was exactly this. Their hands slammed together in a no-nonsense handshake, firm like a promise. The companion girls traded thrilled looks like they'd just won something. His niece suddenly buckled out of nowhere, like it couldn't help whispering, "Why do you even need me?" She kept pressing the question. Why would a complete stranger to both the birds and the beast people reach out to them at all? Like hunger isn't just another kind of suffering. Isagi answered with steady calm. If someone's in pain and you've got the power to help, you don't hesitate. You reach out and grab that helping hand. He smiled from the heart. No tricks, no hidden agenda, just pure sincerity. Hearing those words, the elf girl's cheeks erupted in a deep, burning blush. She flapped her hands wildly, trying to cover up the heat of her embarrassment. The girls leaned in and whispered under their breaths, smiling because the boy was so warm and refreshingly straight with them. Isagi clenched his fist so hard it looked like it could crack stone, and swore that instead of taking a breather, they'd hit the ground running, right now, to save the city. The winged elf stared forward, heart pounding with huge dreams of finally building their very own farm. Isagi said, dead confident, that the first move is to scout the whole area around you. The entire company burst out into the wasteland, surrounded by nothing but jagged, bare rocks. The boy decided to start by digging into the local soil's quality. Suddenly, a massive two-handed sword crashed into the ground with a deafening roar. This beast human slammed his blade into the stone, and Isagi nearly had a heart attack just from the damage he'd done to it. She calmly looked away with an innocent little act, while the boy stared at her like he was silently accusing her. Isagi pinched the dry earth in his fingers, then leaned in and started breaking down the basics of fertility. He said 3 must-have conditions make soil truly good. Give the soil room to breathe and let water slip through fast, so the roots can drop straight down without hitting a single block. The soil has to hold onto moisture and nutrients, and the girls leaned in, breath held, ready for the verdict on this local land. The boy looked down, voice cracking as he admitted this land didn't match a single one of the criteria. A suffocating silence smothered the desert, like the world just stopped breathing. Isagi panicked and blurted that the right fertilizers would fix everything. The elf girl's eyes lit up like fireworks, brimming with hope for alchemy. But her excitement crashed instantly. Everything she needed to grow was missing: water. The crew snapped their focus to the endless desert, remembering that awesome oasis just off in the distance. That beastly creature calmly, but convincingly told them to plant the harvest right there. The elf girl let out a heavy sigh, because that place had been packed with deadly monsters for ages. Then a wild new idea hit him. Snake underground pipes straight from the oasis. Isagi dragged his knuckles across his chin, lost in deep thought. He said the land is way too flat, and the distance between them is just insanely huge. And those giant underground scorpions will rip through any pipeline without mercy the second they strike. The beast woman, drowning in despair, clutched her head like she couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, the alchemist's eyes locked onto the maid, while she calmly sipped straight from her flask. In a blink, he unleashed a magical artifact that summoned water out of thin air. The elf girl snapped her eyes wide. No way. Could he really craft an artifact that pulls water from nowhere? With starry eyes blazing, she lunged at him in pure excitement, so intense that they had to physically rip her off him. The girls stumbled over their words and apologized. Like this was the kind of dream their dry, stubborn world had never dared to hope for. Isagi's eyes narrowed, and the whole vibe turned deadly serious. He declared, with zero hesitation, that he'd rather live without magic altogether. The boy snapped. Those brutal sandstorms and wild temperature swings will tear the artifact apart fast. The beast human gave a grim nod, basically telling him, no alchemists here for repairs. But there was another reason too, and this one hit even harder. If their one and only water source suddenly dries up, their hard work and harvest will rot overnight. The elf girl's wings drooped with crushing sadness. Isagi instantly realized they had to find a trustworthy natural source, like, right now. He squinted. The boy shot his hand toward those far-off mountain ranges, like he was certain the real water veins were hiding out there for them. The bird stalled. Those tight caves were a nightmare to squeeze through and monsters lurked everywhere, so Isagi shot back. Let's hunt for them together, and they set off as one. Isagi thought, if I track down the source, I can just yank the water and funnel it straight down the slope. He confidently lifted a finger, like he was about to make a move. The boy leaned in and reassured the winged girl. Alchemy can read the soil, so we won't struggle finding it. The girl lit up and agreed on the spot to hit the mountain with him. The whole crew finally kicked off their journey side by side. The winged girl soared across the abyss, then slowly lowered a basket dangling by ropes with her friends inside. Isagi clenched his jaw and stared down like he was hunting for a weakness. Below them, the ruins of an ancient settlement sprawled like a forgotten battlefield. A sharp wind whipped through his clothes, sending everything fluttering. That thick rope snapped tight and cinched down hard. The basket ripped past the dark rocks in a blur. Finally, they touched down without a sound, landing like a whisper. Right ahead, the cave's black mouth gaped like a hungry void. Warrior Ties and Maid Mercia stepped into the guard shift, so Isagi could focus without a single interruption. A magical lantern erupted into a blazing glow, cutting through the darkness like a spark of hope. Isagi slapped the wall, blasted an alchemical surge, and still let out a frustrated sigh. There was absolutely no water there. Instead, Ties nearly couldn't speak from sheer shock, because the boy had tripped right into a vein of manatite by accident. Isagi suddenly broke off a chunk of rock with a sharp move. He rolled that shiny mineral between his fingers, totally unconvinced. She was already daydreaming about stacks of cash and a booming, massive business. And that's the real kicker. Manatite is this insanely rare mineral packed with pure, untamed magical energy. This kind of energy could supercharge any weapon or armor, turning it into something way more lethal. The boy nodded, but only reluctantly, like he hated every second of it. But right then, he dropped that sword from the sky to the ground. Because without food, these riches are pointless, and what's here isn't even enough to matter. With the mind chewing up the land and spitting out misery, no city will ever rise here. Nobody would dare come and live. It was a gut punch to miss that shot, but everyone snapped into agreement. Right now, they needed water, so they tossed the extraction plan out the window. Right then, the corridor yanked apart into two separate paths. Isagi paused, paced in his head, and pounded the question to Mercia for advice. The maid quietly snatched up a handful of stones from the ground. She yanked her arm back and hurled one of them straight into the tunnel hard. Mercia leaned into the darkness with total confidence and declared, The left passage keeps going. Take the right, and you hit a dead end. The girls snapped their heads toward her, stunned to learn she charts her path by echo alone. Everyone agreed. No debate, send her straight into reconnaissance. The team tiptoed after the maid, afraid of what might be lurking right behind her. They plunged into the gloomy caves, where cobwebs hung thick like silent traps. That winged girl shot Ties a shaky question. What about the monsters everyone swears are hiding on this mountain? Suddenly, Isagi snapped to a stop and slammed his hand out between them. Mercia's body went tight the moment she heard dozens of tiny silhouettes buzzing overhead. Hundreds of hungry eyes flashed in the dark. Because they weren't alone, they were surrounded by a whole pack of cave monsters. At the entrance, the heroes froze. This dark vault was crawling with sand spiders. Giant arthropods stomped toward them, shaking the ground with every thunderous step. The boy jerked in disgust, grimacing hard as he pointed at the threat like it was about to leap at him. Regina lunged ahead and tore into the nearest monster, blades flashing through its defenses. Elf Ties snapped her weapon up too, even as her partner grumbled nonstop about the filth all around them. With one thunderous strike, Ties cleaved the spider clean in half. She flashed a confident smile and said, "Yeah, I'm weaker right here, but don't get it twisted. I can still fight." Suddenly, the young man panicked and shouted for the girls to come back. He whipped something forward in a single hard swing. The sphere smacked the giant's shell and bounced away with a heavy, dull thud. The boy spun on his heel and bolted into the distance. A thunderclap ripped through the air behind me. The bullet detonated and swallowed the world in a thick cloud of gas. They backed to a safe distance and leaned in, hanging on every chilling sound that crawled out of the dark. The young man calmly flicked his sleeve, shrugging off whatever was stuck there. Regina's eyes widened as she blurted out, "Wait, what's going on here?" The boy popped up with yet another ball, yelling that it was an insecticide bomb. He told them that alchemy can crank up a plant's poison to an insane, unstoppable level. The air smelled rough and intense, but it was totally safe for humans. The cave's thick fog started thinning, drifting away grain by grain. Mercia the maid froze in shock. Those monsters just vanished out of nowhere. The young man burst through the smoke, locked eyes with Regina and declared, "The path is clear." The girls pinched their noses, and yeah, that smell was painfully specific. But Regina stiffened up like something was about to snap. Meanwhile, the young man strolled right through the dead spiders, calmly snatching trophies like it was nothing. The knee rejoiced as it swept the whole cave clean in one go. But he warned them that insecticide bombs are rare, and when they're used, they don't wipe out every spider. Suddenly he froze. His fingers brushed that damp smear on the stone. The young man leaned in and stared hard. Could it really be? Their eyes lit up, because right nearby, an underground spring gushed under the earth, and the whole crew sprinted straight for it. They burst to the rim of a deadly chasm, where the only way forward was down the steep drop. The boy fixed his gaze on the darkness, and the danger crawled across his skin like a warning. He whispered for Mercia like it was his last hope. The maid shut her eyes tight and zeroed in on every sound around her. She breathlessly described the huge hall downstairs, where a monster was creeping in the shadows. One monster stood there, and it was insanely huge, like it didn't belong on the same planet. His knee went pale and stammered that it was a royal spider. Sharp black shadows tore through the pitch-black night. The cave's darkness exhaled pure danger. A barely visible flicker sliced through the darkness and tugged an uneven stone right out of it. Something colossal lurked down in the dark depths, just waiting to strike. Isagi slumped on the ground, chest heaving hard as he fought to steady his mind. He sprang up, lifted the lantern high, and barked a hard order to head for the royal spider. Regina shot a curious question. Where on earth did he suddenly find that fighting spirit? The boy clenched his fists, because they desperately needed to find water right now. That knee barely gave him a crumb of mercy against his sheer will. They hurled themselves into the abyss, and as soon as the boy dropped in, he slammed his magic circle to shatter the darkness. In a burst of blinding light, a nightmare crawled into existence. A massive royal spider, absolutely terrifying. The knee shot into the attack instantly, No hesitation at all. The monster snapped open its creepy jaws with a chilling click. She swung with everything she had, but the blade just skidded off that thick shell like it couldn't touch a thing. Isagi clocked the danger first, and before anyone could react, he bolted forward screaming to slam the defense barrier up. That blazing shield snapped into action, swallowing the paw's brutal strike and saving ties at the very last second. The boy realized ordinary attacks bounced off that armor like they meant nothing. Regina clamped her hand on the sword's hilt and blared that her strength was made for moments like this. Mercia, the maid, nailed the plan. She'd draw the spider's attention while Regina went in for the main, crushing hit. The warrior woman bared her fierce smile and went straight for the weak spot. When the monster lifted its paw again, ties snapped fire into being around her. The winged girl shrieked with pure, fierce terror. With a sharp twist, she snapped out a brutal kick that smashed straight into the monster. The punch slammed into his tusked snout, right on the money. The spider stumbled, swaying like it just lost its bearings. Ties shoved off from him and launched into the sky, soaring higher than ever. She dropped down quietly behind Isagi like a shadow. The giant lurched hard, and his balance finally gave out. Regina's guard dropped, and she shot into action without missing a beat. She let out a deafening battle cry and swung her sword like it was going to tear the whole world apart. The heavy blade tore into the monster's head, crunching as it drove deep. While the spider was still catching its breath, Mercia was already slipping down below like a shadow. Her eyes went ice cold. This punch had to hit exactly where the wound was still freshly open. The maid whipped the hidden blades out and slammed them deep into the enemy's flesh. The creature's eye bulged wide, screaming with pain. The spider crashed to the ground, and Isagi gulped in panic, his mind racing as he wondered where Mercia hid a weapon like that. Suddenly, the boy went ice-cold pale and screamed that a brand new attack was coming. Instead of striking, the spider suddenly kicked off the ground and sprang straight up to the ceiling. Dozens of tiny spiders poured out of every crack, swarming the leader and trapping his escape. Isagi snatched the alchemical grenades, hucked them straight into the swarm, and yelled at the girls not to breathe. The knee slammed into him, and with a violent gust of wind magic, that acrid smoke got blasted straight into the spider's nest. Regular spiders crumpled straight to the ground as magic hit them, just not quite as hard. Isagi clenched the bombs in both hands, knowing the only real danger left was that royal spider. A towering monster slammed into the rocks with a deafening roar, shaking the whole shoreline. The girls shrieked his name in pure horror, like something terrifying had just happened. The creature snapped its horrifying fangs inches from his face, like it was ready to bite at any second. Lightning movement. That maid cat hissed with bared teeth, radiating pure menace. With a wild scream ripping through the air, she slammed a devastating kick straight into the monster's head. After the crash, the maid skidded across the stone, and the whole team shouted her name, panicked and terrified. Isagi snapped his magic circle to life and froze the enemy in their tracks, trapping their movements instantly. The monster abruptly froze in place. The warrior grabbed the opening and, with one brutal sweep of her sword, sliced the monster clean in two. Exhausted, the girls dropped to the ground, then erupted in a burst of victory. The maid broke down and admitted she'd already mentally bid farewell to life. Then she thanked Isagi with all her heart for saving her. The boy smiled and said they only made it because they had each other's backs. Now they had to tear the royal monster's carcass apart, scavenging every last bit of valuable material. Isagi just blinked, totally stunned, like his brain skipped a beat. The cave swallowed the light, and gloom crawled everywhere. With a flashlight in one hand and a pickaxe in the other, the boy charged ahead, dragging the whole team on a desperate hunt for water. Suddenly, the maid's ears snapped to attention at the quiet sound. She shot a confident finger into the dark, tracking the exact spot where that dripping sound was coming from. The girl barreled into the tight passageway, like she was chasing the edge of a secret. Isagi lifted the lantern, and instantly stopped cold in pure shock. The light ripped through the darkness and tore the uneven walls into view. Barren rocky outcrops stretched so far down they vanished into the shadows. Space itself was ripping outward, expanding at breakneck speed. Gigantic stalactites dangled from the ceiling like deadly traps. The bottom vanished into a thick blanket of darkness. Black abyss. The underground canyon stretched out, so huge it felt unreal. They clung to the cliff's edge, staring down into an endless underground lake stretching into darkness below. All four of them snapped into shocked silence, trading disbelief-filled stares like, "No way, that's really happening." Isagi scooped fresh water straight into the test tube. The boy burst out laughing, claiming this water is safe to drink, and just like that, the water problem for agriculture was solved. All that's left is to drill the well. Since the source is this massive, nothing can stop us. A bright, gentle smile blossomed across the girl's face. That knee flushed bright, red the second someone said its name. The whole team tore off again, hearts light and spirits soaring. On his way there, Isagi swung the pickaxe with relentless precision, smashing the walls like he was carving a path to victory. He carved clear little markers along the trail, straight to the spring. Scars carved into the stone, deep and jagged. Step into the blaze of the light. A massive crowd of winged folks was already waiting on the surface, ready for them. His knee blared the news to everyone. Water had been found. Isagi beamed as he watched their reaction, warmth flooding his chest. Emotions erupted like an explosion inside him. Joyful screams tore through the desert silence like lightning. At night, a massive bonfire roared to life, and the entire village erupted into the loudest celebration anyone had ever seen. The whole city lit up as evening rolled in, buzzing like it couldn't sit still. Mercia whipped her hands in the air and yelled at Isagi to come to the table. She couldn't stand still while everyone else was busy working. The winged elf flashed a polite smile and guided them to the open seats. Isagi slowly sank onto the carpet, like he was settling in for something big. Suddenly, a thunderous voice cut through the air. On King Lionel's orders, everyone snapped to attention. The whole crowd snapped to attention and stared up at the woman who loomed over them like a storm. She solemnly declared that thanks to Princess Regina, the alchemist Isagi, and the maid Mercia, they'd finally uncovered a whole new source of water. The woman lifted her glass and toasted the rescuers like heroes. The locals cheered and raised their glasses, toasting with pure joy. The guys clinked their mugs together, toasting with real heart and full sincerity. The winged folk leaned in, clinked their mugs in joy, and greeted each other like it was the best day ever. The girls burst into action, hauling trays of food straight to the tables. Isagi gaped at the massive portion in front of him. They shoved a weird dish in front of him, and the boy blurted out in pure confusion that he'd never seen anything like it before. Then they shoved over another weird dish, a whole plate of fried bites, and the boy stared at it again, totally baffled. The elf grinned and said it's nothing special, just a normal opuntia, sizzling in a pan with salt, pepper, and butter. The boy locked onto the exact same prickly cactus they kept spotting in the desert. Meanwhile, Mercia was absolutely demolishing the treats, cheeks puffed like she couldn't stop. She grinned and savored that bright, tangy kick and the cactus's surprisingly hearty bite. Suddenly the girl snapped still, like time itself stopped. That thick, spicy aroma hit the air, and she spun around fast, eager for whatever was coming. They slapped down sand lizard meat and bull meat on their plates. That massive plate smelled absolutely amazing, but Mercia clocked the fact it looked a little undercooked. Isagi leaned in and took a bite, slow and deliberate. Sharp inhale. The sheer, unbearable sharpness hit him so hard he looked like he might spit fire. Meanwhile, Mercia practically glowed with excitement, bragging that lizard meat can be chowed down forever. It's so tender it tastes just like chicken. Isagi, roasted by the relentless heat, forced out a shaky breath and muttered that it was just painfully, unbearably sharp. The terrified elf bolted up and thrust a mug of water into his hands. Isagi gulped greedily for more, coughing as air finally slipped back in, then rasped out a hoarse thanks to Lady Ties. But she shook her head gently and insisted, "No, I should be the one thanking you." That knee let out a breath of pure relief. Now it could finally pour the water without flinching, even in moments like these. Isagi nodded hard like, "Yeah, I'm with you," written all over his face. They gathered around the bonfire and watched those winged folks laugh, dance, and light up the night. Everyone looked genuinely happy, like they'd finally shaken off the old days of counting every drop until it hurt. The boy snatched up the sharp skewer once more. Ties watched him chew with tears streaming down his face, and the sight utterly terrified her. But he snapped her down out of the panic fast, calming her almost instantly. That dish felt like it would burn your soul, but its scent was irresistible, pulling you in before you even knew it. Mercia lit up with excitement and picked lizard meat as her absolute favorite. The boy stared into the distance, replaying every step of their desert journey and the swarm of unknown creatures that kept haunting their path. Inside the imperial castle, he had everything he could ever want. No need to leave its walls, but that same comfort always left him feeling empty. Isagi stormed back to Mercia and confidently declared his next target. He chased the biggest grin mission ever, serving up mouthwatering food until everyone's face lit up. Mercia flashed a warm smile and promised him, straight up, he was going to succeed. And that's why, from tomorrow onward, they're gonna be pushed even harder than ever. Under the moon, the desert swallowed its secrets, quiet, deadly, and waiting to be uncovered. With a pathetic thud, the dead lizard hit the sand and went still. The burly horned warrior yanked the spear free from the carcass, growling under his breath about those winged idiots making noise out in the distance. He clutched the bloodied weapon in a vice grip, then barked at his men to lock in on the hunt. A quick little intro message burst onto the screen. Isagi's excitement exploded, and he clutched the shovel in a death grip. After that wild banquet, the sun crawled up over the mountains, painting everything in golden light. Regina yawned with sleep still in her eyes, even as chaos raged around her and the harpies kept dozing. Her knee grinned at her like it remembered yesterday's fun. The cat girl scratched her head, totally baffled, and she hunted Isagi and Mercia with her eyes. Ties offered up the free rooms in her house so they could launch their new workshop. But Isagi snapped that idea down, because the danger of hazardous substances was too real, so he chose to build it on his own, separately. Then the elf girl shoved that empty lot right by the house into their hands. Regina stepped outside and froze in stunned awe, impressed by how hard they'd worked. Massive stone blocks drifted through the air like they were weightless, gliding in perfect silence. Mercia hauled brutal, heavy blocks with her bare hands as Isagi called the shots, driving the whole thing with alchemy. All we had to do was slice a window into the completed wall. The boy leaned out of the hole and declared, "This is plenty for a simple workshop." Mercia blinked in shock at how fast they pulled it off. Then the boy reassured her that they'd still keep living in the Tai's house, so the place could stay humble. Mercia strode down the brand-new wide corridor, her eyes popping at the sheer number of rooms. Isagi proudly showed off the finished warehouses and the huge, open work area like he'd just built a whole new world. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open in shock when he spotted the guests. Regina folded her arms over her chest, narrowed her eyes, and sized up their secret base like she was hunting for secrets. Her eyes flared with excitement. Those dark corridors felt like a real dungeon, monsters and all. She teased the alchemist about how slow he was moving, yanking the focus back to the truth. What he thought was the hard part was only the warm-up, and the real struggle was coming next. Ties and Regina nodded in agreement, because the real grind isn't over yet. They still don't know what to grow, and the water still hasn't even been brought in. The boy didn't even hesitate. He snapped out an order to move at once, and it left the girl utterly baffled. Before anyone could breathe easy, the whole crew huddled up at the cave's grim entrance. Mercia tore the drawing open. Isagi slammed his palms into the stone, and the ground ripped open with a violent rumble. The fresh water swept in and slid right into the channel like it was born for it, perfectly settling into place. Now they had to race to seal the underground lake. The boy stared at the massive crack, then snapped his finger and pointed straight at where they needed to dig. Ties asked, voice shaking, if that vault could actually stand up and hold. Isagi snapped in reassurance, telling her that the second he works, he instantly beefs up the walls. Regina cracked a stretch, then volunteered to stand guard at the entrance, right alongside the elf. The alchemist let out a grateful sigh. He pulled Mercia into the darkness with him, and she just nodded in silence. Thais and Regina locked eyes, then braced themselves to dive into the job that was waiting for them. From deep inside the cave, a muffled grind of stones started creeping through the darkness. The alchemist and the maid with the lantern tiptoed down the brand-new stairs, each step taken with razor-sharp care. Isagi shot his hands up and used alchemy to carve a path straight through the chaos. Mercia studied every single movement, matching it to that intricate diagram like his life depended on it. A brutal surge of energy ripped through another stubborn wall, blasting it into dust like it was nothing. The doors burst open. They pushed forward as the cold dungeon swallowed the night around them. Isagi shot, "What time is it?" And Mercia answered with a blunt stare. About 6 hours had already burned since work started. He shut his eyes and finally admitted, under his breath, that he was just a bit worn out. Suddenly, Isagi clutched his own head as mana exhaustion hit hard, scaring the maid half to death. He flicked the restoration potion bottle and downed it in a flash. The boy wiped his mouth, grinned, and swore he could dig even deeper now. Mercia fixed him with a gloomy stare, saying nothing as the silence crushed the room. She yanked his hand in a tight grip and barked at him to drop everything and stop working right now. The girl snapped the truth at him. This was his third time, and his body just couldn't take that kind of punishment anymore. "Your health above everything," she screamed, shutting down every single objection in an instant. A silent towering slab of stone loomed ahead, dead still and soundless. With everything bearing down on him, Isagi reluctantly caved and agreed to take a break. They dropped onto the ground by the lantern, and the boy's grin lit up as he recalled getting scolded the exact same way in the castle. Suddenly, he snapped to a halt like someone yanked the brakes. Was all the boy could choke out. The glowing stone died out, and the cave swallowed everything in an instant, total pitch-black darkness. Isagi shot out a quick apology, eyes on the ground as regret for his inattentiveness hit him hard. Mercia shot her hand into the magical bag at once, hunting for a spare stone. In the pitch-black dark, her terrified squeak ripped through the silence like a warning. Isagi's hand brushed something unbelievably soft and fluffy. When he touched it, he whispered, "It feels like the finest silk ever made." And Mercia beside him gave a tiny, shaky tremble. A blinding flash hit, and the boy had the maid gripped tight by the tail. He shot back right away, blaring apologies like he was trying to stop a disaster. With trembling hands, Isagi whipped a brand new stone into the lantern. He tried to talk his way out of it all over again, insisting, swearing, that the darkness was so thick he couldn't see a thing. Mercia turned the color of a lobster, and she clamped her embarrassment down with all her might. She said with calm honesty that she gets why there was no malicious intent. "Yeah, no, that can't happen right now," she muttered, her voice awkward, and she shoved her gaze away. Both froze in awkward silence, eyes darting away to different corners of the cave like neither of them knew what to say. Even with everything going wrong, they kept smashing away at the rock for 3 more brutal days, until the wall finally gave in with a thunderous crash. Isagi from Mercia inched forward and carefully peered through the busted hole. Their hard work hit pay dirt. At last, the Harpy settlement hauled fresh water from the brand new well. The locals practically overflowed their buckets with joy, filling them up as if the moment demanded it. Everyone finally exhaled in relief, and right away, someone was already drifting off, imagining that long-awaited hot bath. "No," Isagi barked, and their hope got slammed shut like a door. The boy clenched his fist and roared that the real battle was just about to start. The girl beastman snapped, utterly confused. "Wait, what are you even talking about?" Next thing you know, the entire company is standing right in the middle of an endless desert, staring into nothingness. They picked out tough plants to turn those dead sands green again. He snapped his orders and pushed everyone to start hauling materials right away. The girl beastman jolted and pointed in shock at the closest thorns. Isagi spotted the cacti and practically cheered like he just found real treasure. He was genuinely blown away by how they managed to survive those brutal conditions, even with the temperature swinging wildly every second. Mercia stared at the horizon and with a deadpan shrug, realized there wasn't a damn thing out here, just those cacti. While Mercia the maid was wandering through the sands, she suddenly tripped on a wild strawberry bush, and Isagi was left staring in pure shock. Their hype evaporated the second it touched their knee. One bite of that desert berry looked tasty, but it was poison. The young man leaned in, studied the fruit inch by inch, and his eyes confirmed it was packed with a deadly, ruthless toxin. A tense silence snapped into place. Then he tossed the berry straight into his mouth, and the girls erupted into screams of pure horror, while his companions yanked him by the shoulders, panicking and begging him to spit out the poison. Isagi just stayed calm, chewing it like it was nothing, saying he'd already neutralized the threat with alchemy. He scratched the back of his head, guilt creeping in as he blurted out excuses out of pure habit, and the girls let out sighs of relief. Mercia leaned in and demanded to know what that desert prize actually tasted like. With a satisfied grin, Isagi reached out and pressed a handful of peeled berries into her hands. The warlike companion couldn't stop drooling, already picturing just how much power that plant had packed in even under those brutal conditions. She eyed the strawberry like it might bite, poking it with her finger as she demanded, "No doubt, there was zero poison left on it." Once Ties got the go-ahead, she immediately demanded her share too. The girls took careful bites of every single piece. Their faces lit up the second that bright sweet and sour flavor hit. Ties slowly lowered her gaze, her heart sinking as she realized, without Isagi's alchemy, they'd be left with nothing to feed on. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open in shock. Isagi shoved an empty basket into her hands, swearing he'd rinse every last thing they hauled back, so the settlement could finally purge the poison. A tiny spark of hope ignited in the elf's eyes. With real joy in her voice, she thanked him from the bottom of her heart, then raced off, determined to grab every last scrap of supplies she could for her people. The company plunged into more searches, refusing to give up. They trekked across a dead, blazing desert, one that even ordinary creatures couldn't survive. Suddenly, Isagi snapped his arm forward, like he'd just spotted the next move. Massive living cacti shoved themselves across the path, but they hacked through them in seconds, shredding the whole blockade. Right after that, I had to fight off a vicious pack of desert wolves before they tore into me. Isagi scavenged ingredients from fallen magical beasts and sealed every last one into a vial with razor care. These trophies were the perfect blueprint to forge brand new, tougher varieties. After what felt like forever, the riders finally burst into a tiny green oasis. The cat girl gasped, sparkling with pure delight. Everyone snapped their gaze upward, staring into those massive, sprawling treetops. Ties leaned in and said, "These right here are date palms, and every last fruit is totally edible." That expert elf laid it all out, how to prep them, from dried fruits to rich wine and syrupy magic. In that brutal desert, finding sweets from such a safe source felt like discovering buried treasure. Isagi's eyes locked in, sharp and unshakable. A ruthless, complex alchemy circle ripped open the air and blazed into existence in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a lavish bunch of crops burst into his hands, grown by magic, his very first move toward raising something new. The young man begged the girls to help with the date collection. Then Ties suddenly froze mid-step. She blurted out, shaking with nerves, that they keep away from this place since it's right next to the Red Bull's tribe. "Don't you dare show up here," a rough voice growled. Atop the sandy dunes peak, jagged horned silhouettes of armed warriors loomed into view. A hulking man with a massive axe slung over his shoulder crept closer from right behind. Isagi snapped around fast, scanning for danger like a hawk. Kihas, the Red Bull's leader, hid his senses, and the whole of him clenched, knee to core, like his body knew before his mind did. A predatory, self-confident grin snapped onto the stranger's face like he already owned the night. A lone windmill slowly creaked and turned under a perfectly clear, endless sky. In Plumeria village, the summer vibe was still carefree and bright, like nothing could ever go wrong. But out in the desert, trouble hit the air like a spark. The Asagi crew's route got slammed shut by a squad of horned warriors, and Mercia clocked them instantly. Right in front of them loomed the chief of the Red Bull's tribe. Kihas smirked at them, tossed the axe over his shoulder, and said they'd only stepped out to rest before the hunt. Mercia snapped, saying she wasn't here to relax. There were plenty of other places for that. The horned leader tossed his shoulders in a smug shrug, like he owned the world. His eyes swept over Asagi's crew. Kihas's face snapped dark with rage as he blasted the elves, claiming they were teaming up with outsiders to take the entire oasis. Nothing like that, Mercia blurted, like the idea was totally insane. Right then, a black-gloved hand shot out and slammed to a stop the moment before her. Kihas snapped into a tense, ready for anything stake. Regina strode up, leveled her massive sword at the chieftain, and barked for Asagi to spill every detail himself. The chief's eyes snapped shut in total confusion. The alchemist strode forward with cold calm and declared, "I'm here on the orders of the Beastmen's king, to end this resource war for good." He sucked in a deep breath, then slammed his fist down and declared, "We're building a farm in this desert." A tense silence snapped into place, like the world was holding its breath. Then the Red Bulls burst into wild, unstoppable laughter, as if everything just ignited. Isagi's mood crashed instantly, and gloom swallowed him whole. The warriors clutched their stomachs, wiped away tears, and screamed that he'd gone insane. Mercia's breath caught as she clapped a trembling hand over her mouth. Laughing like a maniac, Kihas snapped into a blood-curdling scream, like the air had turned to dust and the whole wasteland hadn't seen rain in forever. And he spat out another cruel laugh, like he couldn't believe any of it. Asagi gritted his teeth, fighting to keep his resentment from spilling over. The maid snapped she'd had enough, and she screamed at the offenders with pure fury. Regina slammed her fist into her own palm in furious disbelief, making sure everyone knew this alchemist was approved by her father himself. Isagi shot the girls a grateful look, like he was thanking them from the bottom of his heart. All those doubts are gone. If he backs down right now, who in the world is supposed to handle this job? His hand snapped shut into a tight fist. "Then I'll prove it," he roared at the desert. And the alchemist barked back, "Sure as hell, you can grow a harvest right here." The maid stopped dead, awestruck. Pride lit up Regina's face with a proud, unstoppable smile. And Mercia stared at the alchemist, hope surging through her like it was finally real. Isagi stared down the horned brat's claim that his failure was inevitable, and hit him back with a challenge of his own. "What?" the girl blurted, completely stunned. One of her companions snapped her tail with sharp irritation, seething at the competitor's outrageous nerve. The maid rushed to soothe Isagi, but instead of calming down, he blurted her name in pure shock. With savage fury, she bit her own finger and swore that arrogant upstart would still come crawling back to them on her knees. Rage blazed in their eyes, and it scared the boy to his core. Isagi let out a breath of relief and thanked them from the bottom of his heart for backing him up. He shot one last look across the desert, and now it was sink or swim, time to pour everything he had into it. The companions snapped to attention, eyes wide as they listened to him, utterly hooked. In a snap, they shot their hands up with pure excitement, ready to dive right into the work. "We'll make it," the girls yelled in unison, their hearts locked in, because they truly believed in what they were fighting for together. Night has crashed down over the abandoned settlement. Spread across the table was an eye-popping haul, desert strawberries, sticky dates, prickly pear, and those explosive needles. Isagi sat down to map out the resources, and the maid right away swooped in, offering to help. The winged girl shyly blurted out, How can I help?" The maid's eyes widened. She suddenly realized they needed way more materials to finish the job. The moment they shattered loose, they bolted straight out of there, no hesitation. The boy leaned toward the window, stunned, and couldn't stop staring at how wild their nighttime energy was. He rolled up his sleeves and dove straight into the brutal prep work himself. Out of nowhere, a calm voice cut through the silence. In the pitch black, the assistant's face suddenly clawed its way into view. A rush of heat hit her cheeks as she boldly suggested they team up. Her eyes blazed with unshakable faith that they'd win together. Isagi barely managed a nod. He clenched his fist so tight it hurt, sure down to his bones that victory was their fate. The work was in full blast. While the boy was totally glued to the papers, the girl hauled boxes packed with scrolls like it was go time. Right when the night finally caught up, Isagi collapsed at the table and passed out, and his assistant tiptoed in to cover him with a blanket. Meanwhile, one more companion was struggling to drag a bag as big as her own body. Morning hit, and the boy groaned as he fought to sit up, wrenching his stiff back like it didn't want to work. He kept writing anyway, but with every line, both he and the worn-out girl started to run out of steam. Right then, 3 sharp knocks echoed through the quiet room. Isagi jolted toward the door, thrown by shock as he reached to open it. Reed and Inez stood there, with a whole crowd of locals right on the doorstep. When so many peasants showed up, even Reed was left completely dumbfounded. Isagi stumbled into a shaky apology, convinced everyone was waiting for someone to step up as the leader. Meanwhile, Lady Ties was cuddled up and peacefully asleep, all because she'd already pulled off a brutal night raid for resources. But Inez cut him off on the spot. Those peasants didn't just wander in, they showed up for Isagi. They told everyone, "We won't just sit here. Our rulers can't pour out every last ounce for the harvest while we do nothing." His eyes bulged with sheer surprise. Reed and Inez charged ahead with zero hesitation. The crowd erupted in cheers, fists shooting up as they swore they'd work. No sleep, no mercy, until sweat soaked them. Isagi's face lit up with a sincere, grateful smile. Isagi shot the beast people a quick thank you, because he was one step away from having to do the plowing himself. He grinned with confidence and led the crew behind him straight to the rocky stretch up north. The boy strode ahead with a bright, cheerful grin, like he couldn't wait for what came next. Suddenly, someone yanked him by the collar with a hard, iron grip. A startled shout burst out of him. The winged beastman hauled him off the ground like it was nothing, deciding that flying was faster than wasting time on walking. After that brutal landing, Isagi barely found air as the locals leaned in, staring at the rope like it had answers. The boy said you've got to start by plowing the land along the line, but you can't do it without learning how to use the tools first. He lunged for the backpack. With a grin stretching ear to ear, he yanked out an ordinary hoe. Their excitement crashed instantly. Beast people stared in confusion, completely thrown off by the strange new object. When the winged girl asked how to use it, gripping the hoe upside down, the boy stumbled, then flopped flat on his back like a total goof. While he healed up, he calmly coached him on how to grip the handle the right way. Short pause. Isagi swung his hoe with brutal force, grumbling as the local soil refused to give an inch. Just like that, he crumpled in the dust, utterly spent and helpless. He lifted his eyes and froze. Beastmen were tearing through the field at insane speed, not a shred of fatigue in them. Realizing it was time to move on, he thrust his hand back into the bag and kept going. This time, a roll of agricultural film somehow landed right in my hands. Metal blades slammed into the ground with a brutal crunch. A brutal dust storm erupted from their frenzied labor. Isagi stared at that raw power, completely stunned. The crew snapped the frames into place, then yanked the film tight over the top in a blink. The local girl gasped, her mouth falling open in pure shock. Loud bangs thundered nonstop, bouncing off the walls like the world was under attack. Within minutes, neat rows of greenhouses burst out of the wasteland, and the winged ones couldn't help but beam with pure joy. A gentle voice slid in from behind, Mercia, dressed as a maid. She leaned in, eyes bright, soaking up every joyful word about the settlement negotiations. Mercia leaned in, nodding like every word mattered, and drank in every detail of his story. A rush of warm, barely controlled feelings broke across her face like a wildfire. Then a soft laugh slipped out of her like a secret. The boy tensed up and blurted, "Is everything okay?" And the girl gave him an easy, reassuring nod like, "Yeah, you're fine." She stopped dead for a split second, staring at the brand new greenhouses. Mercia couldn't help but admit this whole moment instantly threw her back to her early days in Plumenia. A dusty old windmill shot into view right in front of my eyes. The girl went stone still, trapped in the past like it had a vice around her heart. A sudden flash of blinding light tore through the darkness. She remembered hauling those brutal, heavy boxes through the crowd of people who were trying to rebuild their lives. A cool breeze swept through, tangling her hair like it had a mind of its own. Mercia broke into a warm smile, because the locals are finally seeing hope again, and they can feel everything shifting for the better. Isagi stared at her with a calm, steady look, and you could tell he was genuinely thrilled by what she just said. The cat girl snapped back to it. Inez and Regina had left again, hunting for fresh materials. He flashed a confident wink. When they headed back to the greenhouses, the boy snapped that he had to push himself even harder now, and Mercia trailed after him without a single hesitation. That giant wolf lay peacefully in the forest, and that girl dozed right on his back, finally taking a break he'd earned after all that brutal hard work. Isagi and Mercia yanked the warehouse door open and froze solid, staring up at towering mountains of massive bags. The boy lunged straight into the materials, eyes blazing as he couldn't wait for the grind ahead. He twisted the tough fruit in his hands, and the moment he did, he knew those endless hours of sorting were about to begin. Suddenly, his pupils snapped shut like a predator's. "Coco," Isagi blurted, and the cat girl just froze, utterly lost. The boy blurts out, shaking with excitement, that those legendary sweets from old books can be made right from these grains. Mercia leaned in and sharpened her senses like a blade. The alchemist snapped and decided to spill the discovery right away, because this could be the next big local hit. Isagi snatched the shell with his bare hands, white-knuckling it until his fingers turned deathly pale. Turns out the skin turned into stone, so I had to rip it open with my knife. At last, with a quiet crack, the fruit split cleanly in two. From Mercia she kept messing around, then shattered it with her bare hands, and the boy immediately gulped hard, nerves crashing down on him. Inside there was this eerie white pulp, and the second I saw it, my mouth started begging to taste it. Isagi tossed a piece into his mouth with deadly focus. Both of their faces lit up at once. Sweet grape flavor hit like a spark in their mouths. But the real treasure was buried inside all along. Hard beans that still had to be cooked the right way. Mercia didn't hesitate. She jumped in right away to separate the seeds from the sweet, sticky pulp. In the blink of an eye, spotless bowls, each ingredient neatly separated, were already sitting on the table. His first try at grinding the beans turned them into a grimy, unappetizing black lump. Then Isagi dove into alchemy, drying, heating, and then misting the whole mixture with humid air to set it just right. The fermentation hit its mark. Those beans darkened fast and turned into something that looked just like regular almonds. The alchemist grinned and hurled the seed in with total confidence, finally pinpointing the perfect vector for his work. Mercia gave a soft, confident smile and clutched her workbook tight, ready for whatever came next. The hut has been turned into a full-on mad scientist laboratory. Years of brutal experiments vanished in a blink, swallowed by silence and obsession. All that was left was relentless, meticulous work. The moment Regina and Ties crossed the threshold, a heavy, strange stench slammed into them, knocking the wind right out of their lungs. So exhausted that Isagi and Mercia could barely keep their balance, they still managed to look the girls in the eye and sincerely thank them for the materials they gathered. On the table, a steaming flask hissed with raw energy, blasting a powerful aura into the room. That weird ingredient didn't just change. It detonated into a brand new thing, like magic in real time. A thick, dark brown liquid seeped out, and a dizzying, intoxicating scent hit like a punch. It was a real drink brewed from fermented cocoa beans. Regina gaped in pure shock at the alchemist, barking for an explanation. The girl kept blinking fast, terrified of what was about to hit her. With a crazy glint in his eyes, Isagi launched into a full-blown rant on drying, roasting, and the exact perfect temperature. "Stop," she screamed, cutting him off right when everything was about to get wild. The scorched charts on that table practically shouted that this guy had poured every ounce of his time into this experiment. Mercia smoothly broke the tension by rushing in with 2 steaming cups for the guests, right on time. Regina finally took her first cautious sip, but the suspicion in her eyes screamed, "Don't trust it." Her eyes widened, pupils snapping wide like a shock hit her. That deep, slightly bitter, but weirdly sweet, adult flavor hit her like a truck, and her mind instantly went blank because she'd never tasted anything remotely like it. That tiny bitterness made the sweetness pop even harder. Regina couldn't look away from her drink. The girls lit up with pure excitement. Turns out the tasting was a total win. The elf girl nervously asked if their village could grow this cocoa. The locals would absolutely love that sweet taste. Isagi sat back and happily sifted through his notes. He flashed the elf his brand new invention and watched her eyes light up. It was a full-blown, no-mistake scheme to turn cocoa beans into something legendary. The boy admitted it won't happen overnight, but it could crank out mass production without a single drop of alchemy. Her cheeks flared red with pure, unstoppable emotion. The girl practically beamed, thanked him from the bottom of her heart, and swore she'd repay his kindness no matter what. Right then, their companion leaned in and demanded what they were supposed to call this miracle drink. Isagi's dangling in midair, frozen in suspense. And I shoved this job onto the maid, Mercia. She narrowed her eyes with a playful smirk, forcing her brain to work overtime. Mercia froze mid-step, shot her finger up, and built up the nerve to announce the name. And with zero doubt he grinned and declared, "Cacao latte." That's the iron rule. Once the cocoa got processed, it always ended up ground into a paste. The boy lit up and praised her, saying the title fit perfectly. The elf girl grinned and sprinted off to whip up drinks with the villagers. Isagi yelled after her, begging for help the second things started going wrong. Meanwhile, another girl rushed off to wipe out the monsters lurking by the water supply. The boy let out a focused breath, like he was locking in for what came next. Now's the moment. Serious variety selection time is here. Mersi teamed up with him, and they tore through a mountain of papers to pin down the exact growth factors they needed. They wanted to do the impossible, breed desert plants with edible crops, so they could survive the brutal sands of Laos. For the very first experiment, Isagi picked wheat, grapes, and potatoes. Those potatoes still checked out, but the grapes mixed with wheat completely threw the maid for a loop. He quickly told me these crops could shrug off bad weather, and later turn into a dependable stash of food and wine. The samples were dumped onto the table, right there in plain sight. Isagi leaned in and shot his hand out toward the Petri dishes, locked on every detail. A surge of pure energy tore through the air like a lightning strike. A thunderous blast tore through the air, and smoke swallowed everything whole. Mercia shot a dry comment and said the sample was destroyed. On that table sat nothing but charred remains. This plant never stood a chance against the fusion with a bunch of foreign genes. The boy figured out he needed to cut the numbers down and try again. Last time, he rushed to tweak the leaf size and beef up the skin thickness, just to shield himself from that brutal dry air. Then it hit them hard. Piling it up like that meant instant rejection. A fresh burst of heat swallowed the potato completely. Then crack, the sample snapped in half, bursting into black coals. Isagi froze, staring at the table like his world had just stopped. He dragged the ash through his fingers, defeated by what was left. The boy finally got it. Starting now, he'd have to stick to changing just one thing at a time. Isagi sat buried under a desk full of papers, barking instructions to Mercia as he dictated them. He decided each plant gets just one shot, one factor only. If even a single seed survives, it's getting planted in the soil. Outside the window, the desert lay dead, still, like all life had vanished into the sand. The withered black sprout collapsed into dust the moment it hit his palm. Mercia stood there, completely frozen in place, like her whole world just stopped. A whole plate of scorched seeds has piled up on the table, smoking like it burned itself. When she saw the owner's heartbreak crushing him, she tiptoed up and softly called his name. Isagi clutched his head, completely stunned, like he couldn't figure out how it all went wrong. At this pace, he's going to smash every single carefully chosen sample before you can blink. Mercia glided in with a tray and nudged him to take a breather, like she knew exactly when he'd hit his limit. The girl warned that the early clues might be way too tailored for the desert. Isagi shot up so fast, he nearly sent the maid sprawling off her feet. He rushed up and blurted out an apology. Fresh tea steamed in as it poured in, calm and steady, filling the cup with a warm hush. "Maybe it's just like tea," Mercia murmured, urging him to step back and take a break right in that exact moment. Mercia snapped that forcing desert properties onto already buff plants is a nightmare they can't afford. Isagi snapped still, eyes blazing wide as saucers. "Exactly," he roared. The boy crushed the seed in his fist and finally saw the truth. He wasn't just growing crops, he was running a test for elite breeding. So why didn't he think of that himself? If you pour water into a cup that's already full, it spills over. Because that was the desert's ruthless rule, ripping apart a plant that couldn't take any more. He gratefully took Mercia's hands, a wave of joy surging through him at that tiny hint. The girl's cheeks flared bright red, and she snapped her gaze to the side. Isagi bolted over right away to slam into the moment and stop his bag before it could go any further. "Yes," he shouted, yanking the coveted pouch out like he'd just won everything. The boy snapped the magic circle to life over the samples, firing it off clean. No extra meddling, no selective changes. They both went rigid, shoulders tight and nerves screaming. Heavy silence. "Survived." Isagi crumpled back, tears streaming, while Mercia clutched the notebook to her chest, finally letting out that wave of relief. That seed stayed perfectly intact in the Petri dish. Now it's go time for mass production. Work was in full throttle. He furiously stamped out sample cups, and soon a mountain of finished ones piled up on the table. Mercia watched him, her smile burning warm like sunlight. She grabbed a huge basket of seeds and sprinted them straight into the greenhouse to plant the very first batch. Isagi cracked his arms together with a smug grin. Now he had to test their compatibility and nail the perfect conditions for it to work. The wall was plastered with scribbled notes, and up ahead waited a brutal, grinding battle that would test every ounce of their strength. A week goes by in a blink. Now it's results day, and a massive crowd swarms the spot before Isagi and Mercia, all staring at them like they're about to reap the harvest. Exile didn't shatter Isagi. This former court alchemist planted his roots in the new lands and built an entire farm from nothing. The sky tore open as the harpy girls flapped hard, rushing in hot to see how the sowing turned out. The cat girl beamed and practically shoved her friend to hurry to the main greenhouse. They swooped down fast, landing right in front of the greenhouse domes. Suddenly, the girl froze dead in her tracks. Inside, the beds held nothing but dead stems, and Isagi crumpled on the floor, crushed and defeated. She inched closer, voice shaking, and urged him, "Don't quit, try again." She called out to him with sheer worry, trembling the whole time. The boy whipped around, and clutching in his hands was a heavy, bulbous fruit gripped tight like it mattered more than breath. Isagi calmly said, "Other cultures got wiped out, but the cactus genes just kept on working perfectly. The stem has gone hard and the leaves have shrunk, but don't worry, none of it ruins how edible they are." He cracked the tiniest smile, like it cost him. His eyes blazed with pure joy. He couldn't wait to bring in the harvest. The girls froze, eyes wide with pure shock, staring at the fruit like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. In the blink of an eye, the greenhouse blew up with joyful shouts as the whole team cheered at once. In a rush of raw emotion, the boy and the cat girl slammed a high five like they'd just survived something huge. Isagi winced and snapped his hand up. Turns out that hit packed way more punch than he bargained for. The maid Mercia greeted her master with a bright, warm smile after his long-awaited victory. The boy smiled and told her, straight up, that without her advice, none of it would have turned out. The maid froze mid-motion, her fingers trembling as she touched him. Decision made. Now they're rolling this tech out to other crops, and they're set to rake in a massive harvest in just 2 weeks. The cat girl didn't waste a second. She blurted out a plan to march straight into the Red Bulls, enemy tribe with those fruits. A sly grin burst across her face. She warned, with a chilling grin, that she'd make those horned brutes drop to their knees and beg for forgiveness. Isagi swallowed his nerves and nodded. Yeah, they still had to head there and spread agriculture. He pivoted toward the elf ties, wrestling with whether it was even smart to show this to their wild leader, Kihas. The tribes are locked in a never-ending feud, and Kihas's blazing temper just pours gasoline on it. Tai stayed silent, soaking it all in. But Isagi confidently burst in, because the king demanded they save both tribes, and they're going to pull it off. The elf girl's eyes sparked with warmth. She shut her eyes tight and nodded, fully agreeing without a word. In just 2 weeks, the Red Bull's camp was buzzing like always, pure energy and non-stop noise. Beastmen moved in eerie silence, sharpening blades and hauling supplies between the cold stone towers. Suddenly, one guard snapped his eyes toward the horizon and squinted hard. His jaw hit the floor in pure disbelief. The sky was barreling straight at them, Ties and the whole crew, towing a massive flying basket packed with fresh harvest. A massive battle axe slammed down with a bone-shaking thud to stop the uninvited guests in their tracks. The Red Bull's tribe's chief gripped a massive axe, snapped his head up, and roared at the uninvited guests, demanding answers right now. The cat girl tossed a careless wave like it didn't matter, because they'd come all this way for one thing, just talk. The chief narrowed his eyes, burning with suspicion. She jabbed his chest with her finger and demanded an apology for what she'd said, acting like nothing in the world could have stopped her from getting her point across. He just stood there, totally baffled, staring like his brain couldn't make sense of it. Kihas bounced back fast and swore he wouldn't trust any of these wild tales until he saw every last detail with his own eyes. Then the winged elf Ties calmly waved him into their settlement. The chief shot her a skeptical look and demanded she be honest, but the girl's stare stayed icy and unshakable. A bead of sweat slid down Kihas's forehead as his men started murmuring, calling it the kind of trap everyone could see coming. Ties barely managed a smile. "Are you scared?" she snapped, and the chief's temper ignited on the spot. He snapped around to his men and barked that a few warriors should gear up for the journey. The blond young man beamed, like the whole fight was finally over and done for good. He jabbed at the massive woven basket meant for the bull's representatives. Kihas snapped his eyes wide open in pure shock. In the blink of an eye, the basket blasted upward into the sky, and the chief's panicked scream ripped across the whole settlement. A knee shot out like a taunt, mocking him for fearing heights, while the burly warriors roared and shoved themselves straight down to the bottom. The basket lurched dangerously as the passengers cried out in panic, begging it to stay steady. The cliffs shot up ahead, looming over everything like a warning. After the brutal crash, Kihas barely clung to the ledge, leaning over just in time, his stomach rolling as nausea flooded his face. The blond kid gave directions with a warm smile, and the chief trudged after him, barely lifting his legs. The boy pointed at that semi-transparent building and dared them to step inside, where the harvest was being collected. Kihas narrowed his eyes, suspicion burning in his gaze. In the blink of an eye, his eyes snapped wide with pure shock. In front of him stretched a massive greenhouse packed with towering palm trees and thick crops, and the whole place was buzzing with non-stop work. Local residents teamed up like a crew, harvesting wheat and packing fresh vegetables into bags before the day slipped away. The cat girl flashed a smug grin and jabbed the stunned leader in the ribs with her elbow. Kihas's face went pale. Less than a month since their last meeting, and that kind of growth felt downright impossible. Desperation fueled his warriors as they screeched for logic, swearing the whole thing was a trick, and that the foreigners had just buried the plants they carried in with them. That icy knee slammed down and cut them off, making it crystal clear that in this dead land, even foreign cultures would be erased on the spot. The blond young man tapped his chin, lost in thought. With a satisfied grin, he told the guests, "Watch it grow from start to finish, right before your eyes." "How exactly?" "Don't worry, stick with me, you'll see it all soon," Isagi said with full confidence. Isagi rained fertilizer by the handful across the barren beds, blanketing them like he was waking the land up. Three-horned mercenaries in a sour mood drove potatoes into the earth, buried them with dirt, then doused them with water. The young man shot his hand out, and the magical circle unfurled like a spell coming to life. The earth shook in eerie silence, and right then, the plantation erupted in a wall of lush green bushes. He slid over some fresh bulbs like it was mission critical. With alchemy, they shoved 2 whole weeks of growth into one blazing, single moment. The boy's eyes burned with unshakable confidence. The mercenary leader was drenched in sweat, and he squeezed the potato in his huge hands like he didn't trust a single thing about it. Not even close, Isagi said, voice soft, but the truth landed like a punch. The horned warrior clenched his teeth, so hard it felt like a battle thunder was building in him. The beast girls just stared, wide-eyed, as the two of them faced off. No words, pure tension in the air. The boy straight up admitted that this outcome only happened because of you guys. One of the subordinates snapped and claimed it was a cheap trick, but the leader cut him off instantly with a sharp shout. The giant towered over Isagi like a crushing shadow. The young man jerked back hard, terror snapping through him. Shame and remorse twisted the leader's face as he made it official. He publicly yanked back every insult. Isagi blinked. The towering warrior dropped into a deep bow, begging for forgiveness with his head to the ground. The boy flailed his hands around, totally lost and bewildered. The knee twisted with a suspicious squint, like it didn't believe a word. She shot a straight question. Did the chief hit his head? And right on cue, rage flashed as he snapped at her to shut up. He hurled the axe over his shoulder. After showing off power like that, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and admit he was wrong. He let out a heavy sigh, then barked orders and sent his men on their way. Isagi suddenly surged forward and yanked his sleeve, because the whole plan to build a joint farm is still standing, no doubt about it. The chief, stunned out of his mind, barked, "Are you out of your right mind?" But the young man refused to back down. "Forget the past," the boy snapped, voice like steel. He begged them to stay, fight for the harvest together, and build a life where poverty never gets a foothold. The chief froze in stunned silence. Isagi glowed with one burning creed: use alchemy to forge a better life for everyone around him. The mercenary froze, staring at those blazing eyes full of unstoppable ambition. A tender smile flashed across his face for a split second. The chief finally let it slip. "Sure, the kid looks skinny and weak, but trust me, he's damn near unbeatable." He ruffled Isagi's hair with a grin, claiming, right to his face, that in a real fight, Isagi would lose to him in an instant. Behind them, the girls burst into giggles. Yeah, Isagi might take forever to think, but that's exactly what makes him so charming. The chief grinned wide and offered his muscle up for the job, ready to go to work. "Deal," the boy blurted, grinning like he just hit the jackpot as he pumped the offered hand. Together, they swore they'd turn this brutal desert into one massive, shared farm. While Isagi was finally catching his breath, dark clouds started piling up over the entire empire. At Rimulu's army supply depot, the whole place was in a fever-pitch rush, non-stop and on fire with activity. Soldiers yanked provisions and jammed them into magical backpacks by force. The officer leaned in, eyes bright, satisfied as the whole process unfolded. Advisor Garius said, with full confidence, that just one of those bags could feed an entire company. Right then, the backpack exploded with a sharp crack straight into the soldier's face. The explosion ripped through the warehouse, hurling supplies everywhere like confetti in a storm. Garius went ghost pale as he stared at the wounded man, writhing and screaming in raw, unbearable pain. Yet another fighter crashed to the ground with a choked groan. Panic erupted as the magical bags refused to hold even a single thing. Rage ripped through Prince Weiss, and his body shook like a spark about to explode. "Garius," he rasped, like the words scraped out of his throat. The advisor instantly crumpled to his knees. Weiss silenced his pleas with a single, brutal word. He spun around on the spot and barked an order: strike the capital's aristocrats from the streets by confiscating their normal bags. Garius crumpled on the floor, drenched in cold sweat. The castle was battered nonstop by a brutal downpour that wouldn't let up. He burst into the laboratory and tore into the alchemists over their faulty products, snarling threats of the gallows. They stared at him with dead, lifeless eyes. The bespectacled man shot back calmly that they followed the instructions to the letter. With that crooked grin, he claimed they'd already squeezed out every last option and pulled it off. Garius snapped into panic and locked his hands around his throat like it might vanish any second. The alchemist snapped. After Asagi slipped out, everything piled up, and they were too lazy to sort the house junk. The tension exploded through the roof, like everything was about to snap. The bespectacled man snapped, "This isn't what we do." With a wild, maniacal glint in his eyes, he declared that their real purpose was to forge weapons meant for slaughter. Garius ripped off his collar, then barked an order to forge combat artifacts, any number, no limits. The door slammed shut with a brutal finality behind him. Drenched in the rain, he finally understood. This is the only road left. Inside the laboratory, crazed alchemists were already whipping up a brand new poison. Garius's face contorted into a wicked grin. He didn't care about anything except the result. Darkness fell. A ruthless plan was brewing in his head: erase Isagi, then seize his massive farm for himself. It was all settled. No more waiting, no more doubt. Meanwhile, in the brutal wasteland far off the map, Kihas drove the Isagi crew forward like it was a fight for survival. One Beast People superfan couldn't stop cheering, because this guy somehow smashed every single conflict inside the tribe and wrapped it all up in no time. Kihas just casually said, "You all saw it, the real power of Isagi," like the whole world had been hit by the truth. One moment he was calm, then boom, his whole vibe turned ice-cold serious. "I swore to pour everything I had into it. No excuses. No room for weakness creeping into my mind." The beastman grinned and roared for everyone to rush to the nearest water source. The adventure didn't slow down. It kept roaring forward. But Isagi suddenly slammed on the brakes and told them to set up the field right here in this dead, dry spot. Kihas nearly dropped to the ground from shock when the alchemist swore there's a hidden spring buried underground. The boy grinned with pure joy and said he'd already swept the ground with his magic. With total confidence, he drove his staff deep into the ground. Right then, a blazing red aura suddenly swallowed Kihas's body, and the girls nearby just stared, mouths hanging open in pure shock. Kihas drove the pickaxe down with a thunderous swing into the rocky earth. The crowd sucked in a breath. Everyone knew the Red Bull's tribe could crank their bodies to a whole new level with sheer physical power. From the sidelines, someone shouted, furious and let down, "There isn't a single source here." At that exact moment, the drilled well blasted a roaring geyser of water, and a stunned Isagi snapped, throwing everyone into action. The heat at the construction site crushed him. He was so drained he could barely breathe. Out of nowhere, a leather flask materialized right in front of his eyes. Kihas flashed a warm grin and offered them a drink right away. Grateful, Isagi snatched the vessel like it was the key to everything. He gulped, and the guy shot everything back out at once, his face contorting with pure bitterness while the chief howled in loud laughter. Kihas calmly told him it was nothing special, just a fresh brew from local coffee beans. Then he thrust the flask into Mercia's hands, and before she even realized it, she nodded along. The girl lifted the drink to her lips and took a sharp sip. The next second, she blasted the burning liquid out like a fountain, and Isagi panicked as he blurted out apology after apology. As Mercia tried to catch her breath, Kihas stared in real shock. Wait, isn't the whole magic in that sour bitter sharpness? The other bulls snickered at their leader again and again, because somehow he'd managed to knock someone drunk with that awful brew of his. Kihas ripped into his subordinates with scorching fury, tearing into them like they'd lost their minds. Meanwhile, Isagi couldn't stop overthinking. Was this brutal bitterness truly something the grains were born with? A sudden realization lit up his mind like a flash of lightning. His eyes narrowed, and the idea snapped into place in his mind. Fast, sharp, unstoppable. He shot Kihas an instant look and demanded the raw ingredients. The young man told him, straight up, This brutal taste isn't some curse. It's just what happens when the coffee gets processed wrong. He lit up at the thought of milling the grains himself. The chief narrowed his eyes, suspicion blazing. He told the kid to guard the steady harvest, and Asagi shot back that he'd spend his free time running experiments instead. Kihas only let out a heavy sigh, staring at how the young man burned with restless energy in the scorching desert. At long last, the leader finally gave him the go-ahead to move into one of the empty houses. Mercia leaned in and studied the raw grains with wide-eyed curiosity. The girl grabbed the grain and pulled it right up close, studying every single side like it held a secret. She flared up with pure fighting spirit, clenched her fist, and swore she'd brew the perfect coffee. Isagi rolled the seed between his fingers, lost in thought. The right flavor would turn this plant into Red Bull's signature hit. The whole plan clicked into place the second the idea landed. They stormed into the cabin and decided to kick things off by using the cocoa processing method first. While Isagi got deep in alchemy, Mercia tested her luck with manual washing and boiling, like she was cooking up the next breakthrough. She kept washing until the slime finally vanished. Then the grains turned that perfect color, and she tossed them straight into the frying pan. The moment the door opened, a surprisingly sweet, inviting smell flooded the room. The coffee brewed up that rich golden-brown shade, so they shoved it back on the fire for a little longer. Both of them dove headfirst into the roasting, fully locked in and loving every second. Isagi leaned in with a smug grin as the coffee beans deepened into a rich, dark roast on the scorching skillet. They just had to get fully crushed, then flooded with boiling water. The horned warrior, Kihas, snapped his head around in shock when he heard the call. The boy and the maid were already sprinting toward him, clutching the drink they'd prepared. Kihas lifted his palm and sniffed the dark powder like he already knew it was trouble. Isagi snapped through the steps, washing, roasting, then grinding. Hot water slowly seeped through the filter, then whoosh, it turned into pure, smooth coffee. The warrior lifted the mug to his lips and inhaled deep, savoring the scent like it was a battle-winning secret. He took that first sip, while the guy watched him like a hawk. "Delicious," Kihas blurted, eyes bulging wide as saucers. He blurted out to his comrades on the spot. The fox and the elf crept closer and closer, and the noise they heard got louder with every step. The girls sniffed the air. Oh wow, something smelled insanely delicious. By the glow of the campfire, a full-blown tea party has already kicked off. Kihas leaned in and told the guests, "Every single one of you is about to taste the brand-new Isagi coffee, brewed with a fresh recipe." The elf and the fox grinned and asked, loud and proud, to be served too. Together, they both raised their cups and took their very first sip, slow, cautious, and bracing for what would come next. Kihas blissfully squinted into the gentle bitterness. The elf's taste hit hard, deep, dark, and just a little bitter. Even after all that work, the coffee still hit with its signature bite, sharp, bitter, and impossible to forget. Suddenly, the girls lit up with a genius plan. Why not blend coffee with sweet cocoa? The fox suddenly remembered it had a sweet treat tucked away, just waiting to be found. "I found it." She yanked a hard, dark piece from her bag like it was the key to everything. She completely spaced on it that night, and by morning the whole mass had already turned rock hard. Isagi rubbed his chin, and it clicked. The temperature trick finally made perfect sense. He tipped hot cocoa into a square mold, filling the empty edges like he was building something cozy on purpose. Then he got hit with a brutal blast of ice magic. The boy yanked a flawless chocolate bar out of the mold, like he just pulled off the sweetest miracle. He snapped off a few cubes with a sharp crunch. He looked at the warriors and went, "Come on, take a bite. It's sweet, it's delicious, and you're gonna love it." Kihas chewed with fierce focus on a weird new treat from a foreign tribe. The fox snatched up the piece and gulped it down into its mouth, and she gulped down a huge sip of coffee. Her face brightened, sweetness and bitterness dancing in perfect, uneasy harmony. Kihas shot down every suggestion and demanded his coffee be sipped pure. No sugar, no milk, nothing added. An elf and a warrior snapped into a heated argument, words flying like sparks. The boy tried to smooth things over, because in the end, Everyone's tastes are just different. Don't let us down, Isagi. We're counting on you and we'll be forever grateful, they urged him. The boy realized something wild. In the birds' tribe, cocoa isn't just a treat, it's the real deal. And in the tribe of Red Bulls, it's coffee that fuels the riches. Sell that setup and you're walking away with a fortune. The elf and the warrior didn't say a word to each other, just stared in loud, stubborn silence. They both snapped their heads away from each other, clearly showing they weren't about to let this go. The boy flashed a crooked grin and muttered, "Yeah, there's still tons to do, but one day it'll all work out." Suddenly, the coffee in the mug started trembling like it knew something was coming. The ground detonated under us, and the whole crowd got launched off their feet like a punch just landed. Kiha stiffened like a coiled spring, clamping his teeth tight as tension surged through him. The 33rd chapter kicks off with a dramatic title page that grabs you right from the start. The chapter kicks off with pure chaos. An absolute rabbit girl is sprinting off somewhere, full throttle, like there's no stopping her. Right in the middle of the field, a sudden underground tremor jolted Isagi off his feet like the ground was ripping open beneath him. The worried maid shot over to the boy at once, blurting out, "Are you okay?" Suddenly, the girl went still. Then her cat ears twitched like she just heard something terrifying. From deep underground, something surged closer at lightning speed. What? The ground buckled under his feet, and Isagi's stomach dropped as fear screamed about the other people living on that farm. The horned leader bellowed at them to scatter right now, like the next second might explode. Sandworms. Horror snapped across his face like a scream he couldn't swallow. The ground under Isagi and the maid tore open, cracking with a violent split. Through the choking smoke, towering, tusked monsters burst out like nightmares, and everyone scattered in every direction. Isagi spotted those desert monsters instantly, and the girls were already yanking their weapons free. Rage flared in the chief's eyes as he grabbed his massive spear with crushing force. He fearlessly slammed straight into the nearest heart, like nothing could stop him. He was locked in. He'd defend his home at any cost, no matter what it took. "No matter the price, we're holding this farm. No one's taking it," the chief roared. The horned warriors snatched up their weapons, screamed their battle cry, and barreled straight into the chaos. The leader's brutal swing carved straight through the first monster's body, blood spraying with every violent arc. Meanwhile, Isagi's stomach dropped. He saw the worms crawling right past them, and dread hit him hard. "They're crawling in on the settlement. Move now," he roared. The leader froze for a split second, teeth clenched so tight you could feel the tension snap. So yeah, these monsters only ever struck the prey right in front of them. "Damn," the horned one hissed, like the sound got dragged through the air. "Isagi, I'm sprinting to defend the village," he yelled, charging forward. "I'm walking out, then it's all yours. Wait me." "All right, let's go," the maid snapped, standing shoulder to shoulder with the boy like they were about to charge into battle. The instant that brutal strike landed, the ground tore open like it couldn't take the force. Mercia's eyes snapped wide open, and pure horror froze her in place. A massive sandworm erupted from the ground, and Isagi's heart dropped when he realized his attack did absolutely nothing. It looked like that monster was untouchable to any physical attack, like its body just shrugged off every hit. The young man snapped his palm up and triggered the magical circle in an instant. The mighty wind blade carved through the monster in one deadly, sweeping slash. Isagi let out a breath of relief. Mercia's cutting magic hit the mark, and she praised him like he'd just saved the world. But the moment that smile hit his face, it vanished like smoke. From under the wreckage, fresh giant silhouettes surged up, bigger than ever. The worms just kept coming, endless, relentless, like they'd never stop. Isagi crashed to the ground and snapped at Mersi, to pull their attention away. His eyes locked on with razor-sharp intensity. As the young man cracked open a deadly-looking magical seal right under his feet, the girl clutched her dagger with shaking, unbreakable grip. The rumble underground kept escalating, shaking everything faster and faster. The monsters tangled together, and their slick bodies jolted the whole scene. Isagi slammed his hands down on the magical circle with full force. The ground slammed shut, squashing the nearest monster before it could even scream. The ground shook beneath the horned peasant's feet, like something huge was waking up right under them. Mercia stared in shock as the monsters backed away, retreating like they'd just been struck. Breathing like he'd just fought the wind, the young man dropped to one knee. He stared in pure horror at his shaking hand, and realized he'd just crushed worms in the dirt, flattening them like a soft caterpillar right in his fist. The winged girl spun around, tasting the bitter edge of a victory that finally hit her. Ahead of them stretched a farm in ruins, every plank and field they'd fought tooth and nail to build, now shattered. Isagi sprinted up to Kiha's with healing herbs, but Kiha's cut him off. 7 wounded had already been saved. The horned peasant panicked and demanded, breathless, to know the full body count of the losses. The dark-haired warrior dropped his gaze, guilt burning hot. He couldn't stop feeling ashamed of how those precious resources were wasted. Isagi silently scanned the battered battlefield, eyes locked on every ruined patch of ground. Fury surged through the warrior as he squeezed a clump of earth in his fist, his thoughts blazing back to all the labor they'd lost. Isagi leaned in and asked the winged girl, worry burning in his eyes, how her settlement was holding up. She shook with worry for her loved ones, while her friend frantically tried to calm her down. Suddenly, a terrified scream tore through the air. Straight from the sky, 2 winged scouts dived like comets, screeching that the village was about to get hit. The girl screamed their names at the top of her lungs, Inez, Rid, over and over like she couldn't afford to be silent. The wounded scout slammed into the ground, then jolted when he realized this spot had been fighting too. She barreled toward him, breathless, pleading for one answer. Everyone made it right. The river groaned like it couldn't bear what it had witnessed, proving the village had been utterly obliterated. With tears streaming down her face, she let out a shaky sigh of relief. No one died, and nobody got seriously hurt. But Inez the scout, grim-faced, warned everyone about how insanely strange the monsters were acting. The dark-haired man nodded hard. Those worms were moving as one, swatting people aside, and trashing only the buildings and the water supply on purpose. Isagi immediately clocked the weirdness. Sandworms don't usually eat anything that isn't right there, crawling straight into their path. The boy lifted his eyebrows with a heavy, gloomy look. It was crystal clear. Some big shot had surfaced among the wild beasts. The crew backed the hunch. An unseen enemy was masterminding the strikes, aiming every hit with deadly precision. Kihas bared his teeth like a threat. After all that distance, he'd be damned if some lowly worms wrecked his plans. The horned warrior barked an order at Elf Ties, pointing straight at her and demanding she get out now. The maid's breath caught in her throat, pure confusion crashing over her. Kihas roared, swearing he'd track down that clever leader with his own hands and rip him to pieces. Isagi labeled it straight-up madness, then marched right after it, so fast the giant couldn't even believe it. Her knee snapped around in a flash, rage blazing. Monsters had threatened her tribe, and she refused to stand by and do nothing. Kihas stared at her like she was trying to uncover a secret in her eyes. "Do whatever you want," she snapped, then spun away like that was the end of the conversation. A harpy from her squad crept up to her, trembling with nerves. The knee barked its final command. Send the subordinates racing back home right now to rescue the wounded. The timid maid blurted out, "Isagi, what do we do now?" The boy grinned like it was obvious. We were speeding ahead, no doubt. The swordswoman grabbed him in a joyful embrace, nearly sending him flying off his feet. Isagi pitched a team-up, and Kihas grinned like he'd already won, because strong allies were exactly what he craved. A loud slap landed on the spread-out map, time to hunt down the lair. The whole team crowded around the table, mapping the retreat path by the monsters' tracks and nailing the coordinates. The pen boldly carved out a path across the wasteland, like it already knew where destiny would lead. Ties smirked and squinted like he knew something, while Kihas just grumbled that flying wasn't fair. With their bags packed tight, the heroes stood at the settlement's edge, no second thoughts left. Now it was time to strike out. Their elite squad thundered across the desert on horseback as the winged ties swooped overhead, scanning the horizon for trouble. Isagi and Kiges sprinted forward, guns blazing in their hearts, determined to cut the worm's leader's head off. They tore away from the Red Bull's camp in a hurry, sprinting straight east. Suddenly, Isagi's jaw dropped. He opened his mouth in pure shock. Dead center in the scorching desert, a giant stone boulder towered like it on the horizon. The girls went still. Nobody saw it coming, a hideout hidden in plain sight like that. The rock didn't just look special. It turned out to be a massive, porous sponge, swallowing the land and reshaping into a huge cave. Isagi nodded hard. Now it was time to charge inside and hunt down every last inch. Kiha snatched the axe and strode straight into the dark. In the pitch-black depths, massive shadows twisted and writhed inside the lair. Out of the blackness, massive fangs burst into view like a nightmare attacking. The leader's monstrous maw, eyes bulging blind with rage, snapped shut right over their heads. Exiled from the court, Isagi grinned as he balanced a tray of food and finally settled into a calm life on the border, while his loud-mouthed companion kept right on talking. A massive boulder towered over them like an unbeatable fortress wall, its surface riddled with dozens of nasty dark holes. He took one step into the abyss, into that terrifying darkness for the very first time. The squad inched forward with bated breath, and the horned warrior snarled that this place felt like a true living labyrinth. The maid leaned in, her voice shaking, and asked Isagi if he'd managed to dig up any information. The alchemist huffed and scribbled like crazy on the paper, grumbling that the moves were insanely complicated. The warrior and the maidservant stared at him over their shoulders, completely baffled. Isagi tore open the fresh map and said, "After endless tunnels, there's one colossal empty cave waiting at the end." He jabbed at the skull in the middle of the diagram, and the beast man's eyes lit up as he snapped that they were heading straight there to smash the leader. The squad lit up, shouting encouragement at Isagi as he made a beeline straight for the den. Suddenly, Isagi went still, and a nasty feeling crawled up his spine. The maid shot a fearful look over her shoulder, and the alchemist snapped a warning, because the sandworm was closing in from the other side. The earth blew apart, and a pack of giant-tusked monsters came crashing in on the enclosure from every single direction. The moment the warrior was ordered, he snapped into motion and bolted to escape. He shouted to smash through to the main cave, throwing his cover to the back as he went. Behind them, the mountain groaned and crumbled into a thunderous rockfall. Fresh monsters sealed the path, but the warrior spotted the poisonous worms and barreled straight into the slaughter. One worm launched a savage blast of snow, and it ripped straight through the air. The elf ties shot through the air on her wings and snapped open a dazzling magical shield. The impact slammed into the barrier, and the allies couldn't help but stare in awe at what they'd just witnessed. Meanwhile, a massive boulder hung right over Isagi's head, ready to smash down at any second. A stone packed with destructive power crashed down like doom itself. The alchemist just flashed a calm, knowing smile. He trusted his friends with his life, because when it mattered, he knew they'd always show up. They dodged disaster because the team's protection held strong. Isagi leaned in and confessed with a warm smile that, with them around, he feels zero fear, no matter how deadly this cave gets. His knee started twitching like it had a mind of its own at those sudden words. The beast woman grinned from ear to ear, proudly declaring he was right. The friends clapped him on the shoulder, reminding him, straight up, that they'd never made it this far without his alchemy. The whole team slammed to a stop at a huge passageway, ready to bolt the moment before the enemies finally closed in. Isagi ignited a magical light and barked for everyone to stay on guard, because one wrong move could be deadly. With a blinding flash, a colossal king of worms erupted into view right in front of them. The creature's terrifying eyes tore through the darkness, pinning them in place. Isagi's face and the beast woman's both contorted, swallowed by pure animal terror. The maid yanked the alchemist aside in a split second, just as that devastating strike came crashing down. The monster's presence snapped into place. One knee shot upward, loud as a roar, proving it was here. The warrior slammed his grip onto the weapon, muscles tightening as the huge showdown closed in. The elf girl whipped a stone through the air, and slammed it straight into the monster. A colossal tail slammed into the ground with a thunderous roar, shaking the whole scene. The beast woman barely managed to snap her blade up in time to catch the hit. She got slammed backward hard, the shock of inertia ripping control away from her. The girl barely got out of the way in time, as the rock came crashing down right where she'd been standing. Isagi roared that he'd throw himself at the monster to try and stop it. He slammed his hands down, drawing a dazzling flourish as the magical circle on the ground lit up. Then the boy clenched his fist so hard it looked like it might snap. The monster roared with pure fury, shaking everything around it. Isagi stiffened when he realized he couldn't break an enemy like that. Suddenly, colossal stone pillars exploded out of the ground and catapulted the monster straight into the air. The massive snake got snared in a trap, and its entire back got totally exposed. Horned let out a battle cry beside his partner. Then they both thundered forward into the fight. Their weapons slammed down hard onto the beast's body. A shower of sparks erupted as the blade slammed into the hard shell. The very next strike slammed into the exact same spot. But the snake only twitched, then shrugged off the attack like it was nothing. The horned one cursed the armor's strength, but Isagi instantly clocked the move, hit the same spot again and again until the shell finally split. The monster's rage exploded out of nowhere, and it spun around to slam straight into Isagi, blasting through the ground and scattering stones as it charged. The boy bolted away from the gaping mouth, barely escaping its clutches. Right at the last second, the winged assistant yanked him by the clothes and hauled him out of the path of that deadly strike. The slimy maw snapped shut just millimeters from their faces. The beast didn't even consider retreating. Isagi's eyes bulged with pure horror. The snake snapped its direction mid-chase, surged back to the boy, and slammed him to the ground. His long tongue latched tight around Isagi's leg. Right then, Mercia barreled in like a storm and slammed down her sword with everything she had. The horned one blared out a warning to the creature from right behind it. The beast blinked for just a heartbeat, just long enough to give itself away, while the warriors already had their weapons up and ready to strike. A double strike snapped in with a nasty crunch, smashing the monster straight in the neck. The snake shrieked in pain, its scales bristling like it couldn't hold it anymore. Isagi snapped, yelling for everyone to run. The boy barely got the stone wall up in time, as a deafening storm of spikes slammed into it. A violent shockwave blasted dust everywhere, and thick debris slowly drifted down over the battlefield. Isagi frantically scanned his injured comrades, trying to force out, "We're fine." But then he blurted, "Wait, are you two even still intact?" The horned warrior spat a curse at his numb, poison-ravaged hands, while Isagi's eyes narrowed. He knew they were in deep, deadly trouble. From the pitch-black dark, a monster's clawed paw shot out like a threat. Dark-haired Mercia snapped her daggers up the moment the danger hit. She fearlessly bolted straight at the armored beast, refusing to back down for a second. She kicked off the rock and shot forward, blazing with speed. With a sprint, she swung her blades through the scales, slicing them apart, and yelled at Isagi to move right now. The boy barked an order to Ties, sweeping the winged beast to haul the wounded off. Then he hurled smoke bombs straight at their feet to blind the area. With the curtain as his cover, Isagi shoved a massive boulder forward and blasted everyone straight into a cramped cave. The special chips locked down their scent, so the predator couldn't track them. While Ties shook with pure terror, Isagi shoved the antidote into his frozen comrades, rushing them back from the brink. Outside, a colossal worm was already hunting, and with the two main fighters gone, winning felt like a miracle that almost never happens. The horned one ground his teeth, realizing there was no saving this. Nothing could turn it around. Mercia urged them to retreat, but the blonde, cat-eared girl erupted in rage and refused to back down. Poison wrecked her body, but she still clung to her gigantic sword with unbreakable stubbornness. Isagi grabbed her and begged her to stop sprinting straight into certain death. The girl shot a ferocious glare and snapped, "If we let that creature slip away now, it'll come back for sure." The horned one snapped to her side without warning, glaring through the dust as he daydreamed about a hot cup of coffee after the fight. Bracing himself on his staff, He gritted his teeth and pushed upright. The blonde flashed a sly grin and begged for just a little time to get ready. Isagi nearly went gray when both injured people crumpled at once, dropping straight to their knees like their strength just snapped. The girl was already peacefully passed out, snoring away as she tried to claw back even a single drop of mana in her sleep. Once he finally clocked this wild plan, Isagi left ties to guard the sleeping ones and sprinted off to buy time for the attack. But Mercia sharply stopped him, worry clawing at her face. She bared the pitiful wreckage of her daggers. Those blades couldn't survive the final hit. Isagi didn't even blink. No weapon. Fine, we'll forge a brand new one. He snatched up fresh raw manatite he just pulled straight from the mines. The kid was seconds from forging that ore into fresh blades. Then his whole body froze on the spot. He finally got it. Mercia is way more lethal when she's fighting with her bare hands than when she's swinging a blade. The plan flipped on a dime. Tai's scream shook the rocks, because the monster had finally tracked them down and found their hiding spot. Isagi just clocked out, then suddenly hurled Mercia her brand new gear in her hands. A monstrous maw yawned open, just millimeters from the winged girl's face. Mercia tore forward like a black lightning bolt. She swung with deadly force and smashed the monster straight in the face. Tais and Isagi froze in stunned silence, staring at that power like it just tore reality open. The royal worm shot through the air, trailing a wave of pure heartbreak. Mercia snapped into a combat stance, and those heavy manatidhav knuckles flared with massive sparks on her hands. The cover of Chapter 35 hits like a warning sign. The maid-shaped girl beast stared at the envelope marked for Mrs. Kanya, utterly stunned. A brutal rumble yanked her out of her thoughts. Right in front of her, a giant skeletal serpent reared up, and she practically choked out. Isagi, what kind of monster is that? The young man kept his cool and told him he'd forged special gloves out of manatite. Mercia clenched her fists, and the magic inside them could crank up any shockwave, multiplying its force again and again. She didn't hesitate for a second. She launched straight into the attack. He unleashed a crushing, repulsive strike that slammed the rock to pieces. She clenched her fist, then lunged headfirst straight into the monster's toothy maw. A crushing hit slammed into its target like a thunderbolt, and the impact felt deadly. But she refused to back down and swung again, faster and meaner than before. Fury exploded into a thunderous battle cry. A brutal hail of punches slammed into the monster, smashing its armor to pieces in front of the stunned elf. With every brutal hit, the armor split at the seams and started to give way. Even with those brutal wounds tearing through him, the skeletal giant still lurched forward. He snapped his huge torso around and drove in with a deadly counterattack. The elf girl jolted in panic and clutched her head like it was about to split open. Isagi snapped to the horrifying truth in an instant. The monster was gearing up to summon the underground worms. Two massive, bony claws were already ripping down from above, closing in on the poor maid who couldn't defend herself. At the very last second, she twisted out of the way just in time. Her dodge slammed the blow into the ground and blasted it into rubble. "Merci, hurry over here. Quit poking your nose in like that," Isagi shouted, desperate and breathless. That girl straight up ignored the order while she was cooking up the next breakthrough case. Clutching her manatite fist tight, she snapped forward and landed another decisive strike. A jolt of strength vanished from the maid, and she crumpled helplessly right in front of the monster. The elf went pale. Mercia's body hit the absolute limit of magical exhaustion. A giant gaping maw lunged from above and slammed down on the defenseless girl, pure death, right on time. Isagi shot forward, arm outstretched, reaching straight for the danger. Sharp fangs clacked shut. A stone boulder slammed down at the impact site, but the young man snapped up a powerful magical shield and covered them just in time. Mercia grimaced so hard it looked like her eyes were burning. She got slammed backward, and Isagi kept that protective circle up with every last ounce of strength he had. He rushed over to see how she was doing, but the girl could barely squeeze out a word before severe dizziness hit her hard. Guilt-choked tears burned in her eyes, tearing up because she knew she'd failed from her own weakness. Isagi snapped into action, grabbing the full weight of that helplessness onto his own shoulders. A crawling shadow of the living dead swallowed them both whole. Deadly blades screamed through the air, slicing down in a deadly rush. The young man shut his eyes tight, bracing himself to meet death head-on. The monster's massive jaws slammed shut, with a thunderous clatter inches from Isagi's face. Kihas barely scraped up a block with the butt of his weapon, trembling as adrenaline screamed through him while death closed in. Near the rock, his knee panted with every breath, and the poison's numb chokehold was finally loosening. With a ferocious roar, Kihas surged forward and smashed straight into his counterattack. He dumped every ounce of rage into his trademark technique, the Mad Bull. The weapon slammed into the monster, so hard the ground split open with a brutal crack. "Now ties," the warrior roared like a battle command ripped straight from his lungs. At that exact moment, the winged girl rained down razor-sharp spears on the enemy. The giant's shell finally shattered, cracking open with a loud, game-changing snap. Her knee instantly barked an order to Isagi, "Build me a support point right now." She shoved off those magical pillars and rocketed straight into the sky, flying higher than anyone expected. The girl clutched the sword's hilt so hard it snapped in her grip, and she dropped like a stone, hitting the ground with a brutal thud. Its blade erupted in a roaring blaze, scorching everything it struck into ash. A raging inferno burst to life and swallowed the monster whole, burning every inch of it. Isagi and the harpy could only stare, stunned as this brutal nightmare unfolded before their eyes. The knee cockily boasted that its flames could incinerate enemies to ashes. Then she awkwardly pushed out a smile, like she was daring him to believe it was just a joke. All four of them locked eyes in silence, staring at the massive bonfire built from the beast's remains. Suddenly, Isagi's face went pale as a ghost. He panicked hard. If that carcass finished burning, they'd lose every last ingredient they needed to make the antidote. A razor-tight silence clung to the settlement's wall, like the whole place was holding its breath. Suddenly, the guards snapped their eyes wide and stared straight into the distant horizon. A roaring cloud of dust barreled in from beyond the horizon, charging straight toward them. It was Isagi, grinning and waving like he'd just won, coming back with his crew. When the king of the sandworms finally died, peace swept back into the land, bringing calm to both the bird tribes and the Red Bulls. When they had no leader, the monsters instantly lost their hunger to hunt. Kihas slapped the map open and vowed to wipe out the last monsters fast. Life surged back with ferocity, and the tribes banded together to rebuild everything from the ground up. Everyone hit the ground, running the moment work called. Along the cliffs, they shot up brand-new, sprawling greenhouses in a hurry, fresh green everywhere. A fresh passage flared to life, magic shimmering inside the stone wall nearby. Isagi wiped the sweat off his brow and beamed as he announced the bathhouse was finally finished. He hesitated, shifting from one foot to the other like he couldn't decide what to do next. The boy felt painfully awkward because he was the first one to clock out and relax while everyone else was still hard at work. The girls came sprinting up to him right away, spilling out their gratitude for everything he'd done. They spotted him drifting out past the settlement, then bolted to see what the hell happened. The elf girl snapped her eyes wide in shock, then hurriedly studied the stone structure like it was about to reveal a secret. Isagi beamed and bragged that he'd cooked up a real hot spring, using magic to heat the water just right. A bare foot dipped into the water like it was testing the world. The girls dove into the pool with pure joy, and in the blink of an eye, their fatigue vanished. The elf couldn't even process it. How could a miracle like that happen right in the middle of the desert? Water poured nonstop from the lion's stone mouth, washing the weight of the whole long day right off him. She slumped back against the railing and let out a breath of relief. Finally, life was turning around. Suddenly, farming memories hit her like a vivid flash. The elf girl had no clue what it was about to unleash. Turns out Kihas, who used to hate the beds with a passion, now tends to them more than anyone else. Behind the flimsy wall of the men's bathhouse, Kihas leaned in and spilled his big plan. He was going to build a private greenhouse just for coffee. The elf girl let a gentle smile bloom across her face. Kihas lounged in the steaming hot water, completely relaxed. Isagi only smirked, because somehow he could hear every bit of the women's gossip leaking through the wall like it was right beside him. The bull leader rubbed his horns and finally confessed that, at the start, coffee was nothing more than his laid-back little pastime. And right then, Isagi snapped his eyes open, realizing the whole flavor game boils down to roasting and fermentation. The boy leaned in and listened like every word was setting off alarms in his head. Kihas clenched his fist and swore that one day he'd brew the best coffee in the whole world for him. Isagi smiled, honest and bright, and promised he'd wait until that day finally came. The leader burst up out of the water, shouting that a quick harvest was coming and that they needed to prepare for a huge feast. The disgraced court alchemist kicked off a brand new chapter, building up his border farm like his last chance to prove himself. Blasting music thundered through the main hall of the bird tribe settlement, shaking the whole place. Isagi and Mercia froze at the doorway as both tribes threw a joyful feast, celebrating a bountiful harvest side by side. The horned giant and the bird warrior were roaring with laughter, going toe-to-toe in an arm-wrestling showdown to see who'd truly break the other's grip. Mercia leaned in with wide-eyed curiosity, grilling the local cook for what was new, and the cook handed her a generous first bite. A voice, familiar as a ghost, slid out of the shadows, calling out the alchemist. Isagi whipped around. Kihas strode up beside the bird tribe's leader, and both of them wore the same calm, satisfied grin. The alchemist grinned and nodded, shocked. He never thought he'd find this many people in one place. The elf let out a gentle smile, because she never, not even once, pictured herself sharing a feast one day with the very enemies she'd faced just yesterday. Kihas slowly chewed, like he was weighing every bite before it hit his stomach. The leader's eyes scanned every full basket, and just like that, once the food was plentiful, everyone stopped feeling like they had to snatch it from each other. He flashed a huge grin and said, "All right, time to grow our own bread." Isagi leaned in and listened like his life depended on it. Kihas leaned in and asked the alchemist and his crew straight up, "Are you guys really heading home tomorrow?" Isagi nodded, harvest secured, and this job was finally finished. Lord Lionel's report deadline was finally here, and it was time to turn it in. The elf shot up and interrupted him again, gushing thanks, because it was him who made their tables bow under the sheer mountain of food. Mercia glowed with unstoppable pride, shining like she was ready to prove her loyalty to her master. Kihas gave a friendly grunt, then slid a heavy basket straight toward the boy. "And look at you, so modest," the chief grinned. "We're doing this because we genuinely want to thank you." He reached the bundle out and thrust it toward them. "Here, take it." Kihas ripped the cover off, and there it was, a massive magical crystal, glowing faintly like it had been pulled straight from a desert worm's lair. Isagi leaned back hard, refusing to let that kind of treasure slip away. This stone was worth a fortune, and it could fuel magical tools for almost forever. Kihas calmly, but firmly snapped his name like a command. People from both settlements crowded around, and the chief leaned in to reveal it. This was a gift straight from the heart. The alchemist snapped into stunned silence, completely baffled. Mercia leaned in close and urged him to toss out every doubt and cling to gratitude instead. Suddenly, their combat partner slammed Isagi hard on the back, nearly stealing his breath. "Don't refuse, take the opening." The boy flashed a gentle smile. He shot his hands out like he was grabbing fate itself. Isagi beamed as they handed him the crystal, and the whole hall erupted in roaring applause. Then the elf girl leaned in and asked, "Want anything else?" She narrowed her eyes with a wicked little grin, like she already knew the alchemist would be desperate for those rare desert materials. Those words about the materials hit Isagi like a punch to the chest. Pure shock just froze him. The elf fidgeted with her clothes, then blurted out that she had one more request too. Her knee went numb from shock. She couldn't believe what she'd heard, and with a voice shaking like a leaf, she asked again, did Isagi really want her body? The crowd behind erupted instantly. Horned chaos surged forward as a giant loomed over Isagi, accusing him of shady, dirty intentions. Isagi flailed his hands in full panic, shouting that the accusations were wrong. When it hit him, Ty's face went scarlet and he rushed to explain. He only asked for her pen. The moment it was over, the boy finally exhaled in relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Mercia stared him down from behind, eyes heavy with suspicion, drilling through the moment like it had answers. The winged girl stared in pure confusion and demanded to know why he thought he even needed that feather. Delicate fingers slowly pinched the feather free. With trembling hands, she reached out the gift, cheeks flushed, and admitted she'd do anything for Isagi. The boy slowly snatched the pen, and in his head he raced through every weird thing she'd just done. Then boom, his eyes flashed with a wild, maniacal gleam. A terrifying pressure surged around Isagi, and a chilling, possessed grin spread across his face. He blurted out wild theories about thermal insulation and oil absorption. Then his non-stop fanatic rant sent the villagers scrambling in fear. The girls stared at him like something was seriously wrong, while he kept rambling about the perfect fabric for jackets. That outburst basically sealed it. Everyone's suspicions were right. Isagi really is a full-on eccentric. At sunrise, a huge crowd surged up to the settlement gates. With a bright grin, the boy declared, "All right, time to head home." The horned farmer and the man by the knee leaned in with a warm smile, begging them to protect themselves out on the road. A wave of heartbreak suddenly hit the winged girl's eyes. Saying goodbye was getting harder and harder by the minute. Ties admitted she really wanted to keep learning the farming craft in Isagi. The boy blinked, stunned out of nowhere. He flashed a genuine smile and urged her to come to their big farm the moment everything was finally settled. Still, just to be safe, he shot Mercia a quick question and got her permission first. The little girl lit up and said yes. An intern spot was hers because with the expanded farm, there'd be room for everyone. This idea ignited a wave of hype everywhere. Isagi swore to her, straight up, that they'd wait for her no matter what. His leg slammed confidently into the stirrup. Once he swung into the saddle, the boy threw up his hand in farewell and barked the order to charge straight for the capital. The horned guy barked about that new, mouth-watering coffee, and Tai swore they'd meet again fast. The entire village lined up and waved them goodbye as the heroes marched off into the road ahead. Forget any sad goodbye. Something new is waiting for them just up ahead. After a month of brutal desert travel, Mercia finally exhaled, warm gratitude flooding in as they remembered everything they'd accomplished back on the farm. Just before the horsemen struck, the beastmen's capital loomed, an incredible city carved into a gigantic tree, towering like a fortress. The squad inched toward the massive stone gate, each step heavier than the last. A hulking stone gate towered over the travelers, while an armed guard stood on the walls, completely still, like he was waiting to spring the trap. Isagi yanked the reins to a stop, locking eyes, with the stern armed guard watching from the walls. Regina rode into the courtyard on horseback with total confidence, soaking up the guards, booming greetings as she passed. From the balcony, a burst of pure joy rang out, like the whole room had just been electrified. A towering giant with bare ears sprinted straight to his daughter. Lionel flashed a warm smile when he saw she was genuinely loving every second of traveling with Isagi. All of them finally huddled together, and the Lord let out a huge, shaky sigh of relief. He wasted zero time. He dove straight into the tough questions, grilling everyone on how to survive in the brutal Laos desert. Isagi launched into an animated rant, and Lionel sat there listening, holding out for a simple, modest report. But the young man shrugged and said, "We've fought monsters, planted the crops, and already harvested twice. The Lord is trapped and he can't get out." "Wait, are you telling me there's already an entire farm stocked with delicious treats there?" he yelled, stunned. Isagi calmly pressed a chocolate bar made from cocoa beans into his hands. Then a steaming mug of hot coffee landed in front of them. Lionel's eyes lit up with pure delight as the sweet hit right alongside the drink's bitter edge. The Lord beamed with delight, and the young man smirked, lifting a finger like he was about to reveal a secret, because the real showstopper was still coming. Isagi laid out the whole play, Ship out fancy delicacies, rake in the money, pull in the crowds, and watch the desert finally wake up. Lionel stared down the idea, weighing every terrifying possibility. And that's not even the best part, Regina declared, smug as could be. The Lord grabbed his head and begged her to stop, too late, because she crowned his defeat by spilling the water source and the manatee deposits. He froze in total disbelief. Mercia slowly slid a thick folder into his hands, and that report felt heavy with secrets. Lionel shot a nervous smile and promised he'd study everything down to the last detail. Isagi fumbled out an awkward apology, admitting he dumped the paperwork on the maid. The Lord cleared his throat, eyeing that crushing stack of documents like it weighed 1,000 tons. He genuinely thanked the whole team for the insane work they crushed. Lionel shoved them off to rest in the castle, then swore he'd decide their reward after he finished reading. The Isagi of Mercia dropped into a deep bow, then took off like a spark igniting the road. Suddenly, a sharp thud of pounding hooves ripped through the air. A terrified girl courier burst into the yard like a bolt of lightning. Everyone whipped their heads around in shock. Isagi clocked Lady Kanya instantly and shot her a panicked question, demanding to know why she was rushing like that. She clung to the saddle with shaking hands, apologizing non-stop like she'd crashed into the whole world. Lionel's face snapped into a dark, hostile expression the moment hit. Kanya almost got yanked off that horse in pure panic, urgently begging someone to finally listen. Her hand shook as she thrust the sealed letter forward and blurted, "The Remuris Empire is launching its invasion." Isagi and Mercia went completely still, eyes wide with pure horror.